when you're talking about threat, what do you mean? The Israeli authorities say that Iranians, their regime is existential threat. That's what exactly they said. When you say something existential, let me just get back to 2 years ago, okay? Again, let me clarify that in terms of the policies international and international policies of the Islamic Republic, especially the ones which are in terms of the denial of the territory of Israel government. I'm not happy with it at all. That's not, in accordance with our national interest. And,
are you gaslighting?
No. And at the same time,
Stop.
Yeah, okay. And at the same time, being said that, at the same time, being reminded that since 2 years ago, the strategies of Israel is being changed significantly. They attacked our consulate in Syria 2 years ago. And then Iran responded to that. And again, they did some assassination in Iran exactly last year. And then they invaded Iran last year, about 9 months ago. So in the last 2 years, you know what I mean? When we are talking about threat, we have to make it clear what we mean by threat. If you
I'm going to make it clear.
Kevin,
hold on a second. I'm trying to answer the question.
I have the next question for you. Go ahead.
Okay, there is two kinds of threat at least. When existential threat is one thing, I know that you're supporting some forces in the region. That's one thing. I'm not happy with it. I do not agree with that. What I'm saying is that when you're talking about threat, we have to be careful what we are addressing exactly. Existential threat is different from real threat. When you invade a country, that's what Israel did, not Iran. 9 months ago and now. That was a real threat. It's different from existential threat or you support somebody, some groups.
I got it.
That's okay.
I got it. I have a question, and this is my final question. Excuse me. Are you in support of the IRGC funding and supporting Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas in their efforts to attack Israel?
Again?
Are you in support of the IRGC funding and supporting Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, and Hamas in Gaza in their efforts to attack Israel?
In my view, you're asking me. I think that no. In terms of international and in terms of the regional, I would say policies, it has to be changed in accordance with the national interests of the Iran. And now you're asking me. So no, I think that it has to be changed. That's what I'm saying. And that's what I said and addressed that done with Israel or done with US. That's not workable either. But this is one thing. So
do you think there will ever be peace with the IRGC and Israel?
Sorry?
Do you think there will ever be peace with the IRGC and Israel?
Instead of peace, I would say kind of I'm looking for the exact word.
A working relationship, yeah.
Okay, no, they can respect in the sense that they recognize each other.
Yes.
The coexistence, I was looking for that word, yeah. They can, just coexistence and they can recognize each of them. In the sense that, but it's very different. When you're talking about the real threat and existential threat. In my view, the existential threat was not from and especially since Ahmadinejad, the president, that was so awful. The way in which he addressed and wanted to, vanish the Israel and out of the since things like that, which he said 20 years ago. That was disaster from my perspective. A lot of Iranians that was necessary, and even that helped Israel at the end of the day.
Shut up.
It was not in accordance with Iran's national interests at all. What we need is just the internet. The criterion for me is public and is common good philosophically speaking, and national pride. National interest. This is the criteria. So on that level, so when we utilize and stick to this criterion, so attacking Iran by Israel and the US, I mean, that was against interest for sure. That's why we and the ones who like me are against the war now and 9 months ago. And at the same time, the region will be changed, as I mentioned, in accordance with what is called as national interest. Is that clear what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Mods, be aware and on alert right now. People want to come up and just say the craziest shit just to derail the room because they don't like his opinions.
Bibi, may I ask a question?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you can. So let me. Thanks for.
Sarush, just 1 second. This young lady would like to ask you a question. If you're able to answer, yes. If you're not, we understand.
Yeah.
And just in case it goes sour, you're always welcome. I accept my friend request. I would like to have further conversations with you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. I appreciate
Sorry,
that.
sir.
My
He
only
doesn't
question-
stay to listen. He just talks and leaves. Please let him to stay somehow.
He's
Please
here.
ask him to
The
stay.
only question I had was for Surush, if she would so kindly answer it, is does he recognize the Islamic regime as an occupying terrorist regime? Does he recognize them as a terrorist entity, or does he recognize them as an official government? Because the answers that you're giving, it's causing me to believe the latter. So, do you recognize the Islamic regime as an occupying terrorist force upon the Iranian people? Or do you recognize them as like a nationally and internationally recognized government?
The United States recognizes them as the rest of the world recognizes them as the governing amongst Iran.
I mean, the EU just
Please, with all
voted
due
the
respect,
IRG.
people, let Sarush answer.
But Viking, the EU voted the IRGC corps and put them on the list as terrorists. So I'm just curious to know if Sudan is the same.
Recently, but for 50 years, they were the governing body.
Right. So I'm just trying to understand his opinion on the matter.
Yeah, exactly what you said. I mean, we think, that's very obvious. I mean, Iran, let me put it this way, is part of, as I mentioned, a member of UN. So what do you mean? You can regard the member of UN as a terrorist government? I think technically speaking, this irrational, it's not illegal. Sorry, it's unjustified. And I'm actually unjustified, and not convincing. Because it's a member of, again, for instance, recently, you know that the West Bank, the territories, that was addressed from United Nations as occupied territories. So occupied territories is a legal and technical term. It's not something which is arbitrary, and we can talk about it. It's something which is agreed upon or disagreed upon by international organization, which is UN. The West Bank now is addressed as occupied territories, internationally speaking. But there is no such a thing for Iran.
As an Iranian who you said you mentioned you're a nationalist and you're for the Iranian people, I'm just curious, as a nationalist, as an Iranian, do you recognize the Islamic regime? Mm-hmm. Do you recognize them as the Islamic regime as an occupying Islamofascist terrorist regime? That's my only question.
Yeah, as I mentioned, no, it's not the case. As I mentioned, internationally and legally, your question is answered already. Because Iran is part of a...
Fair enough, guys. Listen, let's not badger the witness. Elham has one question for you too, if you don't mind, Sarush.
No, I don't have a question. I will have a comment if that's okay with you.
Ask it.
No, it's not a question though. I just wanted
What's the
to
comment?
say, okay, the nation state definition. A nation state is a state that is chosen by nation. A state that kills its own people, it's not a nation state country anymore. So when we see that the government kills its own people at that level, that he himself, this gentleman who's on this stage, I'm not talking to him, I'm just saying, talks about the massacre in quotation. This didn't happen yesterday, it just happened recently. So we're not talking about nation state anymore. In fact, as an Iranian, as a patriot myself, I do care for Iran. When I see that they spent my natural resources to build those cities, the rocket cities, that's not in the interest interests of Iranian. So as an Iranian, by having the interest of Iranian in my mind, the first thing and the only thing, Islamic Republic puts Iran in danger, is not a well-wisher for Iran, is not chosen a government, at least as of recent. So no, there is no nation state, and we should save Iran from its enemy. Thank you so much.
I think the world is safer place with the Khamenei dead. Do you hear me? Does it think?
Your question is the world a safer place with Khomeini dead?
Yes.
I don't know if he wants to answer that. Sarush, would you like to answer that?
No, just I wanted to say goodbye now. Thanks. No, I think
Why am I scared?
Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, hopefully.
Have a good day. And appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Of course he won't answer that.
Well, he has the option to answer it or not, guys. You can't force people to
I
answer.
respect the guy. I'm not, and no offense. But he won't answer because it's going to be problem with you.
I think
You must not like reading.
Question incorrectly. I think you should have asked, is he in heaven with 72 virgins? That would have been my question.
Hold on a second. Yeah, let me just, Kevin, frankly ask you. I don't have any reservation to answer. Probably you are aware of the ways in which I have published a lot of my critiques to Al-Khamenei. Yeah, but now, so being said that, not now. It's since 10, 15 years ago. Yeah. I was interrogated for your
You must not like books.
I was interrogated.
So you're happy Khamenei is dead. So you're happy
Okay
Khamenei.
now. Yeah, okay. What I'm saying, hold on a second. Just wanted to say that there was no reservation. If there was no reservation, I wouldn't have published the things which I have published in the last 15 years. Now we are in the war situation. That is different. That's what I'm saying. The priorities change.
War situation is because of Islamic Republic.
No, okay, that's another thing. Just wanted to say, just wanted to say that there are a lot of, just for more clarification. I don't want to convince you. Just wanted to correct you that there is no reservation to say anything about Ali Khamenei and others. I put up issues theologically, politically.
No, I have a large house with thousands of books I bought every day.
Not at the moment, in the last 15 years. Okay?
Okay, do you believe Khamenei ordered killing people? Do you? No, I'm not attacking. I'm just
I just said listen, be curious. Silent,
The people in the diaspora today that haven't been to Iran in 30, 40 years, 25 years, that come to these rooms and have to say on what should be going on in Iran without understanding political climate that's going on right now in Iran, do you believe any weight on situation? And as well, do you believe that they understand with what the people are saying in Iran that live in Iran as opposed to the diaspora? Because I'm hearing the diaspora Iranians are having this big loud voice as opposed to the Iranians that are inside Iran. Do you believe there's a difference in communication that they're trying to get out to the world? Do you, what I'm basically asking is, do you believe that the diaspora Iranians are spreading the word from the people of Iran, but they're adding emotions to it and they're making it sound different?
Well, if I understand you correctly, I would say there is a sound between diaspora for sure that they are pro-war.
Absolutely not. So there's what are you talking about?
Don't interrupt, Leah.
But absolutely not.
But you're going to get shot. There you go. Sorry, sir.
Yeah, that's okay. And there are two voices. That's what I'm saying. There are two perspectives. The ones who are pro-war, and explicitly they say that. And there are the ones who are just not supporting the war. Some people implicitly support the war. Some explicitly support the war. And there are some who are against the war. Three categories, you could say. And I'm not talking about the numbers. We don't know. But you are right that the wars, because they do have, for instance, the ones who support war, they do have an media it's called in Iran's International. This is a media, okay? They implicitly and explicitly support the war. Yeah, this is because of the voice they have. But I mean, in terms of the numbers, you don't know. We do have 8 million people in diaspora. We don't know. A lot of them are just witnessing. They don't say anything. We don't know whether or not they are. And in my view, this is my view. It's not based upon. And I mean, even if some of them are pro-war because of the hatred towards Islamic regime at the beginning of the war, or just before the war, now since the second week of the war, a lot of Iranians. I'm not saying a lot of, based upon my experience, I would thoughts and their ideas is already changed, because they see now, they are witnessing that it's not just about, I mean, as you asked me, IRGC and things like that. No, they're ordinary people. More than 2,000 people are killed so far. And the infrastructures and the historical, buildings and so on and so forth, they were being attacked. They were already attacked and destroyed. And so that's what I have heard from some of my clients. I'm a psychologist and psychotherapist by training, by the way.
I see that in Ontario. Yeah. And the number one problem is, I want to add, so this is the problem. Because you have a very polarized view.
Sorry?
People want to your view is very polarized. People want to silence you, which is sad. Because if your views are that disturbing, instead of silencing you, they should be allowing you to speak so the people can see what they're saying. But I'm receiving after message in my back channel saying, do not let him speak. Do let him speak. You have no clue who he is. Do not let him speak. Silence him. And I think that's the number one problem we're having today. We need to be able to speak, even if we don't like each other. That way we can understand who we're speaking with, and we can learn how to communicate to have a better tomorrow. I don't agree with anything you had to say this evening, but I'm still going to show you, because I want to learn from you, and I hope you can learn from me, so we can have a better tomorrow, not for us, for our children. That's why I thank you for being here tonight.
You took my position.
Left. Okay, thanks. Thanks
Thank you so much, Saroj. But I have one last person that wants to ask you. Last name Elham. Elham, Roya's sister. You have the mic.
Yes.
Oh, no, I don't have a question. I have a question.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. I'm sorry, should I say it?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what, Pete, I appreciate I was suffering through the experience a lot. What I think happened is that when you, I don't want to label, I definitely have my opinion about this guy, but when you hear the people who are in quotation unhappy, not people who don't want Islamic Republic in power. This whatever 0.00001% people that don't want, they're unhappy. They hear that they say the voice as the voice of diaspora doesn't match the voice of the people inside Iran. One, and the second thing he said, which caught my attention, was that I'm sorry, Bibi, your mic is open. Your mic is open.
People are in my room right now.
Baby,
your mic is open.
Hold on, I got it. Yeah, you're hot mic, Bibi, and thank you for taking my position.
Oh God. Okay, so the two questions. Oh God, Bibi, your mic is open.
I know I was joking. I'm joking.
Okay. I mean,
I
said no.
You're doing too much. It was a reverse engineer, folks. You see, when you have the Islamic Republic mouthpiece tell you that the voice of the diaspora doesn't match the voice of the Iranian inside Iran, one. The second thing, that the Iranian people, many of them are not, they don't want war. Believe me, you have to know, this is a revenuing questions. You are that close to the victory. This is exactly the voice of inside the border, and the pro-war section is something that the people want. It's the people will. So I just wanted to say the reverse engineered were just mind-blowing. At least that's what my take was, and thank you so much, Bibi did it. And I only sent you a couple of messages, by the way, in the back. Thank you, John.
Question for you and Brad, whoever can answer. It's fine.
Go ahead.
So I want to know your opinion after listening to Mr. This guy that was talking about. Do you think he was sort of supporting Islamic Republic?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah? Okay, thank you.
What did you think? We were born yesterday?
I'm glad that you guys...
Wait, Soroush left?
Of course you will.
He always does that, mate.
He always does that.
I wanted to.
He hates people. He hates people. He doesn't like Iranian.
Because I was not here. Hold on. I wanted to ask him if Israel committing genocide in Gaza. Because he
probably would have said yes. He would have said yes.
No, because he voted yes.
That's what I'm saying. The way he was talking,
It was in his profile. It was in his profile.
The way he was talking tonight with the answers that he gave, he probably would have said yes for sure. Like 99% sure he would have said yes.
Oh, I said it was in his profile. I read it just 1 minute ago, 2 minutes
So
ago.
why did you ask the question then?
mentioning that he was, he kept on mentioning that he was.
I wanted to ask him.
You wanted to ask him a hefty.
And what he's respond basically, but he's gone. Because I was not listening to you guys for like an hour. I was doing something. But yeah,
damn, you missed the your timing is bad.
I would have destroyed him, honestly.
BB, what's your all's draft?
No, he was friend of Human, by the way. Human, he was your friend, by the way.
Hey, Ocean. So I don't agree with him on
Okay,
a
good.
lot of things.
No, because you were begging to bring him on.
No.
Ocean
I
is
didn't.
his friend.
Oh, why don't you let me?
Let him speak. Yeah, let him
Oh
explain.
my God. So he is a well-known and controversial Iranian personality. He shows up on like BBC Persian, on the rooms that we go. I personally go to a room where he goes and he talks a lot. I know that he doesn't support the Islamic Republic in a sense that like he wants them to continue like the way they have been acting. I know his father was sentenced to death by the Islamic Republic because of his reformist ideas about Islam and Prophet Muhammad. So
what did he do before that, though? What did he do before?
What is that? Sorry.
When you talk about his
None of you guys couldn't expose him. I had to go.
Okay, but
Can I ask a question, please? Can you give me a minute?
But he has his own ideas. My ideas are totally different about the Islamic Republic, IRGC. If you want to know my ideas, or even on this war, I disagree with this war, but from a different perspective. If you want to hear my perspective, you can ask. I'm not like a...
He kicked me!
That's still not the whole.
Somebody kick me! Time to go back in with my burner phone. Oh, you thought you could prevent me from listening to you? Well, there is this feature called Anonymous. I know you're probably going to be upset, but in the President Trump house... Let's see who kicked me. We got Abby, Serendipity, Harry, Pepe, Viking, Beaver, Ocean. Who was it? Was it Abby? Was it Abby?
Why is everyone in Canada?
I gotta have lunch with the forum.
Because they give us citizenship like a whole bunch of people.
They give us.
There's a lot of people in this room. Holy shit.
Component, because it seems like every time there's the controversial person, they live in Canada.
Because Canada's
a lot of Persians, for whatever reason, I feel like a lot of Persians I've spoken to, but primarily on Twitter, but some of them follow me and I followed them back because I met them back when Million Marathon basically a couple of years ago they were doing space
Marathon. Can you believe they kicked me? Specifically kicked me out of a room with all these people?
I don't know why.
Somebody doesn't like me.
Somebody here knows.
Somebody just can't take
Can
it.
you confirm that was said just before that? What is the diaspora population of Persians?
He said 8 million.
And how did they determine that? Just
They went to
curious.
Beverly Hills.
Can I say something about Surushka?
How did they determine?
Go ahead, Abby. Keep asking questions. You can fucking Google, you obnoxious twat.
So it's through visa and immigration records, and that's worldwide 9 million.
Yeah, worldwide.
Correct, yeah. But I think it is not 9 million. I think it is less than that.
It's
I
about
get the
8.
exact number.
It's about 8 million, I believe.
And the bulk is where? In the United States and
I don't
Canada?
know, Abby. Let me fucking Google that for you, you stupid fucking
And I believe
bitch.
Germany.
You stupid annoying bitch.
Abby, when's the last time you've been to Canada?
Abby, when's the last time you got
I just
laid,
went to
bitch?
Canada.
I just got laid in the fucking Bruce Springsteen conference,
Did
bitch.
you take a shower?
Why should Americans have to subject themselves to Canada?
Because I'm a hockey fan. It's a problem.
Yeah, what do we stick on topic,
I was
guys, instead of
watching
talking about hockey? There's too many
Okay, no, I understand. I'm just curious about the diaspora
Let's
population.
take advantage of the people that are
Just
The
kidding.
population is 8 to 9 million around the world. That was my question.
Can I say something about Surushka or not? Is he gay?
BB, there was a police officer in this video
Likely.
in Canada.
Likely
And he's like, I'm done talking with you, sir. I have to go break my fast now. And I'm like, oh God, this is Canada.
So how loud is the 8-9 million population voice, do you think? And where is it the loudest?
I think it's been consistently loud in Europe, in Canada especially. It was pretty dramatically, fantastic. I mean, it was one of the greatest ones in this last come out. And I think in US, I think pretty much it's consistent everywhere across Australia, in Europe, in Asia maybe the least. In Asia maybe, yeah. But I don't know how it's spread in Asia.
Is it true that most of them work at the Excuse Factory?
No. Where did you get that?
Just because they're not in Iran fighting just because what you suggest as if like they should be in Iran and fighting, and that's the excuse.
No, we want to hear them on stage saying that they're going to go out and slaughter the IRGC and cut them up in 1,000 pieces. But
yeah,
we can't do that. They will kill us.
No, but if that's what they want to do, how can they do that? If you don't have a way to get there to do what you just said,
You can't fly to.
your solution is
This
pointless.
is fucking retarded, dude. I've been listening, in
Rich
the
is so
background, and I
stupid.
get it. There's Americans that are pressing them because they're like, why aren't you guys doing anything yourselves? But okay, first of all, a lot of news has come out. Okay, this involved the U.S., Israel, Pahlavi. They all. Okay, he didn't. Pahlavi, or is it Pahlavi? Pahlavi. Okay, so he didn't just come out of nowhere and start being a mouthpiece. I mean, it was with the backing of the U.S. and Israel, and the problem is though is that like they really don't have any fucking guns. So I mean, what weapons they have? Yes, you do. Okay, I mean, I'm not going to approach somebody with a steak knife and try to kill a police officer. We see how that works out in the United States all the time on video. It doesn't work.
Wait, how much of the population is against the IRGC? And is it like 93 million and like 80% hate the IRGC?
99%.
I actually was going somewhere with my question. There was a reason.
Oh, you what?
Because I'm trying to understand the voting blocks in the countries where there's a big population and how strong the voting bloc is and how strong the voice is in these different countries. So there was a reason I was asking it.
Oh, you mean you weren't just asking Google questions for the sake of asking Google questions, Abby?
How can they have any real voting power?
I don't know. I mean, they have this is a very wealthy community.
Yeah, I
in the
think it was
United
actually
States.
for
Very wealthy
for
community,
Trump
obviously.
they were campaigning for it. In Europe, they were campaigning for the, pro-patriots or, whatever. That not you, Trump. I'm not going to get into it. I'm sorry, I was looking at the comments. Anyways, but yeah, you're right. Abby, definitely there is a influence there, and the power has already been exercised. And but be more, yeah. I mean, there are many Iranians who live abroad.
There's a doctor here. Hold on, bitch.
Clinton acts in the United States that are backed. There's many organizations in the U.S. that are not affiliated to NIAC that focus on advocacy, like the Advocacy Pact, which passed 2 pieces of legislation. They're currently working day and night. Many volunteers across this nation are talking to different Congress people. I don't know why someone's giving me a thumbs down for just stating facts. There's a lot of Iranian money in big tech, as well as shitloads of money, Iranian money in big tech, which have already put a lot of, have invested a lot of time in advocacy in this country. So yeah, there are organizations in the United States of America.
That was my question. Thank you, Roya, for answering.
Ilham, I was going to ask you a question, or you asked me a question, and I was going to ask you something back.
Can I speak to Roya's point? Because that's...
I know, Ilham asked me a question.
Well, actually, Abby asked us a real grown-up question, so Lana can answer with a real grown-up answer. So, Abby, would you like to listen to Lana's answer as well, or no?
I would.
Okay, cool.
Please
Go ahead, Lana.
I want to talk as well, please.
Everybody wants to talk.
I know
yes, there's a couple of... There are a couple of, yes, the mayor of Beverly Hills is a Persian Jew. We have a congresswoman right now in Congress who's first generation Iranian American.
Are you talking about Sepide?
No, whatever. I don't know what her name is. We also have
How do you know it's a congresswoman then?
Because
you don't know their name. Like, how do you know there's a...
Well, I don't know her name off the top of my head, but I can go check my Instagram.
I can go check my Google for you.
So her name is...
No, I actually don't have to have anything. Also, there's also people that are more... Great job, Lana. I mean, you don't need to give this time for responding to Abby's broader point. And there's also city commissioners, also people that are in, all different municipalities.
I love filming these people. I live for this. I need more burner phones though.
Canada, where there's a big population, or there?
I don't know anything about Canada. I don't care about.
Yeah, there's a woman that was.
So I'm gonna find out which accounts of mine are blocked from this room. I got a bunch of accounts.
Okay, Ilham had asked me a question. She was gonna answer something. So you said, "What do I mean about the excuse factory?"
Oh my God! Can we go back?
Stop being a fucking autistic idiot.
You don't have anything else to say.
And I would like to clarify that Yasamina Ansari, who's in Arizona 3, is who I was speaking about, who is Iranian American elect in our Congress.
Is Iranian? For some reason, I thought he was.
She's a woman.
Oh, okay, never mind, you guys.
Barack Obama was Iranian.
Hold on, there's a reason for the question. There's a reason for the question. It's obviously a very close community and they've stayed close as they've moved into the diaspora. And so I was asking how organized they are. And it's also a very successful community in the countries that they've gone into. So have they gotten into the political arena to make sure and to protect the interests that they have? That was my question. And I didn't know in Arizona. Pepe, is that Phoenix area?
I don't know who this. It's a woman. I guess I
Brian, do you know?
Patty is always asking Google search questions. What a clown.
I don't exactly know where Arizona 3's what that congressional district looks like.
I don't know what's up with these congressional districts. What county is it in?
He comes out tomorrow and he says, "Everybody go."
Oh my God! Can we go back to the conversation.
Can we hear the Iranians' response? What they're going to do?
We're
just going to make excuses.
I mean, why are we listening to a guy that the only gun he's
Shut the fuck up. No one cares.
the only thing that we've heard, baby, are you really gonna allow this piece of shit to talk to you?
Wait. So are we asking what Arizona 3 district is? Because it's west, like.
Oh my God, my gosh.
It's West Phoenix.
So it's like the western part of Phoenix.
Western, okay.
So you
Okay,
can
so
go
it's a
down
western
and
suburb.
scream there. Talk on mute.
Peoria? Like that area?
Peoria! Bitch is still thinking about my campaign!
So it's not a very large Persian community in Arizona, but
that's exciting. I mean, that's an exciting thing.
It's about here.
it's not the same as California.
But there's like so most of the Persians, at least I've personally met here, there's like a large Baha'i community.
It's not Persian,
I
stupid.
think some of them might be Muslim. There's one doctor that when I College Republicans Club at Arizona State University, he'd come and talk to us. This was back in like 2003 or 4. Dr. Jasser, Jasser. But he was a Republican, and of course at the time with the global war on terror, he was not a. He was kind of expressing, like a lot of us are natural Republicans, but, unfortunately, you guys, they feel kind of, a lot of the Muslim community felt under attack and so forth. But, no, you definitely get quite a bit, at least here in Scottsdale, you get quite a bit.
I mean, long story short, like I was trying to say to you, we have a lot of organizations. United for Iran is also one of the big groups that focuses on tech and human rights because we have so many groups. We have the Abdul Rahman Buruman Center. We have the Center for Human Rights in Iran. We have we have Pars Equality Center. We have a lot of organizations. Farhang Foundation. We have American Iranian Bar Association. Obviously, Women's Foundation. We have we are organized in the United States.
Hey Abby, I really want to speak to that point. Are you affiliated with NIAC by chance?
Am I affiliated with whom?
Abby?
No.
She's not Persian.
No, I'm not Persian. I'm affiliated. I'm part of the Republican National. I'm affiliated on a national basis with the Republicans.
Obviously, I'm not connected to National Iranian American Council, the sham organization that doesn't actually.
Can I speak?
Dude, who is this girl? Who is this woman making?
I have no idea.
But it's incredibly important that a community that's in the diaspora, as organized and as successful as the Persian community is, that they organize. And I love hearing that there's actually, representation in government. I think that's great.
Not as strong as it should be. Not as strong as it
exists. They don't.
Another case for why I don't want immigrants.
The grassroots.
But there's a community that's succeeded, that has come to our country, that's contributed to our country, and they should have a voice.
That's fine, but I don't want it to be a whole different conversation.
No, I don't want to. I was just asking.
Once you do that, you get power struggles, and
I'm not going in that direction.
You wouldn't have Uber without us. But anyway, Abby.
Without who? Jews or Persians?
Without Persians, and you wouldn't have a lot of things without Jews either, assholes.
Well, which one?
Okay, are you guys retarded?
I'm not whatever.
Oh my God! Please, guys, please. I noticed that there's a bunch of people in the room with red tickets. I need you to go to the top of the room where it says President Trump. There's an arrow pointing. Click on that. Cash in your red ticket. Join the house. You'll be here in awesome rooms like this coming up in the next couple of days, next future. Please be part of the house, so that way you get alerts when the house opens up, and you'll be able to see when it's a good room open. Thank you for being part of the house. Be respectful to the mods.
BB turned hand raising on.
Cool. Abby, I wanted to say that we do not support National Iranian American Council. In fact, Nufti, which is the organization that competent Iranians follow, which is National Union for Democracy in Iran, which is the group that is the advocacy organization that focuses on ending the Islamic Republic and transitioning Iran into a democratic, secular Iran. That is the organization behind the IPP, the Transition Plan for Reza Pahlavi. They're also the organization behind what they recently published is a 29-page they published the
Transition path.
I said the transition. Now they've also come out just recently, about 2 weeks ago, with the Islamic Republic's, the guide of their infiltration in the United States of America, which I can definitely send to you.
I almost thought that was a joke, like not a joke,
It's
but
not
I
a
didn't
joke.
believe. I didn't know if it was AI or if that was real. When I saw it, I was in shock. But you said, so has that been vetted that that's real?
Yes,
that blew me away.
How are they infiltrating?
And that's
the
part
US?
of
I've got to send this to you if you haven't seen it.
Well, I mean, I have a room on it on Sunday if anyone's actually wanting to.
Will you explain what it is? Because I don't know if people have seen this thing.
Why would he refer to himself as
So,
a child
no,
of
they
God?
haven't seen it because how would they seen it? It just was published literally
Chicago?
2 weeks
I'm
ago.
John
So,
Kitover.
NOFTI, which is the organization that I just mentioned, they came out with a detailed report on Iran's influence networks in the United States. So, the mapping actors, the messaging, the strategy that the regime uses and builds to leverage and shape narratives inside of the United States of America. It's a part one. It's only part one. They're coming out with part 2 and part 3, I would assume. But this is just part 1 that they came out with around, I think, about 2 weeks ago.
It's kind of like another group of people too. Only they have the largest megaphone as far as being a minority. It's kind of like they're taking something from their playbook. It's weird.
No, Pepe, it's not the same thing.
It's how the Islamic Republic of Iran uses and leverages its propaganda in the United States through money, through influence, and through manipulation of the media. That's what we're talking about here. Let's be adults.
You're going to tell me that Zionists have not been
These are not American citizens, Pepe. That's the difference. This is not American citizens.
I see.
I'm an American citizen. If I wanna influence something, I'm an American citizen. I have every right to write a check as an American citizen. This is a foreign country that is influencing. It's very different than an American citizen making a choice.
But are you telling me that they don't, that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Israel, that
they have nothing to do?
They're open about it.
This is so ridiculous. I just said, if you want to attack, and you could say it, I, as an American citizen, can write a check to whomever I want to write a check to that is serving in government and contribute. As an American, as a born American citizen, I have every right to do that. A foreign country coming in and infiltrating what Roy is talking about is a completely different situation.
Completely different.
I can't believe that he's comparing. If the premise of what you have a problem with if you have. Can we mute this? Thank you. I mean, if you have a problem with PACs, C4s, if you have a problem with super PACs, then you can have a problem with the concept of those organizations. That's something that you can say. But if you solely have a problem with one fucking PAC in the United States, then that's a you problem. Because if that doesn't apply to if it doesn't apply to the NRA, if it doesn't apply to other big PACs, then it doesn't. Then it's bullshit.
Sure. So I think what you don't get is that even
I get a lot of things. I think
no. What you don't get is that even this past summer when shut the fuck up and let me finish.
Actually, I won't. Don't tell me to.
I'm not muting you, by the way. I'm not muting you.
Don't tell me to shut the fuck up.
It's Beaver.
You do worse to me in your rooms. You would just kick me out. Yeah, this is just silly. But anyways, we had Bibi Netanyahu over the summer. He's meeting with American influencers and basically saying how like this is going to be our biggest fight, because obviously there's been especially with our youngest Americans, their view of Israel has changed quite a bit, and he kind of was like very bluntly, and look, there's no conspiracies here. I mean, this is all very out in the open. There are no secrets here.
Well, no, it's not a conspiracy.
You don't know the difference between a prime minister of a nation as a country to the United States.
Because he's a friend. I get it.
You don't know the difference.
Now it's different because it's a foreign person. Now because it's foreign influence, but the person's friendly to the U.S.
How is it?
Hold on, let me finish my fucking point, because you cut me off. No offense, you cut me off. But he talked about how like, it looks like the TikTok deal is going to go through. That's most important because when it came, there's a gradient. As the younger you go, generally the most negative opinions you have of Israel. And then when it comes to, of course. Yes. It's really going to start at 45 and under. You're starting getting the really negative attitudes towards Israel. And, they're saying the social media campaign. And then, of course, he said Facebook and what was it? Oh, X. He said X was number 2 after TikTok. And they did implement some algorithmic changes to TikTok in order to make it so it would be harder to amplify anti-Israel
Nazi
sentiments.
They bought Warner Brothers and CNN and
they bought Warner Brothers.
That's a good thing, Pepe. What's your problem?
Abby, can you please explain the difference between?
I'm gonna say it. AIPAC is a bundler. It bundles money of U.S. American citizens, with mostly Jewish Americans and Christian Americans. It bundles their money. It doesn't write checks. American citizens write checks. If you have a problem with Jewish Americans writing checks under our First Amendment right to contribute into the political process, then that's your problem. If you have a problem,
it's not my problem.
I am not done. If you have a problem with people who care about guns writing checks to the NRA because they care about guns, then you have a problem. If you have a problem with people that support a particular interest writing, then go to your member of Congress. Let me finish. Go to member of Congress, go bitch about it, and tell them how you feel. But right now, our law is, I as an American citizen can take money and I can bundle my money with someone else who's an American citizen and give it to someone that I support that's running for office as an American citizen, and that's the difference.
Thank you, Abby.
It does not write checks. I'm going to say it 50 fucking times. American citizens write checks, and their checks get combined with other American citizens that write checks. I have a limit on how much I can give to every congressional candidate, and if I want to reach my limit because I like that candidate, I do it. Now, one last thing I'm going to say. That particular organization only does support for U.S. Congress and Senate. It has nothing to do with the executive branch. It only contributes to Congress. That's it. It does not do, I'm going to finish my sentence. It does not contribute and does not get involved in state elections or anything to do with the executive branch. It bundles money for Jewish and Christian Americans that support the state of Israel and some Muslim Americans. That's it. Now I'm done.
Does that answer it?
I mean,
that doesn't answer it.
I would like to, yes.
No.
It does answer it. So, Abby,
no, it doesn't answer it. So, okay, I just moved you to the audience. You removed me from the room for doing much less. So let's not pretend like you're a victim here. Now,
Jerome, thank you.
Okay, shut the fuck up.
Abby, can I respond to your question or no?
It's up to Pepe. Can you let Roya respond? But they're both gone. I don't know how that happened.
So, Abby, I'd like to hear from Roya. And then
okay, can Roya and
I don't
Pepe
know
go
why
back
your
and
grown-ass
forth?
man keeps taking me. No, Abby, it makes complete sense. So the same people, if you don't have a problem with
Colorist?
if you don't have a problem with America's Bridge 21st Century, if you don't have a problem with NRA Political Victory Fund, then you shouldn't have any problem with AIPAC.
Sure, I can.
Thank you.
No, sure, I can. The reason why is because it's for the benefit of a foreign country. Now, whether they're Christian Zionists or Jewish Zionists, it does not fucking matter. Okay?
These are U.S. citizens. What does it
It does not matter. It's for the benefit. Okay, so
to what Abby said.
yes, I heard what she said. No, hold on. Okay, so in other words, are you trying to tell me Jews have dual loyalty naturally because that's why they have to support Israel? I don't get it.
I mean,
this is fucking silly.
This is my loyalty to two cities. That's my dual loyalty. You okay with
So
that?
we absolutely we can have converging interests. But it does not mean that our interests are always aligned, and we're pretending like
Vince Shapiro.
because Abby mentioned AIPAC, which is when it comes to I guess you could say influence, not in terms of money, but when it comes to really the people you don't want to run afoul of, they are absolutely a powerful lobby. Okay, Jews have been very successful in the United States at building powerful interest groups, not just that and I don't just mean in terms of like being supportive to Israel, but being, basically stopping anti-Semitism and that kind of stuff. That's fine. But I mean, to sit here and pretend like there aren't Americans here, like Christian Zionists, I can really pick on very easily.
What about the Persians? Shouldn't
What
they
about
have a lobbyist?
democracy? I don't understand.
No, Persians should not have lobbies. They should not have lobbies. They should not.
Why should we
They should not have lobbies that would basically seek to boost the interests of Iran. No.
There's people here that boost the interests of pro-abortion, anti-abortion. American.
It has nothing to do with the foreign country.
Can I finish or not? Can I not finish, Abby? Abby, can I finish?
Yeah, just
You're talking about political preferences versus national interests.
Wait, Pepe, can you go back and forth with Roya in like a civilized way? Like you guys have lots to say to each other.
So you have a problem with the Armenian National Committee of America? You have a problem with U.S.-Cuba Democracy PAC? You have a problem with U.S.-India Political Action Committee? You have a problem with Irish-American Political Action Committee?
So you can keep saying yes.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yep, I said yes.
Yeah, they shouldn't have dual citizenship. They shouldn't have dual
There's no
allegiance.
such thing as dual citizenship.
Okay, so in other words, what you're saying is you want to be able to
screaming at me like a little bit.
I'm not screaming at you.
Your voice is shrieking.
I'm not. Okay, stop. Shut the fuck up so I can talk.
Can you go back and forth civilized?
I'm trying to go back and forth, but once I respond,
I know. Roya,
she's literally responding over me.
Pepe respond, then Roya respond. Try to.
Okay,
you guys are both special people to me. Can you just like talk?
Abby, I don't want to
each
be
other?
special if this person is special to you.
Okay, like you think you're a lot smarter than you actually are.
You're right.
But
If you want
I know.
You might be intelligent, but if you a goddamn bitch, you a goddamn bitch.
You're allowing this? I'm kind of shocked. I'm trying to have dialogue, Abby. Right, I'm trying to have dialogue.
Abby getting called out.
We're in the middle of, I don't know.
Oh, please, Roya.
Baby got moved to the go! Yes! Yes!
It was BB. I did it. Stop fucking bothering me. It was BB.
Okay, Ruby, I'm trying to have the conversation go back and forth. And I really hope on Iran because that's the subject. I really didn't want the subject. I simply asked a question about how organized the community was. And it was
Baby got kicked too! Baby got kicked!
Understand the Persian community in the dance. That was where I was trying to go. And it went in this direction. So maybe we could take it back to the Persian community. If everyone's okay with that?
What I wanted to say before we move on. No. Hold on, Rich. Hold on. I'm going to bring up Rich. No, Rich. I had my response to her. So what I don't appreciate,
I don't want to talk to this guy anymore.
Primarily, shut the fuck up. I did not interrupt you. Please stop.
Oh my God.
God.
Thank you, BB. Stop modding this person. If I'm going to be disrespected, I'll leave. And that was quite anti-Semitic, I have to say.
Why not allow BB kicked Beaver too?
Why not allow a reasonable debate with Roya rather than a hot-headed debate? Because there is a reasonable debate to be.
I don't even want. Are we debating the role of C4s and super PACs and American?
We are, but you're not listening.
No, I don't give a fuck about listening to you.
I know, but you asked me the question, and
I didn't ask you a question. I was talking to Abby.
No, it was a back and forth between us.
I'm talking to Abby. I don't want to talk to you.
No, you're so
bullshit. You gotta kick BB down. He's kicking everybody, including Beaver.
Roya, can I
He kicked Beaver, Pepe, he kicked me.
Dude, just remove him from admin from your fucking house. Like, this is fucking retarded.
I mean, he already let me boom the room.
Abby, so how would you like to reframe the question that you asked?
I mean, that was it. That was just my. I was asking.
I'll answer. We're not as organized as we should be. We're not as we should be. We have large influence as far as in tech. Those interests are trying to organize better. Organizations that focus on advocating for Iranian human rights. National Iranian American Council, as we know, is a puppet of the Islamic Republic. They said it on their own state TV in oh so many words. And as you see in this report that I sent that you should read from Nofti, which is the actual organization that represents Iranian American interests in the United States of America, you will see that NIAC for a very long time has infiltrated and used its influence to keep things in the gray zone, and such as advocating for JCPOA and things like that.
What is the name of the one advocating for MEK?
I don't know the name of that org.
Roya, that's very helpful, and I love the Persian people, but I'm trying to explain to you why many white nationalists' room are not as loving towards the Persian people.
He's not a white nationalist.
But I'm not.
I really don't care, Snoopy. I know why they're not.
Why interrupting me? But why is everyone interrupting me? I've literally said nothing.
Why are you fucking mischaracterizing his fucking character?
I love Pepe. I've never called him a white nationalist.
You just called him a white nationalist. We all know you.
No. I'm talking about other. First of all, Pepe knows that I don't think of him as a white nationalist. So why are you interrupting me? I never interrupted you.
You clearly bring it up after Pepe was reading.
Pepe, well, I'll address Pepe. Pepe, do you think that I believe that you're a white nationalist? No, you and I are cool. No. Okay, so thank you. So Pepe and I are very cool. So Roya, as a person who's always, since joining Clubhouse, been sympathetic to the Persian community, and a person that's been respectful towards Pepe for 5 years in a row, will you allow me to interlocute with you for 30 seconds, respectfully?
I already know why white nationalists don't give a fuck about Iranian Americans, so we can move on. You don't need to teach me something I already know.
I would like to engage with you because I care about you, Roya. Here's the bottom line, okay? Here's the bottom line. Refugees have been moving to Europe and gang raping white girls in Europe all the time. And I have never, ever heard one word of sympathy from any Persian American. I have not heard a thing. Please let me finish. Just let me finish and then you can kick me off. White Christian girls in Sweden and Germany and France, they're being gang raped all.
Damn, somebody boomed the room! Somebody boomed the room! Oh my God, awesome. Awesome.
Mischaracterizing his fucking character.
I love Pepe. I've never called him a white nationalist.
White nationalist, we all know.
I'm talking about, first of all, Pepe knows that I don't think of him as a white nationalist, so why are you interrupting me? I never did.
You clearly bring it up after Pepe was rating.
Pepe, well, I'll address Pepe. Pepe, do you think that I believe that you're a white nationalist?
Pepe boomed the room.
Okay, so thank you. So Pepe and I
It was Pepe! Pepe boomed that motherfucker.
sympathetic to the Persian community, and a person that's been
you feel about the verses?
You're from where?
This is not a marketing topic, I guess, that we veered into, but
hey, but it was interesting. But I'm gonna clock out. It is getting late here, and it's been a long day, and I will. But always great to see you in here doing your occasional rooms, and like twice in 1 week. But always interesting in here. So thanks for holding down the space.
yeah, always love seeing you and talking to you. So come back next time. We'll see you soon. So we're just in the room. We're just talking about. Usually we just talk about like marketing in general, or I'll put a topic up so that we have something to kind of anchor ourselves around. And today I've been talking a little bit about lucky breaks. So brands that maybe they were doing well or they were entrepreneurs and they wanted to really get their product out there, what have you. And then sometimes you just don't know, like you're working in the dark, or maybe you're calling on, accounts to try to get your product somewhere, and you don't know if you're ever going to get a lucky break, or if you do, when, and it could be disheartening. But there are brands who have done it and who have become household names because of it, so some of it's luck,
Viking Brad,
believing, knowing, being on your.
Okay, Pepe boomed that room. I saw Pepe do it real time. Pepe can't handle it. He can't handle Roya. Well,
Wait, so Pepe boomed it?
Yep, Pepe boomed it.
Damn, that was a big room.
It was, but Pepe is so insecure, he can't take being kicked to the goo, being demodded. It's Pepe's world, it's Pepe's show. That's what Pepe does. It's the Pepe show. And when Roya comes in, it's the Roya show. Roya June show. But this is the new President Trump house, because the other house is in disarray. And let's be honest, Matt Cool, though he's cool, I mean, he's an old burnout. He doesn't have the wherewithal to mod a 600-person room, I mean, I don't know how much pot Matt Cool smokes, but it's not more than me. So how does Matt Cool, create these huge rooms and let them go to shit? Because he's just sleeping at the wheel. And Beaver and all these other white supremacists that claim they're not white nationalists, but they are white supremacist nationalists. I don't understand it. That's what they are. And I can't stand listening to Rich. Rich is one toxic son of a bitch. That is one toxic motherfucker. If I have to hear homicidal suggestion and ideation on an average weekday, I'm not up for it. Clavicular, welcome to the room.
Thank you. I appreciate you leading this room. Thank you.
I'm not leading it. You are leading it, sir.
Well, I appreciate it. Tell me what's on your mind, Megatron.
Well, what were you trying to get at with Roya? You said you care for her.
Let me answer you. I'm glad you asked. Okay. I love the Persian people very much, but I also love the people of Europe. And there's a wave of rapist migrants in Europe. And what's going on in Europe is terrible. What's going on in Europe is absolutely terrible. And I've literally never once heard a Persian person defend the people of Europe. It's a one-sided relationship. Persian people want white people to die to rescue them. Fair enough. But they don't reciprocate. So I'm going to post some links in the room chat that I think Pepe will agree emphatically with all my links. And what the links show is that migrants to Europe are on a gang rape spree, and no Persian person has ever expressed sympathy. And that rubs me the wrong way, and I'm done speaking.
Yeah, I personally just don't want to. By the way, I ended the room if anybody wants to know. Like, BB was being a fucking retard and wanted to, on behalf of his tribe, like mute people, or not mute people, but kick them and
whatnot. But no, here's what somebody like me sees as a problem.
By the way,
so you get an ethnic group of people that move here, okay, and then they form communities. Okay, that's always kind of happened. Fine, we're all human. But then they want to put their interests, they're the most important. They want to, and of course, maybe it's their home country, maybe it's a newly created country like Israel, and they want to make that country like the center of their focus. And it's just like, well, okay. The one thing about, like, I would say people that aren't Jewish is that we might have somewhat of an affinity to whatever our homeland was, the first generation or so. But after that, we're American. I mean, WASPs that were, genetically 100% similar to those in the UK, they literally fought. They fought the British off. They won the War of Independence. That's why any of us are here now. And we just don't need this fucking shit. I mean, I don't need fucking. I don't want, ethnic groups that, such as Jews or Persians, like fighting their wars on our behalf. Like, I think it's a perfectly fucking reasonable stance. There obviously, you have two groups that are biased, and I'm looking at it, well, like, okay, like, I feel for the Persian people. I think the IRGC is horrible. Obviously, they fund a lot of terrorism. They're just shitty people. I mean, if you could wave a wand to get rid of them, I'd do it. It's just like, it's like, okay, how much disruption are we going to cause? What are we prepared to lose? And is that all it is? It's like you can have like really loudmouthed, wealthy donors that cause us to go to war. On the behalf of certain
groups. Why don't you and I engage? I think you've been going on for a long time. So are you prepared to engage on this topic?
Yeah.
Okay, so I respect everything that you're saying, but my question for you is, it has nothing to do with America. When you read about horrific crimes against white people in Europe, do you personally identify with the white people in Europe that are victims, or are you saying they're in Europe, I don't care?
And I do identify with them, sure.
Okay, so I want you to open your mind. Just open your mind. Imagine that, as you know more than anyone on this app, you know that migrants are gang raping white Christian girls all over Europe. I posted many links proving it. Okay. You feel some emotional connection to the white Christian girls being gang raped in Europe. Now, I would posit to you that if there was a really easy, inexpensive way for the U.S. to intervene militarily in Europe with no dead Americans and rescue the girls of Europe from being raped, I think you would consider it. Even though you are America first, you have some residual love and affection for the victims in Europe. And I just want you to look within your heart. I'm done speaking.
Well, I would say it's somewhat obvious. Yes, I do. Now, the question is that we are a group of people that have we come from a specific stock, and this is where I think homogeneity it kind of is. It's a big deal. We are people that, okay, primarily Christian, primarily from Western Europe, some Southern Europe, and Eastern Europe. But for the most part, we're far more similar than unlike. And yes, I think we have an affinity towards European Christians for sure. And do I understand that if I was an Iranian and I was having to experience, I was living through what they're living through today, especially if I was somebody like first generation, I would feel very strongly about it. And I would likely want to have, my new country, the United States, I would want for their military to overthrow the IRGC. Like it's completely logical. And I would say if if I was a Jew or a Christian Zionist, when I say Christian Zionist, I mean people who they believe for religious reasons they have to support Israel. I can completely understand why they do what they do. But the Christian Zionists aside, I don't really welcome the. To me, it's kind of like I don't want to. You take in a lot of problems when you take in a lot of people from other parts of the world, and that's because they are tribal. They do want you to settle, old country scores, and which I really don't. Again, I don't think that should be our primary focus.
Well, that's perfectly reasonable. You love America. You're America first, and I respect that. I would put forth the possibility that in the case of this war with Iran, the best interests of the Iranian people are 100% consistent with the best interests of America. It's a happy coincidence, and that coincidence happens often. I would point out, Pepe, that I'll make this very simple. America wouldn't exist if the citizens of France didn't help America get independence. The truth of America, which people don't acknowledge, is we were not strong enough to win our own freedom. We would have continued as part of the UK. And the people of France generously paid a shitload of money in terms of taxes to set America free. I would put forth for you to consider, I don't want a yes or no, but think about it for a week. Maybe this is an analogous situation. Maybe the same way France gifted America money to become independent, maybe America is gifting the people of Persia the money to become independent, respectfully.
I mean, anything's possible. I don't know.
Well, you know what this does show us? Clavicular.
Of Iran.
You know what this does show us is that we do not have sound monetary policy in this country because we're $40 trillion in debt, $100 trillion in unfunded debt, and the Treasury just said that we're insolvent. But apparently we've got money to fund every fucking war on the planet.
This does show us is that...
Well, I'm much more optimistic about the future of America than you are, Megatron. This may not be the room for it, but I'm happy to debate anyone about the optimism for a bright future for America despite the deficits, respectfully.
No, I'm optimistic too, but I mean, if you really look at the numbers, technically we should shut everything down except for non-essentials. But, if we do that, that's like committing, the ultimate sin, maybe.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. The reason why I think the deficits are very manageable is, first of all, I work in AI, and you could easily Google this. AI and robotics are very quickly going to double the GDP, the real GDP of the U.S., the real production, which will make this very manageable. The second thing that's wonderful is every single high IQ country in the world has a rapidly shrinking population. In every high IQ country in the world, women just refuse to have kids. America is the only exception. We have a growing population. Not only do we have a growing population of smart people here in America, but literally the smartest people in the world pretty much all want to emigrate here, right? Like, you go to Japan, the smartest people want to come here. You go to Korea, the smart people want to come here. Like, every place you go, super smart people. So all we need is an intelligent immigration policy, and America can easily steal, and I use that term carefully, we could steal the 100 million smartest young people and get them to come to America. So I think America is strong and growing and wonderful as it is, but we have the potential to steal the smartest people from around the world and get even better. That's why I'm more optimistic than other people on Clubhouse.
Well, that's not why I'm optimistic or why I have joy, but, recently a Google employee in San Francisco, a Chinese emigre or a Chinese dual or Chinese American citizen, he was arrested for transferring, proprietary corporate AI software and coding. So to think that we can poach versus just offshore, I don't see the difference anymore. When we can just hire in India, what's the difference?
I really respect you, but as a person in business, it's will grant, I feel very comfortable with, I have a lot of conversations with leftists, and I treat them respectfully, and woke people and progressives, I treat them with respect. They have something to say, but I also have polite conversations with people I would call immigration restrictionists, and you may be friends with some people that are, quote, immigration restrictionists. I would say, let me grant you that if you accept immigrants from the People's Republic of China, you run the risk that some of them are spies. Let's take that. I don't even want to debate that. What I'm saying is, there's more than 30 million super smart people in Japan that want to move here. Now, you have to admit there's no documented case in 20 years of a Japanese immigrant not being loyal to America. So if your worry is loyalty and spies, the answer is find immigrants that you're not worried about a conflict of interest, not close the door to all immigrants, respectfully.
Well, I'm running for mayor in Chicago as a libertarian, and it's only a very small percentage of people, whether you're on the left or the right, that can actually act as a bridge to have successful communication, or what you would call bipartisanship. And I don't actually like that. I don't want to do that kind of work. But unfortunately, I think if you want to lead, you have to try to lead as many people as possible. And that's the point. So I'm trying to basically...
Let me ask you a question about some libertarian insight. It's very rare that I meet libertarians here on Clubhouse. It's a real treat for me. So are you a member of the Mises Caucus? Are you in favor of the Mises Caucus or against it? And keep it simple, please, because I'm a simple guy.
I'll just say I'm not a member. I'm not against it. I'm not for it. I know what it is, but I worked on the Ron Paul campaign, and I would call myself a libertarian primarily, but I would say I'm also like a Republican capitalist in other ways when the time is right, for strategy's sake or common sense sake. But, I'm just merely trying to, I don't think a lot of these politicians do any work. I think they just, I think they're actually just communicators, because all they do is create videos and pictures on Instagram, and their vote.
I respect that very much, but you can't make a broad screed. You have to focus on one narrow issue at a time, respectfully.
Sure. I'm running on cutting property taxes 10%. I call it the 10-10-10 plan. Cut property taxes by 10% in 2027 and hire 10,000 police officers and fire over 3 years. Ultimately, reduce property taxes by 25% over 3 years. The teachers union has a stranglehold over our property taxes. It's a totally failed organization. Everybody knows it. They fail their audits. They don't provide any accounting. They're spending $20 million in Vegas partying. There's no accountability, no transparency, and people send their children to these teachers to learn what? I mean, if 80% of it is all just politics and 20% is science and math, what a waste of time. They're just acting as babysitters. So anyways, I'm running on specific topics. We're highly taxed here in Chicago. We got a City of Chicago sticker tax. We got a water tax, sewer tax, a garbage tax. We have a plastic bag tax. We have a 12% sales tax. We are taxed to the death. You can't stop working, and you can't retire, because the property taxes will ultimately force you out of your home, or they'll sell it out from under you if you don't pay the property taxes, and they'll auction it off, and you'll lose your home in a year and you'll be evicted. So we have no real liberty because we have no real God anymore, in my opinion. I think, the big paradox is liberty and God, God and liberty. And because we live in such an atheist, society today, we tax each other mercilessly. And it's so hypocritical, and it's so disgusting that some people go bust because the system is... Anyways, go ahead, Clavicular.
Okay, so I hope you recognize I listened to you very patiently. I did not interrupt you. Everything you say makes sense, and the current occupant of the mayor's mansion in Chicago, I think, is the least popular mayor in the history of the city. So you don't have to say anything to persuade the people in this room that he deserves to be replaced. But I want to take this in a different direction. I've attended a lot of ultra leftist gatherings, And I've also attended some libertarian gatherings. I kind of enjoy being a polymath. And one thing I've noticed, every single libertarian gathering I've ever been to in America, there's no diversity. It's all white people. Why do you think it is that the Libertarian Party has failed to attract people that are not white? And by the way, I'm not saying your views are not valid because it doesn't attract non-white people. I'm not criticizing, but I'm just curious, why do you think every libertarian event I've ever gone to is all white?
Well, I listened to you very closely. I didn't interrupt you, and I hope, that you'll allow me the time to speak. You love to always constantly say, I will be very, not discreet. What do you say? Anyways, clavicular, the point is, it's historical, my man. Obviously, today I was thinking about like how the Republicans and the Democrats, like that historical point and to where we are today and how it plays into the Civil War, but also migration of population. But really, it's comes down to economic philosophy. I don't care about the political friction or the political difference. I'm more interested in saying, how do we run a business successfully? That means a net profit. What's our cost of goods? So again, the reason why they're Democrats, I mean, I don't want to just give you the low hanging fruit and say because they're getting free shit and why punch the hand that's giving you the free shit. So it's more than that. It's really just a question of awareness and economic philosophy. If you know how to grow an economy or how to grow a business in a city or how to grow the GDP of a city or of a country, now we're talking, because we can't inflate our way out of this. We can't borrow to spend our way out of this. We have to grow out of this. It's the only way. And that means opening up business, not restricting it, not doing head counts. We want international businesses to pour into this country and give job opportunities to our fellow citizens. So we have to grow this country in the same way that we would grow a pizza shop, one slice at a time.
So I respect and admire what you're saying, but I've already moved many of the businesses that I invest in out of places like Chicago. I don't have the balls that you have. I don't have the courage you have. I don't have the strength that you have to actually fight to redeem Chicago. I've moved my businesses to places that are low tax and business friendly. My favorite is actually Nashville. I would urge you to look into Nashville. So let me ask you a personal question, right? Considering that you have so many enemies in Chicago, the odds are stacked so far against you. Why fight in Chicago? Why not move to a place that's already libertarian like Nashville or like New Hampshire?
Well, I just got out of a congressional race. I was removed from the ballot and I lost as a write-in candidate. So to transition to the mayoral campaign is very seamless. To change all my platforms, all my marketing, did it in a day. So, but it's really, the goal is joy and the experience is joy. It's a lot of fun being in politics. If I can say the best things about it is you meet beautiful women. And guess what happens when I meet beautiful women? I try to, have a beautiful night with them. So I'm just saying there's joy in the experience and there's joy in the goal.
Well, there's nothing wrong with anything you said. One other observation I can make about every single Libertarian Party convention I've ever been to is the male-female ratio is like 90 to 10. So if you are heterosexual and you're interested in spending time with young women, I would again question your choice of political party. If you want to be around young women, you should have joined the Green Party or the Communist Party, because those are filled with women. The Libertarian Party is almost all a sausage fest. And I say that with respect.
So I haven't actually filed with the Chicago Election Board yet, but people that I'm talking to, they keep just telling me, file as a Democrat, do not run as a libertarian. Nobody votes for a libertarian. Nobody knows anything about them. They don't care about them. And statistically, they're right. So I'm thinking, you know what? Maybe I will run as a Democrat, but I will point out throughout the campaign, why I chose to run as a Democrat. And if I'm labeled a fake Democrat, well, so be it. I keep calling all these Democrat candidates fake Democrats.
Well, I respect and admire people that are flexible. People like that are rare on Clubhouse. I think most of the really intellectual, flexible, thoughtful people left Clubhouse 3 years ago. So I appreciate what you're saying. But let me drill down to your criticism of the Chicago Teachers Union is very trenchant. But overall, are you personally in favor of the school voucher system that's been implemented in Florida? And if not, make it simple. Don't be so wordy. Make it simple. What is your solution if it's not vouchers?
Well, the solution is sitting in our library. I read books every day on this app. Nobody comes to my rooms to listen to me read a book. They want their dopamine and they want it now. And people are begging for the mic. It's the same thing in the classroom. Children want attention. And, you know, we have a bunch of socialist, communist, left-wing teachers. I don't think I really have a solution because nobody would want my solution, which is like a military solution. You know, similar to the way that Japan runs their education system. We don't have janitors in our schools anymore. Boom, just saved $60 million there because now the kids are cleaning the classroom every day at 2:30 p.m., 2:45 p.m. They're sweeping, mopping, resetting. So there's a lot of solutions. It's always personal responsibility. That's the ultimate solution to our problem. We can't keep just, you know, outsourcing and hiring solutions. We are the solution, but $1 trillion a year, we collect over $1 trillion a year in property taxes across this country, spend $200 million with the Department of Education for what? Clubhouse could be the new, you know, educational platform of the future, but we refuse to cut costs. We refuse to cut administrative and facility expenses and pension expenses. Here in Chicago, we owe $150 billion on the pensions. $150 billion. Our annual city budget's only $15 billion. How the fuck are we can't pay that off, and we just keep borrowing and spending to fund all these to fund all these special programs and projects.
I have a personal question for you. Are you a Cubs fan or a Sox fan?
I'm a Cubs fan in the summertime, you know, on a Friday, Saturday. And I'm a Sox fan if somebody invites me and wants me to tailgate with them. But I'm not going to Comiskey, you know, unless I get invited to a VIP tailgate. Because there's...
I think, take some advice. If you want to be elected, you really have to not answer that question. Because if you express loyalty to one team more than the other, you're going to lose a lot of votes, respectfully.
I know it's a trick gotcha question, but the city is in a financial crisis and property taxes have gone up 20%, 30%, 40%. For some people, they've gone up 150%. Imagine paying $8,000 and now you're being asked to pay $17,500 and you're, you know, a senior and you're collecting the rent. And now you're like, well, fuck, now I'm losing money. Can't even afford to rent the fucking property out.
People that are, I certainly agree with you. The vast majority of my friends who are economically successful have already left Illinois for other places. That's why I think you're like, there's this mythology of the lost cause. I think you're fighting a lost cause. I think the voters of Chicago are so silly they will continue voting for the free spending idiots they voted for. And I think the only solution for Chicago, from my perspective, is bankruptcy, right? The Illinois government has set out a path for Chicago to declare bankruptcy. And in bankruptcy, all of the pension obligations can be renounced. So if you're not an expert in the bankruptcy process, I would urge you to become an expert.
Yeah, I've got a lot of experience with debt resolution, debt negotiation. And, you know, the city isn't necessarily going to go bankrupt, but the pensioners are going to have to take 40 cents on the dollar because no way you can pay off $150 billion. And it's all just day to day, month to month. But again, we can grow out of this problem. If we cut the corporate, you know, income tax, if we cut, you know, all these ridiculous policies we have in the city. There's a lot of developers here, though, that make a lot of money. The taxpayers offer TIF, which is a special fund, $300 million a year we kick up. So there's great opportunity in Chicago, and there's a lot of land to build on. And the city can become more robust, but we've got to lower property taxes to incentivize people to come here. It's the greatest city in the Midwest. Our lake is pristine. It's, you know, we have an incredible...
You're forgetting the best thing about Chicago, which is the Riverwalk.
Yeah, it's premier. There's fantastic restaurants, but crime is a major problem. Major problem.
What's your favorite place for blues in Chicago? I'm just seeing if we like the same places.
Kingston Mines and Lincoln Park.
Okay, A+.
Yeah, the place is a legend.
the thing I really like about Kingston Mines is they have those giant signs outside saying, if you are an off-duty cop, you can attend for free. Do you see those signs? And so they always make sure to have a bunch of off-duty cops that are strapped in there, and that keeps the criminals away. I love going to Kingston Mines every time I'm in Chicago.
Yeah, the legend there, what's his name, Buddy Guy, the guitarist. He was just featured, I think, in the Grammys. And you can see him there, you know. That place is really special. But anyways, this is my third time running for office now. And a lot of the fun, I know I'm not going to win. But when you have your name officially, in the ledger and you're basically in the public domain now, it gives you the ability to speak publicly and to just, to me, I don't even want to talk politics. I just actually want to just do financial analysis and explain the situation and offer some solutions on how we could grow out of this. Because our current mayor loves to sit there and shout, in 1996, 600 African Americans died because of white people, because of the racism in this city from a heat wave. 600 black people. And I'm like thinking to myself, this fucking guy, he's just a ruthless, shameless gaslighter. He doesn't care about even taking care of the city. He just wants to make, political hate speech content to get his dopamine up and to build his following, because all these politicians have,
Yeah, I've got a lot of
respectfully, isn't that an indictment of the voters of Chicago? Shouldn't I have scorn for the voters of Chicago?
No, I don't even believe.
You can tell from my accent. I did not grow up in Chicago. So
I don't believe people even vote. I don't believe people even vote in this city. I think we have automated voting. If you look at the numbers on the South Side, in the elections, I think there's just so much suspicion of the Chicago Election Commission, the Illinois State Board of Election, in terms of automated voting, that no matter who it is, we've got voter fraud, I think, in this city, big time, and it's just total.
So let's imagine. Let's have a respectful competition. Let's assume that you lose. How many losses will it take for you to throw in the towel on Chicago and move to another city?
This is it for me. Like, after this election, if I lose, which I'm sure I will, I'm going to be relocating to Miami. I'm done with Chicago.
Okay, so which neighborhood in Miami is your favorite? Now we're getting somewhere. See, I for work, I travel all over America. I visited
Brickell.
Enormous places. So I love hearing from people. I get to know people's personality by finding out what neighborhood they want to move to. So tell me your Miami neighborhood.
Yeah, Brickell.
Yeah, I respect that very much. As long as you don't enjoy going to the beach, Brickell is a great place to live. But if you enjoy going to the beach, man, it is a long drive to the beach.
Why? Can't you just go to South Beach in 15 minutes?
I don't know. Maybe you're luckier than I am. It takes me longer than that.
Oh, yeah. I've never lived there. I've only been there for like a week at a time in South Beach, but I like it. And Palantir moved there.
All I would say, let me give you some humble advice, which is before you buy, you should rent for a year.
Yeah.
Because my friends who live in Brickell, they never ever make it to the beach. So all I'm trying to say is, if you're a beach person, I think you want to live on Miami Beach Island. If you discover you don't like the beach, then I think you want to live in Brickell. Or I mean, for me, I actually really like the vibe in Wynwood, because Wynwood has all the graffiti artists. Wynwood's a little grittier, but I think Miami's got a lot of fun places, and all of America is moving there, right? All of America is abandoning the high tax places for Miami.
Yeah. I know South Beach pretty well. My dad lives in Boynton. I'd like to maybe go to Fort Lauderdale. I don't know, but I guess it just depends on where I can end up landing a gig. I want to apply to Palantir and to Citadel. Citadel left Chicago. Goodbye. So I don't know, but this campaign should be a lot of fun, because it's all campaigning in the summer. It's petition gathering in the summer. I live in Chicago, so I can literally generate hundreds of signatures a day myself. 2 blocks away at the train station. I need 15,000 signatures to get on the ballot. It's a lot of signatures.
I don't want to dox you in any way, but assuming money was not an issue for you, what is the one Chicago micro neighborhood you would live in?
I'd probably live in Gold Coast. That's my favorite part of the city, I think.
Yeah, I like Gold Coast. Gold Coast, I think it's good for older people. The really young people I know in Chicago want to live in Wrigleyville, but I think if you're at middle age or older, Gold Coast is the best place to live.
People will say River North, and a lot of people say Lincoln Park, but Lincoln Park and Gold Coast are basically the same thing. And then River North is, specifically downtown, but I don't know. To me, the Gold Coast is the best. You get the best restaurants, and then across the street, you got the beach. You got Oak Street Beach right there. So to me, Gold Coast, and you can buy an amazing studio or a 1-bedroom for 120 to 150 to 180,000. Your assessments and your property taxes. Now you're paying like $1,200 a month.
About a neighborhood that I really love. I don't know how much. I think when I'm in Chicago on business, I enjoy myself most in the West Loop. Right,
Yeah.
Right in the neighborhood around the Soho House, around the McDonald's headquarters. The vibe there feels newer. It feels like there's a lot of East Coast transplants there. So I like the vibe right there in the West Loop, but you haven't mentioned it. I wonder why you don't love the West Loop as much as I do, respectfully.
Yeah, it's top notch. I mean, but I worked at the Google office on Morgan Street, and damn, it is so urban. And when I mean urban, when you're there, you're like, damn, did the whole South Side decide to come here on Friday, Saturday? Like, it's so black, which is not a problem for me, but there's times where you're just like, damn, like black people absolutely love going out on a Friday, Saturday. They fucking love it. They live for that shit. I don't know why black people love having such a good time, but they do. God bless them. But West Loop is nice. It's a city within a city now. There is a Jerry Garcia bar restaurant, top-notch 5-star, that does Grateful Dead cover bands and all these bands. It's like a venue now. It's huge. And you have to buy a ticket.
I'm a huge fan of the Dead. I'm marking that on my map right now for the next time I'm there.
Yeah.
That's great.
My sister's a big fan. She was like, dude, if I lived in Chicago, I would work there. And it looks really dope. You got to look it up. Top-notch looking place.
When the Lollapalooza Music Festival's in town, do you ever go to that?
Yeah. Oh, but I'm done doing that. I can't handle it. It's just too many people. It's too obnoxious. To wait in line to get in is horrendous. But yeah, what's cool about that is the after parties. There's like special lineups and venues that coordinate their, dates, performances, etc. It's a very special time in Chicago. But I would never do the whole thing again. It's too much for me. I think I'm done skiing. I would do it. I had a friend that had a condo down there. Everything is, ease of life, geographic proximity.
I do the opposite when I usually stay an extra 2 days after I finish my work, and I rent a car and I see all the attractions in the suburbs as well.
Yeah, our botanic gardens here is spectacular in Highland Park area. That's really special, tip top.
I don't know if you've been. A place I really love is the Fermi Labs. The Fermi Labs are very cool. Kentucky is very cool. The Leaning Tower of Niles.
I think they removed that thing. I think they took that down, actually. The Leaning Tower.
I'm going to have to check on that. I'm probably embarrassing myself because I've been recommending to people to see the Leaning Tower of Niles. Probably drive over there and it's not there, so thank you for the tip.
That's gone. Yeah, they're building, I think, homes, doing huge development from that former YMCA. Chicago and the whole contiguous or metropolitan area is really what makes Chicago spectacular. Like, I grew up in Lincolnwood, dated a girl for a lot of years in Glenview. My dad lived in Highland Park. My dad was a Chicago cop. So it's like I like the suburbs, but in the city, you get nickel and dimed, and they're just the dumbest fucking liberal socialist communists. A girl here got murdered by a Venezuelan migrant a couple of days ago, and the alderman says, oh, we think she startled him. She shouldn't have startled him. Shouldn't have startled the guy that murdered her. It's fucking people.
That's not unique to Chicago. You have, I mean, most of the people near me in real life are leftists. So because they're leftists, they love criminals more than law-abiding people. You know, and so having people in Chicago who love criminals and want to let all the violent criminals go free, that's not unique. Most of the people around me feel the same way. It's called altruism or empathy for criminals. Sartre, I'll post some links, but Sartre described that.
Well, please let me respond. I will be succinct. We have Tony Preckwinkle, the Cook County Board president, who lets prisoners out early because she says prison is destructive to their lives and an expensive burden on society. So we're going to re-release the prisoner, the criminal, back into society on an ankle monitor, and we'll know exactly where that person commits their next crime. But it's just so crazy. Like the girl that got lit on fire on the train, or the girl that got her throat, sliced. It's like, if you don't follow the news and know that, your life is in danger in public all the time. And I'm, constantly filming on the trains, the homeless people that sleep on the trains. It's an extreme danger. And so many people rely on the trains to get to work. That the fact that the police can't police the trains and remove the vagrants and enforce, vagrancy laws and get the homeless out of the trains, it's like, what are we paying all these policemen for if they can't even, help society in the most basic way, which is, I got a job to get to, and nobody wants to go near this guy because he's covered in bed bugs and sleeping in a pile of diarrhea. Like,
yeah, I respect what you're saying. If you get a chance, when you're traveling, take the trains in DC. You'll be astounded how they've totally cleaned the trains in DC. It's actually a real pleasure taking the subway all over DC since they got a great MTA director there. And so I think that's really inspirational for all of America, because it proves that we can have clean, safe public transit with a little spine.
It's just wild. You come to a world-class city, you get on the train to go downtown to your hotel, and you can't get a seat because, there's homeless people sleeping in the train. No enforcement, no removal, let alone someone has to clean that fucking train. And so when they diarrhea and shit all over the place, and piss all over the place, they're destroying public property. I mean, I honestly think that we need some type of like Supermax prison to basically clean up the streets of the homeless encampments and say to them, hey, we will give you an opportunity for housing and food. Would you be willing to come with us? And we will take you to the Supermax facility. Because what are you going to do with a homeless person on a train at 4 a.m? Put them in prison, they get back out, they go right back to the train.
Yeah,
so
obviously on a factual basis, you're right, on a factual basis, but I think you may lack insight into the empathetic mind of our leftist friends. In other words, the leftists they're not evil, they just have a different moral compass than you do. You understand what I'm saying? They have their own moral compass, it's just different than yours.
Yeah, I mean, the tough thing is, it's like, have you ever been to a boot camp? Like when I was a kid, our high school sent us to a juvenile boot camp to see how juvenile offenders, go to boot camp.
Like Scared Straight. I think the term is Scared Straight.
Yeah, but they're actual participants in a military barracks, and they're doing all military protocol, procedure and instruction. So it's like JROTC for young criminal offenders. But anyways, my point is, like, the work to lead people who don't want to be there to begin with, it's like, it's impossible. It's a waste of time. So I just, as a society, like you said, I mean, their morals or virtues are different, but it's just so unfair to everybody in Chicago that wants to live in a clean, happy, healthy, functioning city to allow thousands of people to sleep on the trains and to use them as a toilet. It's so outrageous and so offensive to me as somebody who wants to work, but, can't take the train downtown to get to your job because it's too much of a danger and a hassle. Welcome, Kaka Shiratsi U. Is there something you'd like to say, Kaku?
for having me.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out your vibe. What is obvious is you were talking about something other than the topic.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So do you want to talk?
Maybe we should. Maybe mayoral candidate. Would you mind if I change the title of the room?
Go for it.
Okay. Thank you.
I gotta find another room. Let's just stay here. Let's just talk about everything.
Jane,
Kaku, could you tell me where you're coming from, please? Like, just make it succinct. I want to hear anything on your mind, but make it succinct, please.
I am of Iranian origin. So let's.
Oh, great. Where do you live now? Don't dox yourself, but just tell me approximately where you live.
I am not living in Iran.
You're not in Iran. No, but I want to know like what country you're in now, if you don't mind. If you don't want to say so, it's okay.
I'm a proud American.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm very happy to hear that. So a lot of the people I socialize with are Persian Americans, and they're very worried about their families. But let me be very succinct. I'll tell you my plan to solve all the problems in Iran. Are you willing to listen to me for a second? Okay.
Are you asking everyone or just?
I'm only asking Kaku right now.
I'm willing. Just
okay. Thank you, Jane. I
absolutely. So am I. Sorry, my mic.
Well, I've known Jane for 5 years on this app, so you'll forgive me if I love her a little more than I love you. But okay. So let me be very brief. I believe that if you look at the history of Nazi Germany, there was the SS and there was the Wehrmacht. And the SS were the really evil people, and the Wehrmacht were just German patriots mostly. Okay, why am I saying that? I think that's the same thing in Iran. I think the members of the IRGC are irredeemably evil, and the members of the Republican Guard are irredeemably evil. And I would like to see every single member of the IRGC and the Republican Guard killed. The same way I wanted to see all members of the SS killed. However, and this is a big however, I think the Iranian military is redeemable. I think they're patriotic. And so my simple plan is for the United States, we have very smart intelligence people, and they are, I believe they are today, in negotiations with each of the generals in the regular Iranian military. And what they are offering the Iranian generals is they're saying, you have the chance to be the greatest Persian hero since Cyrus. You can rescue your people the same way the great Cyrus did. All you have to do is form an alliance with the U.S., kill every member of the Republican Guard, and you, Mr. General, you will be the new temporary dictator of the country. Not only will America provide unlimited air support to you, but we'll give you a couple $100 million personally. We'll give you a mansion in Aspen and a mansion in the Hamptons. And we will get every one of your children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren into Harvard. And I believe the combination of $100 million and the mansions and the air support and the Harvard admission, I think America can persuade a couple of generals to come over to our side. They will do the dirty work of killing the IRGC. They will do the dirty work of killing the Republican Guard. And Iran will have a new reasonable government, and not one single American will die. In fact, no Iranian civilians need to die. No Americans need to die. That's my plan. I'm going on mute. I want to hear your ruthless criticism of my plan as a person.
It could be very ruthless. So, do you want me to criticize it from an American perspective?
I have people that praise me in real life. I come to Clubhouse to be criticized, so go ahead.
Yeah, and thank you for presuming that I do not have, and the rest of the people don't have, others that praise them in real life. So that is very humble of you. But so do you want me to criticize it from my American perspective?
No, criticize it. Persian. You're a Persian patriot. Start from the Persian perspective. Criticize it first.
So Persian perspective. So I think that nothing good is going to come from a foreign invasion, because it inherently contradicts the sovereign concept of an independence of any nation. So I think that is a very flawed concept. Do I think that your proposition of buying some people, and by the way, Aspen, not a good choice because Iranians are not into skis. So I get what you're doing, but probably somewhere in California would have been a better option. So I think it is possible that you can buy people, but right now there's not much left because everybody has been eliminated. So from an Iranian perspective, I don't think it's going to end up well for Iran because you just explained that you're going to install a corrupt person who's willing to take money from an external superpower. So it's not good for Iran at the end of the day. It was not good for Iran before, but this has the potential of being worse. Want me to go? You're fine.
Please continue with more criticism, please. And then I invite everyone.
I just don't want to hurt your feelings.
No.
He don't have feelings. He's okay. We're good. We're American.
I come to the clubhouse. I come to clubhouse every day so that.
But I fear you're holding this up and articulating, and you're going to unleash at the end.
I'm not going to unleash. The people in this room have known that for years. Not unleash. You're doing me a favor. So continue.
So from the American perspective, is that I don't think this was our war. I'm the most certain about that. I think President Trump is basically worried about, should be better be worried about midterm elections because the district in, the county in Mar-a-Lago just flipped this morning. So what we are on the verge of is another 2 years of an impeachment circus at a minimum. So I think that got to be lingering on the back of his mind. I also do know that taking care of the IRGC would not be possible without massive ground troop deployment. And by massive, I'm talking about 250,000 or so, because anything less is running a risk of getting overwhelmed by the enemy kind of troops that have the ground kind of and the air supremacy is less kind of going to help me when I have people exposed the ground troops. I think the Strait of Hormuz remains to be a big leverage that my enemy could use against me, because it's going to be, even though President Trump tried to manipulate the stock market by saying that I received gifts and stuff, so that kind of lifts the pressure from the stock market. But and also I do know if anything sinks in, God forbid, any tanker sinks in the Strait of Hormuz, it's going to take a month to clean that up. So we'll be talking about months and months of disruption. So all of that is also make me think not being in favor of
property taxes have gone up in the last decade.
Well, thank you for that perspective.
That's how many extra dollars the average family paid in property taxes. I became mayor, property taxes were climbing. I promised to bring relief, and we did. We cut the rate 15%, saving the average. I'm Mayor John Kitover, and I got good news.
If you were made president, how would you probably have run problems? Anyway.
Families are getting squeezed. Property taxes have been climbing like a cat on a curtain. As your mayor, property taxes are crushing families in our town. I'm Mayor John, and taxes have gone up.
Dramatic, brutal, probably is required. I don't think that there's any, how we used to do things.
Do you think that the analogy of the SS versus the Wehrmacht is accurate for Iran, or do you think it's a stretch to make that analogy?
I don't know enough, but I trust what you're saying, and I get the reference. I think there's always, I come at everything, I think you may know, from organizational lens, big ones. So hold on, I'll just say my last word. If we just pretend these are huge organizational problems, then there's just one guiding principle that I tend to rely on. You can't just keep patching shit up that's broken. Do something more dramatic. Do it quickly. See what happens and go from there. So I'm with you on something very, even psychotic. I guess that's not exactly a nice thing to say because you've thought about it way more than me, but nothing that seems, kind of same old.
I'm surprised in you, Jane. Surprised. In what way are you
surprised?
Well,
John?
first of all, I've spent a lot of time studying Taoism and Hinduism, and I think if we want real new solutions, we have to basically change the way we're doing business and look at our problems through the lens of India or China with their philosophy of the Tao or the Bhagavad Gita. Either way, it's transcendent. No more racial identity politic. Now we need transcendent politic. But, America is a business, and Israel and other special interests and lobbyists, if you got the money, you can buy the votes. That's the way the system works.
Well, I respect very much what you're saying, but I want to get back to Kako Shira for a moment, only because he's an actual living Persian person, and he knows stuff that I don't. So one of my fears for the future...
But what kind of name is Kako Shira? It sounds like cocky, poopy. Well, this is a strange name. What is the story of your name? It will help me with that.
It is a reference. Okay, all right. So let me kind of... you use the pejorative description of my name. I did not appreciate that, Jane.
I take it back. I'm taking it back.
Okay. So everybody on this platform has some sort of bogus, even you, I do not know if this photo is photo of you or Jane is your name or not. And yet you have the audacity to ask me what my name means or where it comes from. So that speaks to your kind of personality, because...
Well, it speaks to my... Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so I have only one rule on my stages, which is I'm never able to get a lot of women to join my stages. Maybe it's me or something. So I have an ironclad rule that I don't allow men to insult women. Now, it's not symmetrical. I invite the women on my stages to insult the men, but I don't allow the men to insult the women because that's just my rules when I'm a moderator. The other thing is women are allowed to cut off the men, but men cannot cut off the women on my stages. Now, if people don't like those rules, they don't have to be in my rooms, but that's what I find works best. Now,
you know what's so funny? Those rules, highly effective at creating the quote-unquote meritocracy in organizations. You should put your thumb on the scale a little bit on the shit that you know is wrong. So I respect that. Thank you. Okay. But I didn't mean to offend him.
No, it's okay. I'm sure we will get him and other Persian people on the stage soon. Jane, as you've known for many years, I live in a community where everyone around me is extremely, extremely leftist and woke and DEI and, at an extreme that would horrify you to see. I'm sure the people you socialize with consider themselves to be progressive, but trust me, the people around me they're
just Democrats. We like money.
Yeah. So I have these wacky people around me. So it's really refreshing to talk to people who are not tribal, right? Because tribalism causes people to shut off their brains and not think. And I really like being on stages where people are not tribal. They just want to solve a problem together. So, for example, I assume everyone in this room wants the IRGC to disappear. And everyone wants Iran to be peaceful afterwards. And so there's, to the best of my knowledge, what's wonderful about the whole Iran issue is we don't have anyone on stage who wants the IRGC to survive, right? We can argue with each other, but we're all arguing towards the same goal. We're arguing what is the way to kill off the IRGC and have someone else run the country. And with that, I will invite anyone who shares my goal of getting rid of the IRGC, I'd welcome them on, including Kaku. Welcome to the stage, Kaku. The mic is all yours. Be respectful.
Okay, I'm going to be respectful. So I'm going to give you some kind of feedback, if I may, that when you say my stage, my stage, that also speaks that you're taking this too much seriously, that you're controlling this. There's no value if we are not all talking about different perspective and opposite views. If you guys sit here and talk to yourselves on things that you agree or whatnot, and you're not willing to listen to somebody who's respectfully kind of challenging your points of view, there's no point. Okay, so you ridiculed my name that I have chosen, that you.
Okay, let's try this again.
Oh, no. I have one quick.
I know, Jane. Let me say something briefly. Kaku, I'm asking you to
move off Jane, please.
Okay, I'm asking you to move off Jane, move off the name. Pretend that we praise your name. In fact, let me officially say you have the most beautiful name. If I was a gay man, your name would get me aroused. Okay, that's how wonderful your name is. Not only do you have a wonderful name, you have a wonderful PTR. In fact, I love your PTR so much, I'm going to copy it right now. I'm going to change my PTR to be similar to yours because you're so wonderful. So now that you understand how much we love you and respect you, stop insulting people and say your political views. Please, 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 please.
Okay.
It's all yours. No one will interrupt you, Kaku.
I'm not sure what PTR means, so so I don't know what that means, and I'm not the one who insulted anybody's name in the first place. Now, going to the political views, yes, I think the getting rid of the IRGC is a good thing. I think we agree on that. So that is not the that is not what we are talking about. But the way it's going, first of all, there's a good chance that is not going to happen. So actually, as far as I can tell, as I can see, you can carpet bomb, you can level every city and every town, but unless you deploy, like I said, 250,000 ground troops, they will remain. So you're not going to be able to get rid of them. So the question becomes: is it worth it or not to level and then what do you think? How do you think they're going to take their revenge? They're going to take their revenge on the innocent people who are just there, and they're going to start killing them because there's going to be uprisings, and they have their machine guns on the back of pickup trucks ready to go. So that much we know. Okay, so this whole argument that if I'm not in favor of carpet bombing Iran, it's because I'm supportive of IRGC. It's a fallacy of your making, because you're trying to see it very black and white. It is not black and white. Nothing in life is in black and white. So it's very convoluted, so very complex. So, and also more importantly, there's no way that a foreign country can kind of intervene and create a democracy out of a Middle Eastern country. In fact, it is like utterly laughable that even that argument today is being put forward. It just speaks to the ignorance and arrogance and and lack of awareness of how the real world, especially Middle East, works, is just not going to work. And also, I think this whole movement, it seems to be a preparation for what is happening, the inevitable confrontation with China, because you don't want, as an American.
I'm going to respond to you. I thank you for your contribution, but you lack the ability to be succinct. You're brilliant, but you lack succinctness. So work on that. Now, I'm going to address China specifically. I am alone on Clubhouse for being super optimistic about America, and I think this war will result in a new regime that is friendly to America, and I think this war is crucial to America preventing Chinese aggression for the next 50 years. And I'll be very succinct in myself in explaining why, right? What China needs is oil. China produces none of its own oil. And with the success of this war, the U.S. will have a stranglehold on 90% of the oil that could potentially go to China. Remember, the U.S. is a huge oil producer. Our ally, Saudi Arabia, is huge. Canada's huge. Venezuela's huge. Iran is huge. Like, once this war is over, China can't really get oil in opposition to the U.S. And the U.S. will have a boot on the neck of the Chinese. And we will never step on their neck. Let me finish. America will never step on their neck because we're good people. But if they fuck with us, we step on their neck and we destroy their economy. So I believe that even if you're America first, even imagine hypothetically you don't give a shit about the Iranian people, hypothetically. And imagine you don't give a shit about the Israeli people, hypothetically, right? Imagine all you give a shit about is the citizens of America. I would argue this war is necessary and good if you're America first in every way. Now I'm done speaking. I'm happy to hear your criticism.
Okay, so a couple of things. Welcome to Donna. So she can tell you, or she or he, I don't know, can tell you what my name means, just for the record. But what I was saying is that the confrontation with China, I didn't get a chance to finish it. So what I'm saying is that right now, as this war is prolonged war, guess what people in China, their leadership, they're talking about? What they're talking about that, listen, looks like this is going to ultimately come to us. Do we want to wait for it to come to us, or do you want to kind of start getting engaged right now? So that is also another risk. So how do you see that risk? How do you
I'll answer you respectfully and succinctly. I see that risk as zero for a simple reason. I travel to China on business all the time. You know what's the most noticeable thing when you go to China is nobody has more than one son. Nobody has more than one son. So if you ask every single motherfucking family in China, all billion of them, whether they are willing to send their son to go fight in a war with the U.S., they will literally laugh at you. You cannot find one single family willing to sacrifice their son in a war. The other thing about China, and please excuse the background crying, the other thing about China is literally Chairman Xi just purged every single one of his good generals, every competent general, every experienced general, because of his paranoia. Please let me finish. Because of his paranoia, he purged them. So I would say a country where nobody has more than one son, that has no good generals, is not going to fuck with the U.S. I'm done speaking. I'm happy to hear everyone in the room criticize me.
Okay, so first of all, again, you are the one who lost his cool, and you have the power to send me down so that I cannot speak, but you're the one who lost his cool. So yes, I haven't been to China, and I don't know. You're probably correct. I trust you on your statement. But once the fires and war starts, I think that mentality is likely to change. The same thing is about Iran. The same thing, the new generation that for years they've been talking about. it's the same exact story. Once your bombs are dropped on your head, it is a different story. Once you get involved, it changes. The mentality changes, I think. It's not that they're not villains. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't understand what you're saying.
Can I ask him a question?
Dana, why don't you, the mic is all yours, Dana. No one will interrupt you, Dana.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask Mr. Smarty Pants a question. If the war is not the answer to a regime change, if the uprising that caused in killing like thousands of Iranians is not the answer to regime change, how do you want to topple the regime? What is your solution? Is it like you want to go and talk to them very nicely and ask them, please leave so we can take over the country, or what? Abu, I'm asking you.
Oh, I didn't realize you were referring to me as the Smarty Pants. I thought it must be somebody else.
No, because you claim that you know the Middle East and you know everything and blah, blah, blah. So what you said so far is that war is not the answer, uprising the people is not the answer. What is the answer to the regime?
I did not make any claims. I just stated my opinions, and we are here, and everything is being challenged. So I did not make any claims. Nobody.
Yeah, I'm challenging you now.
Sure. So that is a fallacy that you everybody on your point of view tends to make, that what is the solution. So there is a saying that if you want to get out of a small problem, you don't try to get yourself into a bigger problem. As big of
So Dana, I'm going to engage with you on that. There's something going on in this room that I've noticed in many rooms on Clubhouse, that Clubhouse seems to draw a lot of people who love to criticize others and criticize other ideas, but very, very few people who are willing to offer a solution, right? Some philosopher, I can't remember his name, said, it is better to light a single candle than it is to curse the darkness. Maybe someone smarter than me can tell me which philosopher it was. And that's what I see on Clubhouse all the time, is people love to come here and complain and vent, and someone has like a whiteboard and is in brainstorming mode and is genuinely optimistic and earnest, and you have all these naysayers and complainers that just delight in shooting down ideas without offering a solution of their own. And so in my rooms, I try to set a different tone. And I would ask you, Dana, you have the mic. I promise you, no one will interrupt you. I'm going to invite a lot of people onto the stage, but no one will interrupt you. I promise you. Be succinct. Tell us your solution to Iran. And by the way, I'm not expecting it to be perfect. I'm expecting it to be the best thing available given the circumstances.
Thank you.
Quickly, sorry, Dana. Eleanor Roosevelt said it. Clavicular. Eleanor Roosevelt.
Thank you, Jane. I'm going to change my PTR to honor her.
I'm sure you're no fan of hers, but I had to deliver the news.
Okay, so basically you are very, very much right here. I mean, to be honest, I've been dealing with these people for the past few months since the massacre that happened like a couple of months ago in Iran, and before that. There are two groups that has this kind of opinion. One of them are, of course, pro-regime and pro-IRGC, just to criticize the opposition movement and Pahlavi movement. Okay, and then There is another one who are like
full-time creator for around 5 years.
Like far leftists. Like they also do this as well, and they, you know, they tell you like, yeah, this is not the solution. The uprising is not the solution. War is not the solution. That is not the solution. This is not the solution. And when you ask them, okay, so what is your solution? Then they go like, we don't have a solution. But that is, if you don't have a solution, then shut the fuck up, you know, because we have a problem, and we need to solve it. That regime, which was in power for the past 47 years, every day that he stayed in power, the damage that he's done to the country, to the resources, to the life of Iranian people, you cannot imagine. I mean, financially, human rights-wise, and
so what's your reaction to my plan? I'm asking you very succinctly. I'm asking politely. What's your reaction to my plan?
What was your plan? I wasn't here. Sorry.
Oh, okay, I'll be very succinct. My plan is for 0 American troops to ever set foot in Iran. My plan is for the U.S. to use money and bribery to persuade the Iranian military to turn on the IRGC. So my plan is for the intelligence assets to have meetings with each of the generals in the regular Iranian military and offer them the opportunity to ally with the U.S., to have air support from the U.S., and to conquer Iran by defeating and murdering every single member of the IRGC and the Basij and the Republican Guards. And the idea would be this general would say, hey, you know, I'm a patriot. I love my country. And they're bandits. They're mafia. They don't.
You are free, Claire, that clown. You deserve a real man.
I'm going to kill them, and I'm going to put in a new government.
Claire, man.
The government is going to be fair to every racial group and every religious group and every economic group, and we're going to be fair, but in order to have a new free Iran, we have to kill every single member of the Republican Guard. And by the way, I don't want any Iranian civilians. This is not a job for civilians. If you're a civilian, no matter how patriotic you are, hide at home. This is a job for your military. And if you're a civilian and you want to help us, this is not the time. Please hide at home. And the Iranian military, backed by the Air Force of the U.S. and the Air Force of Saudi Arabia, and the Air Force of the UAE. The Iranian military does the job of killing every single member of the IRGC. And the new government run by the Iranian military, it's not going to be perfect. Okay? It's not going to be exactly like America. It's not exactly going to have all the freedoms we have in America. It's not going to be perfect, but it'll be better than the IRGC government. And you know what will happen? Because the nature of the Persian people, I love Persian people, but it is the nature of all Persians in the world to complain about everything all the time. So if America replaces the government of Iran, if America replaces the government of Iran, not with a perfect government, but with a better government. If Iran goes from a D-level government to like a B-minus government, I promise you one thing, Dana, every single Persian person will complain all the time about America. There will be no gratitude at all from most Persians because the new government isn't perfect. But the new government will be much better for the Persian people, much better for the American people, and the world will be a slightly better place because the U.S. spent a fuckload of money replacing a D-level government with a D-minus government. And this war will be remembered fondly because, truthfully, America has the money to do things like this. And this war will be remembered very fondly because it's America first. It served America. It got almost no Americans killed. And history will remember this as one of the smartest wars America ever did. That is my plan. Now I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna let you speak. With no, Kaku, stay quiet. This is for Dina to respond. Only Dina. I'm going on mute.
Okay, that would be ideal. I mean, if that could happen, but the thing is that the problem is that in Iran, the military and IRGC are so mixed together. I mean, it's like the high ranks of the army that they are from IRGC. So it's not like you can, separate them in very easily. That's the problem. And I heard there are a lot of people left army and IRGC during the war. That's why, I don't know if you heard or not, but yesterday in the state TV, they were calling, the high rank IRGC was calling for people to come and voluntarily join the IRGC and besiege. And they even reduced the age from 18 to 12. So now they're asking 12, 13 years old kid to come and join the IRGC and go to the checkpoints and go to the besiege bases and stuff like that. So,
well, thank you, Dana. I would like you to debate with Kaku Shira, but in order to keep the debate civil, I'm going to attend to some duties for the next 10 minutes. So in order to keep the debate civil, I made you a moderator, Dana.
Okay, thanks.
I trust you to, even though you have...
Hold on.
Okay. No, Kaku, please don't interrupt me. Dana, I trust you. You have all the power. I trust you to treat Kaku Shira fairly if he decides to join the room. I trust you to treat everyone fairly because I judge you as having good judgment, and I respect you because you disagreed with me sharply, but you disagreed with me with facts, not with assholery. So,
thank you. It's okay. I'll try my best, but I'm not gonna stay for long, though. But as long as I stay, sure, I'll do my best to do that. I think he left.
I'll debate you.
Yeah, sure. Hello.
Hello? So, with regards to the Republican Guard killing IRGC members, I really personally, I don't like hearing people on this app calling for murder and saying, why aren't the Iranians going?
I'm really sorry that you're going through that. I'm really, really sorry. I know it's a super difficult thing for you, and I'm here for you. I'm here to be supportive of you in any way possible.
Yeah.
Are you talking to me, or do you have your a niece?
Someone else. His mic is on.
Clavicular. I think you're on hot mic, unless you're speaking to us at a distance.
Is it possible to mute him or no?
Yeah, I think I can do that actually.
I know how difficult it is, and
okay, he's muted.
That's great.
Okay, so I don't like hearing people on this app call for other people to commit violence. To me, it is so disgusting. It's very childish, pedestrian, pathetic, very loserish, in my opinion. And I really also dislike hearing screeching Iranian women. To me, it's such a turnoff. It makes me want to think, you know what? I'm not with that woman. I'm not with her. If she's going to come on a social audio app and scream, you got to kill these fucking people. You got to fucking kill. To me, that's a big turnoff. I wouldn't go sacrifice myself for a loudmouth cunt on a fucking social audio app screaming for the death of these, Islamic IRGC people. That's just me. What do you think, Dana?
The thing is that right now, actually, the temper of the Iranian people is very short because, just a couple of months ago, we had massacre in Iran. A lot of people were killed by the regime. My brother got shot in the leg. He still can't walk properly. And I know a lot. I mean, my wife's cousin, he was shot. And I know a lot of my friends who had like relatives that they are either dead or injured or, you know. So we had that tragedy. And now the war and everything, of course, a lot of us are, you know, happy with the war, but the war is never a good thing, you know. The reason that we are happy with the war is because we were out of the options to topple this regime. We tried everything. We tried peaceful, you know, we tried like reforming the regime. We tried peaceful protest. We tried strikes. We tried everything. We tried until 2 months ago that it was the final one. We tried like it was an uprising, and millions of people were in the streets, and well, we all know what happened. So that's why we've got to this point that okay, the only option to, you know, topple this regime is just is what is happening right now, and that's why, you know, Iranian people are happy. But I'm sure you understand that they have like mixed feelings. Still, there are a lot of casualty in the war. Of course, when they see like bombs are dropping in the cities and stuff like that, that's a scary truth, you know. But the only things that keep us going is the hope that at the end of the war, we hopefully gonna see that the regime, this brutal regime, not gonna be in power anymore. That's the only hope that got us, you know, going.
What do you think? Let me ask a simple question. Oh yeah, you'll go ahead. 1927, please.
What happened to the Afghanistan after the war? What happened to Iraq after the war? What happened to Syria after the war?
Well, I'll try to answer you succinctly. First of all, Afghanistan, the war was a total failure. In Iraq, the war was mixed. Actually, Iraq is a much happier place today than it was under Saddam Hussein. So I would say that's mixed. Syria, I would say is also mixed, right? For if you're a minority group in Syria, life is worse than under the past leader, who is now, by the way, an ophthalmologist. But for most people in Syria, they're better off. Now, in terms of the world, I would argue the world is dramatically better off because the leader was overthrown in Syria. I am thrilled that the government of Syria fell. I think the whole world is better off. And because I'm America first, certainly America's really, really better off because that clown was deposed to Moscow. So I welcome sharp criticism from people who love America. If there's somebody in the room who loves America and wants to debate me about what's best for America, I'd be eager to debate them. But Clubhouse has a lot of people who don't love America. Clubhouse has a lot of foreigners and leftists and communists who, for whatever personal reason, they want to see America die. They want to see America suffer. And I don't want to engage with them, not because they're evil, but they just have a different moral compass, right? It's like, I'm not going to try to persuade a religious person to give up their religion. I would not persuade a foreigner that hates America, a foreigner that wants to see me die, a foreigner that celebrates when Americans die. I don't want to engage with them because they have a different moral compass. And with that, Dana, I'm interested in your view, Dana, your honest view about a blockade. So what about if the U.S. said, we don't have an appetite to drop in ground troops, but we're going to impose an airtight blockade around Iran so that China can't resupply the weapons. So we say, starting tomorrow, every train line is blown up. Every road is blown up. Every bridge, every connection between Iran and the outside world is permanently severed. So Iran will not be able to import any spare parts or ammunition from China or Russia. Do you think that as a strategy would cause cause over the next year the IRGC to lose power? Be critical if it warrants criticism.
To be honest with you, I don't think so, because they still, Iran is not a small country to control it like that. It's a very big country, and it's got a lot of borders with different countries like Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Turkey. Those are all, in favor of the regime, so they will smuggle weapons and stuff in Iran through the borders, and it's not easy to control them. But on the other hand, I believe the Iranian people, the majority of them, they are waiting. They are waiting for a call to be made to come to the street and take their country back. So if America or Israel provide like air support for Iranian and pinpoint the the IRGC bases, pinpoint what you call it.
Let's pretend I agree with you. Let's pretend I'm pounding the table.
What can they do better than killing the leader? They killed the super.
Okay, let's pretend, Dana, that I agree with you completely, and I want to support you. Wouldn't it make sense for the U.S. to say to the Iranian people, we have good news. We plan for there to be an uprising, and we will support you at the right time. At the right time, the Iranian people will rise up and they'll take back their country in the IRGC. But, and this is the big bet, now is not the time. The IRGC is still way too powerful. If the civilians of Iran try to fight the IRGC today, they'll just be massacred. So the plan is, your plan just delayed 6 months. So here it is. The U.S. says we're going to spend every single day for the next 6 months. The entire U.S. Air Force will be over Iran, killing IRGC and killing Republican Guard and killing Basij every single day. And the goal is to kill so many of them that when 6 months from now the U.S. calls on the people to rise up, there'll be a lot fewer of them to fight, and very, very, very few Iranian civilians will die. You see, under the plan you outlined of having civilians rise up, if the civilians rise up today, I think a lot of civilians get killed. But if the civilians kind of hide for 6 months and let the U.S. mow the lawn for 6 months, then the civilians can rise up. Then your plan will work with fewer casualties. Okay, I'm done speaking. I want to hear sharp criticism, Dana.
Yeah, I hope. I mean, that's surely a much better plan. But what I'm afraid of is that is the U.S. willing to stay in war for that long? Because, I'm getting mixed signals from the President Trump and the world economy and stuff like that. Because the Strait of Hormuz is, has issues with passing the energy supplies and stuff like that. So that's the question here.
Question, can I talk, or do you?
Please go ahead, Saul. The mic is all yours. No one interrupt Saul, please.
Oh no, I was just listening to, how do you pronounce your name? What is this? Calvaker? Clavicular, sorry. It's small on my screen. Okay, so your thing about the whole uprising thing, that's not going to fly. Like, I don't think that's going to ever happen. And to Dana's point, the U.S. was going to be very deep in that. We're talking many years then. We're very, very deep into it. Because one, we can't arm, there's no rebels to arm. That's the problem, really. There's no one to arm there. You can't uprise if you can't arm them. You've got to arm them to uprise them. To do it clean. There's no way to do that.
Let's assume that both of you guys are correct. Let's just, for the sake of argument, assume that I'm totally wrong and you guys are correct. So you can't, let's assume you can't arm the civilians right now, and also you can't count on the Iranian military to do the job. Okay,
there's no one to arm because there's no coordinated.
Okay, I understand. So let's just, I'm assuming you're right. So what about this? This is totally separate. Forget everything I said. Let's assume that everything I said up to now is retarded, truly retarded. Forgive me, forget it all. Okay, plan D is, what about if the U.S. arms, there's a whole bunch of people on the Iranian border that are itching to invade, right? There are, please let me finish. I'm going to finish. One group is there's a lot of Kurds that would like to invade. Second of all, I believe there's a lot of Azeris that would like to invade. So my proposal, just for discussion, I'm not adamant about this, my proposal is the U.S. gives weapons and money to all the Kurds willing to invade who are fully trained militarily, and to all the Azeris willing to invade, and you have a simultaneous invasion from the north and from the Kurdish area, funded by the U.S. with full air cover from the U.S., but with no American troops. And the idea is both will establish a beachhead in Iran. There'll be a little piece of Iran occupied by the Azeris, a little piece occupied by the Kurds, and the idea is, in order to fight in those enclaves, the Republican Guard will come into the open to fight them, and then with air support, the U.S. will have the ability to kill a lot of Republican Guard. I would like both Saul and Dana. Saul first, and then Dana. I'd like you to brutally criticize that as an idea, please.
Yeah, Kurds are out. Just forget about that. They've already declared that. I mean, the Kurds got screwed over by the U.S. twice already. They're not doing it. Kurds are not going to go in there. You forget that completely. The other group, that's too small. You've got 600,000 plus 200,000 reserves. Not going to happen. There's no way.
Yeah, actually, I'd rather the uprising be done with the Iranian people than Kurds and others. Actually, that's not going to happen, to be honest, as well. But if it's okay, I'm going to give my mic to Sky. I'm going to give my mic to the Sky. I know her. She's very intelligent and she's got a very, very good, deep understanding of the situation of Iran as well.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Dana. I can't help but I'm kind of pissed because first moderator in this room started disrespecting Iranian women. I don't know what the fuck was that. That Iranian women are screeching for some loser motherfucker's name. God knows who that person is sitting in a clubhouse 24/7 asking for help. Like, what are we talking about? When I hear that from a mod, the intellectual conversation is out of the window, I think. And none of you guys even said anything. Like, since when it's okay? Is it funny to you that Iranian women are under war and you need to...
No, I'm not referring to an Iranian woman under war. I'm talking about a Los Angelino woman who claims she's a doctor and she's on here. She hasn't been on here in 24 hours. I'm just saying that it doesn't matter who the person is, but when I hear someone screaming on this app, you know, to me, if you want to win and influence and persuade and inform the audience or your co-speakers, etc., you have to speak with some gentleness. You can't expect anybody to do what you want them to do if you don't speak to them with gentleness. That means, you know, talking delicately, not screaming like a banshee, a harp, you know, a loud-mouthed, obnoxious person who shouldn't be listened to. They should be punched in the face because loudmouths get knocked out. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hello?
Well, there are some people who say, fuck your feelings. What do you say about that? We're not here to please anybody. And we got to establish a ground point in here that not you or me having to do anything with power or politics. We can just discuss the politics, but let's not trip over we have the power to send military anywhere. So I don't understand, why should we even take an offense? Like, somebody has to come here and beg you and please you so you can say, okay, troops, go there? Like, what a bullshit. That's also not what's happening. So, but anyway, I've been triggered so much in Clubhouse because most of the people that ask others have to be nice, they're not showing it themselves. So I don't know how is it that even a...
Well, we all have complaints about the irritating losers who are on Clubhouse. The thoughtful people with good social skills have all left. So you're dealing with a suboptimal crowd here, present company included. So either take it or leave it. Like, talk to the issue of what you want to see happen in Iran, or leave the room. Don't stay on the stage and just criticize people personally. That's boring.
Yesterday, credentials and talking about.
Okay, listen, come on.
Let's not go down your credentials and your anger. You brought this up yesterday too.
Okay, I'm going to talk about the topic. Can you hold on?
Okay, go ahead, Sky. You got 30 seconds. Okay, focus on the topic. Sky, focus on the topic. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I was trying to, you guys, okay, whatever. So I think Uncle Trump has planned it very well, and we as people, we don't have the patience to see that. This is very well planned from what I see, from what I talk to my friends in Iran, they're saying. And in order for, arm some other group to do that, you gotta know what you're dealing with. Well, the U.S. has spent a lot of money in that area with this war so far, right? Last thing you want to do is to give it some bunch of losers who don't know how to even face IRGC in the first place, and not even get anywhere with that. This is in history too. I don't know exactly what groups. I can do my research again and come up with the names of the groups that US has done this before, when they try to arm some group and send them to do the job, and it's never been successful. Especially when we're talking about IRGC, which has expertise in trying to make the war very prolonged and waste time and money, and they're just, as we're speaking, their missile cities coming up that we didn't even know, like people around didn't even know they existed. So when you're dealing with that, you need very powerful military to face them. As we can see, U.S. and Israel being the most powerful military in the world, they're still kind of struggling there, haven't done the job. I thought the first week IRGC would be done, but apparently not. And from the other side, when I was listening to you, Dana, you said about the IRGC asking for 12-year-olds and plus to come and join. That just tells me they're done, and we need to sit and watch that. But from what I also understand, I think Marco Rubio has a very good knowledge about what's happening in Iran. We do have a population that is in support of America. People of Iran, majority of them are in support of America. 80% of them are against the regime. And they've been demonstrating that, and Iranian regime is at their weakest. So I think this was a good move from the U.S. to make Iran as an ally. And
okay, but what's your solution now? What's your solution as of what would you do? Assume that President Trump gives control of the U.S. to you, Sky. What do you do in the next month? Be specific.
What they are doing, they're sending troops there. I think a small amount of troops coming from the south and coming from the west will be the solution, considering if the enriched uranium is not the threat anymore, which I think it is still. And that's probably why the troops are going there. But I think the boots on the ground is the ultimate thing that I would do if I was the commander of chief. Make sure the operation is going smooth, and make sure I can finish this toppling the regime so I can get access to what I want to do, changing a regime to where I want to change a regime, have some peaceful person over there that I don't have to come back and bomb every 2 years and spend all that money, and make sure that the peace is in the Middle East, so I can still have my, bases over there and my power over there as the first world, as the country that is number one in the world. That's my solution.
Well, thank you, Scott. First of all, on a personal basis, I want to thank you for offering a very sharp, specific, opinionated thing. Most people that I experience on Clubhouse are weasels. They don't succinctly say what they want, but you speak exactly what you want, and I respect that. However, there is a but. If I was in charge of America, I would not do what you said. And the reason I wouldn't do it is because of American politics. I love America, but the weakness of America is no one in America, in any political party, can accept dead Americans. No one in America can accept even a small number of dead Americans in this war. So even if sacrificing the lives of a small number of Americans would be really good for Iran and good for America and good for the world, I personally don't think it's politically possible. I don't think it is doable for any president to sacrifice American lives to help Iran. I wish it was differently, but that's the reality. So, in my opinion, even if I assume your plan is the best plan, your plan cannot be done because it involves dead Americans. And we, as a room, we have to come up with a plan that involves no Americans dying, zero. We have to figure out a way to liberate Iran with zero dead Americans, and that is damn hard. And given the collective IQ in this room, we probably won't do it. But I'm up for the challenge. If anyone else wants to comment and criticize me, I'm eager to hear it.
Can I make a point real quick?
The mic is all yours.
So we're not going to elaborate around that. That ship has sailed. That ship was actually never really at the dock, anyways. So if we don't get out, which our guy, the Godfather here, who really is a sales guy and he's a showman, right? So think about how he works, how he operates. He's running the country as a business, and he's a sales guy. So he has to get on a high note. That's it. If he's not out before the midterms, he's going to get impeached again, and he knows it. Right, that's the big scare that's going to come. He's probably going to try. They're going to probably try to impeach him once more. He's got to get out before then. How's that going to happen? So that's the point I want to make. And I think a limited ground invasion highly is possible, but very limited. But he has to get out on a high note. So my question to you is, how do you think he's going to do that?
Well, I hope that you're wrong, because I hope that our president is a very, very, very flawed person. I'm not going to go into details, but he's flawed. I hope that he cares about his place in history more than he cares about the midterms. Because I think if he really cares about winning the midterms, I really think he's going to screw the people of Iran, and he's going to screw America. I think in order for him to win the midterms, he has to screw the people of Iran, and he has to screw the people of America. And I pray that he doesn't do that. I think for the sake of history, he has to keep this war going for his entire presidency and not reach a peace deal with the mullahs. I hope he doesn't reach a peace deal that keeps the mullahs in power. But I freely admit that he may be greedy enough and selfish enough to sacrifice America's interest and Iran's interest and sign a deal with the mullahs. And I hope you're wrong, but I would give the odds of you being right at about 50%, Saul. So what?
I don't think we'll stay in this any more than maybe 4 more weeks. If top max that, maybe a month, maybe a little longer. Then he can't afford to stay. There's no way. There's economical pressure. But the shot of winning the midterms right now is slim to none. That same act will never get approved. So it doesn't matter even if he wants it. He's running through all options right now, right? The thing is, I don't think he legally wants to go through another impeachment. They will try to impeach him like a very high percentage if this thing continues on.
So let's assume that even though I think it's terrible for America and terrible for Iran, let's assume that he will sue for peace. How good a peace treaty do you think he could get with the mullahs if you're correct?
I don't think that deal will matter to him in terms of the Iranian people. I think it's going to be the U.S. interest. So that's a very hard question to ask, to answer, I would say. I don't think it's going to be the best plan. It will be a plan. I mean, look what he did with the guy in Syria. 2 years ago, he was a terrorist. Now he's at the White House. I mean, he'll do a deal with anyone. He'll do a deal with the devil if he has to.
Yeah, okay, so it sounds like I need to simplify. I pray that you're wrong, but I give you 50% odds that the president will sit down with the mullahs and sign a deal. The deal will be bad for the Iranian people and mediocre for America, and that's your bet. Are you prepared to say, Saul, that if you come to my room in 6 weeks and the war is still going on, are you prepared to admit you were wrong or not?
I'm sure, absolutely, but the same thing is I don't know. I think it's a hard number. I would say it's a short. At best, he can keep. At best, himself, he can keep it going short term. Right? There's time that's against him, anyways. How long? Who knows? There's a lot of factors involved here. If he keeps it going further and the midterms are gone, he's out. He's going to get impeached.
Well, I mean, certainly the Democrats have the ability to impeach him, but they don't have the ability to win a conviction and remove him from office.
I understand that. I don't mean technically he's out. I mean, like, this is a whole new chapter of a road that I'm sure he's not ready to, or he wants to go down again.
Very interesting. Thank you. I'd like to hear every single other person's opinion because, as I said, I think you're 50% likely to be right, even though I dread it. It's not what I would do if I was president. I think there's 50% chance you're right, Saul.
Because of abuse of power, if you look at the Article 2 of how they will try to go after him, it's so crazy. I mean, the one thing that the Godfather says is that the Democrats always unite. That's so true. So, yeah, they will come after him.
Okay, can I interject? Comment on this?
It's all yours, Sky. You have the mic. As long as you're succinct, you have it as long as you need.
So there's not going to be any deals with Mullah, and that's why Trump is doing this, because he understood that when he was trying to negotiate with them. And you should know these thugs, their ideology in life is depending on it. The whole pride they took this 47 years to have a fan base was that they're standing against dictatorship of Iran. That's how they call it. I'm America and Israel. And them telling them how to live their life. So that's how they have this IRGC as a base, because deep down in their fucked up mind, that's what they believe. So if they reach, and even coming to the negotiation table is such a big thing for them. And I love how Trump exposes them when he says they're trying to negotiate, but then they go on the TV and tell their people, we're not negotiating, we're not even going, it's haram, we're not sitting at the table to do any negotiation. So when you're dealing with such a bunch of idiots that they just hate you to the core, there's not going to be any negotiation, even if you're the best. The reason Obama was the only one could do negotiation because of the nature that he had. He was very friendly and pleasing, and that was his, his method for the whole international policy. After him, everything, especially if you're a white guy from America, mullahs will not do any deals with you. I'm telling you, and not after all this. Now that their ego is wounded, they for sure are gonna strike hard. And as we speak, you saw how they came out and said, Americans, you're not safe anymore in your parks and all that. They're even threatening us right now that we're gonna get hit here. So, yeah.
Yeah, just to complete the Sky point, I don't know if you heard or not. Yes, it was yesterday or the day before yesterday that the IRGC speaker came to the TV and said that we destroyed all the American bases in the region. The Americans are running away and they are scared, blah, 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 and ask the people in the region if they have if they know American soldiers who are hiding anywhere, just let us know so we bomb them and stuff like that. So this is the propaganda that they are spreading inside Iran for their supporters. And if they come to the table for the negotiation, and if they do any kind of negotiation, the main thing is that they're gonna lose those supporters. And if they lose those supporters, then there is no one else to come to the street to suppress Iranian people and to, massacre like what they did 2 months ago. And therefore, the Iranian people will have the power to take down the regime. So that's why I think they're never gonna do that. That's their core ideology. They're never gonna.
Okay, so let's assume you're correct. Okay, I'm going to follow your logic. So Trump wants a peace deal with the mullahs, hypothetically, but the mullahs refuse to negotiate with them. They say, no, we're not willing to agree to any deal at all. We're just going to keep fighting. If that's true, how do you heard from everyone else in the room, how do you see it playing out? Trump sues for peace. They say no peace. How does this play out over the next year, in your opinion, Dana?
Well, I think that Trump is actually buying time to send more troops to the region, and also, to provide more supplies and backup for the troops and bases in the region. So I think that's what Trump is trying to do. And also, on the other hand, trying to control the market, the oil price and stuff like that. So as you can see, as you saw, on Monday when he did that tweet, the oil price dropped by $20-$30. So that's I think his game and what he's doing. But regarding the negotiation, even if there is something if even there's something going on, I don't think it's gonna result in anything, and the war will be ongoing till this war must have a winner. It's either he who's going to declare that they won the war or U.S. So it's not there is no,
So hold on, I got a quick question because I want to throw this out there real quick. What's the actual negotiation? Let's just focus on the negotiation itself. What are we negotiating? Like, what is the actual negotiation on the table for? What's even
okay, so my understanding, I'm going to answer you, Saul. My understanding of the offer on the table, which Trump made to the mullahs, is the mullahs get to stay in power, but they have international inspectors that inspect to make sure they never have missiles, they never have drones, and they never have nuclear weapons ever again.
Yeah, and
so how does that change status quo, though? What's the status quo change on that? That was already in play.
I don't think it was, but I want Dana to address you.
Sorry, what was your question, So?
I said, what's on the table? We have a seat at the table. We sat down. We opened the book. What's on the negotiation on the table?
Okay, so U.S. already mentioned they have like 15 terms as he mentioned that they have to do like they have to reduce the missile range. Also, they have to control the nuclear program, and the U.S. gonna provide the fuel for the centrifuge, but they cannot enrich anymore. And there were like I think 10 more like that. And in return, U.S. will shift the sanctions. U.S. will let the regime to stay in power, and that's it.
That doesn't change much from the years or the decades of the past, though, right? International inspectors barely ever got access there, right? So that's really going to be a big problem, right? Yeah. So fuel for centrifuge, okay, but the thing is, and you know what? They're going to allow exports of Iranian oil because it's been sanctioned. What else is here? I don't see a lot of difference here.
No, there isn't. That's what I'm saying. That's the thing. And also the other thing that U.S. wants is to control the missile program, and that's a red line for the regime. If they give their missiles away, then they have nothing else. That's the only thing that the regime has to threaten, like Israel and all the world. So if they give it away, they're gonna be like Libya. What happened to Libya? Libya also did the same thing. They gave up their nuclear power, they gave up their army and everything, and then after a while they got attacked by the world as well. So that's why I believe this is not going to happen. And on the other hand, also the Iranian regime responded actually to that terms, and they said that we're not gonna accept those terms, but we have 5 conditions, and the conditions were, first condition was that U.S. has to pay for all the damages caused during the war. U.S. must stop the war and must not attack Iran or any of Iranian proxies in the region in future. And there was I think U.S. has to evacuate the bases in the region, and there was 2 more that I can't remember, but if you want me, I can look it up. And
yeah, you can. The interesting thing is, this is not a great, this is like we're at the negotiation of the Ukraine freaking Russia deal. That's like this right now. It's like the same type of negotiation. There's nothing really going on here right now.
Exactly. They are so far away, far apart, that it's not imaginable to come to
Trump has got to choke point the Iranian economy, break it down. Limited ground troop, and then somehow uprise and have the internal people
ask the regime somehow put their own puppet in play, but that's just not possible. That's the ultimate proper way if Trump could pull that out, the genie in the bottle. That's no way to do that now. It's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, the uprising is an option, but I think that would be the last option on the table.
It's possible, though. You wouldn't be able to do it, though.
I'm not sure, actually, because Iranian, I mean,
you have 8 million people that still support IRGC, and 85 million, 8 million still support them.
Not 8 million, no. I mean, the best they have is like maybe 200K IRGC who are armed, and willing to shoot people and massacre for the regime. The best, at best, I think it's like 100 to 200K. That's all.
I think there's some very intelligent things that have been said. I mean, basically what Saul says is that even if Trump cares about his place in history and he wants to keep the war going, the political reality in the U.S. is Trump is forced to essentially capitulate at some point in the next couple of months. No matter how painful it is to say that, and it is painful, Saul makes a very strong argument that the politics in the U.S. will undercut him and force him to capitulate. Is that in essence your argument, Saul?
That's absolutely the case. Absolutely. He's going to have the tariff thing all over again, basically.
Well, that's your strong opinion, and I respect it, but just because that's your opinion doesn't mean it's reality. It's the case that that's your opinion, not the case that it's definitely reality.
That's true. So it's a big assumption on my part, in my opinion, correct. But if you look at the track record of what's happened right now, in an ideal scenario, Trump, I think, bit more than he can chew, definitely more than he can swallow. And I think he's riding on plan C, D right now. Get on a high note, cut a deal. I'm out of this thing. That's what he's aiming for right now.
Well, I admit that you may be right, and America has half-assed a lot of wars. America has left a lot of allies hanging a lot of times. So this would not be the first time that America goes halfway and has to leave for political reasons. So you may be right. I hope you're not right, but you may be right.
But as a counter argument, I can say that Trump mentioned it many times that he doesn't want U.S. in 5-10 years to again go back and have the same struggle with this regime.
Well, who doesn't want it, by the way? Let me ask you this way. You said 5-10 years. Who doesn't want it?
The U.S.
Well, no, Trump is a great sales guy. He's going to repackage this and sell it back on the market and say, look, I've got a security for us for the next 30 years. I put them back. And the American people chew it up and eat it and swallow it.
Oh, well.
There's also international politics too. Right now, Qatar, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, these guys used to be very civil with Iran, but Iran has lost the credibility. So I'm hoping that they're going to join with this Hormuz Strait and even send some military and help. Because it's in their benefit too for this regime to go, as we can see, especially this motherfucking Qatar. I remember 4 years ago when it was World Cup, they were kicking out the Iranians with the different flag, and they were just handing out Iranian regime all their names, so to do something to them when they come back home, and Jordan too. So I'm kind of happy that now that they got their taste of their own medicine, and they have to be hit too. So I'm sure that they're going to help somehow too. They're not going to sit down there and watch their countries to get destroyed because they're very tiny, right? And their economy, they don't have agriculture. Their whole life depends on oil and the safety of that area, so they can attract some tourists.
There's no other countries.
Let me respond to that. Yes, everything you say is true, and this war has made the U.S. much closer ally with Bahrain and Qatar and Saudi Arabia. This war has been an incredible bonding experience for all the countries in the world have bonded in hatred of Iran. And that's a good thing. But the negative is none of those countries are willing to commit ground troops to fight Iran. In fact, I would say there's nobody in the world that I've really heard of that's eager to commit ground troops. So it's nice to have allies, but the U.S. has precisely zero allies willing to send in ground troops. Now, if anyone in the room disagrees with me, I want to hear it.
No, you're 100% right. We, at the end of the day, this whole thing, we get nothing out of it. Like, this is actually, at the end of all this, we're just buying more time. The GCC are not going to go to war with each other. That's not going to happen. Right, these Gulf countries pay the U.S. to protect them. They just now tested that theory. The simulated, that just actually went into real test, and they now are looking at alternative people to alliance to make alliance deals with outside the U.S. But that GCC is not going to go to war in Iran. They're not going to spend that direction at all. The curious piece I want to ask you guys is, what is Israel's remaining motive left in this? What do they want out of it?
Well,
that's very easy to say. Hold on, let me state a piece, and then I want to hear your. Israel wants the attacks on Israel to stop. They want Hamas to stop getting money from Iran, and they want Hezbollah to stop getting money from Iran. Israel, for obvious reasons, will keep pressuring the mullahs until the mullahs stop funding Hamas and Hezbollah. In my opinion, I'm done speaking. I want to hear everyone else.
Well, the biggest enemy of IRGC is Israel, and from day one, they have the hatred toward Israel, and they have this ideology that Israel has to be wiped out of the map. So that's that, and there goes the hardcore support for Palestinians, and then that's supporting these proxies to do damage in Israel and all. That I'm sure you know about it. So Israel, Netanyahu has been planning for this for over 20 years from the intel that we're receiving from the intel that we're seeing right now, that how much far the planning goes into this. And even U.S. tried a couple of times to hold the war. Like, this war started because Israel called 48 hours, like a day before, saying, oh, I'm going to, by the way, bomb the supreme leader. And even the last war was too, that Israel was afraid that U.S. is going to do the negotiation and IRGC is going to stay in power and still start the planning. I would highly recommend, if you guys can watch the interview that Catherine Shacktom did, explains that how when she penetrated to the Supreme Leader circle, what she saw and the planning that she saw about Israel, that sums it up.
Yeah, the only way that threats to the Israel gonna be gone is that this regime is toppled, because being enemy with Israel is the core ideology of this regime. If you take it out, without it, the regime does not exist, does not survive. So the only way to, in the deal, if they negotiate and anything in the deal that support Israel or include not attacking Israel in the future by IRGC or Iran, that's gonna destroy the regime from inside, and I'm 100% sure that the regime not gonna sign such a deal or such a.
Well, I just want to go back and rewind a couple minutes to Sky. So we don't really know the real who started what. That's classified, but I would just say that this is not yesterday in the making. This card was put on the table 20 years ago on Bush 2. There was a play to look at Iran then as well, and like the Venezuela thing, that was not even the 6 months a year. That was a play put together 5 years ago, right? So they have deals on the table, cooked up, planned, pre-planned, way, way in advance. It's on every country in the world, right? So the thing is, I'm just wondering, can this bad deal turn into a good deal, and the end of it, repackage, like Trump will repackage and sell it and make it look like a good deal? But then if Israel doesn't get what they want, can the U.S. restrain Israel and stop them now? What is the remaining motivation from Israel's perspective to not continue forward if the U.S. yanks the chain and says stop? That's what I'm curious about. Can they do that?
Israel is going for a regime change, yes. You know, if you look at the history of Iran with Israel back in 580 BC, Cyrus the Great, the Kingdom of Iran, they liberated Jewish people because they were taken. Jerusalem was conquered by Babylonians back in the day. And in 530 BC, when Cyrus liberated them so they could go back to their homeland. So we always had, like in the history, we were friends. But since this IRGC people came out, they shut out everybody who was Jewish. They had to escape. There's only 8,000 Jewish people in Iran, and they're very oppressed. I personally know some. And they don't guarantee visa for anybody who is even linked to Israel. Like if my great-grandma goes to Israel, I'll be in jail because I'll be accused of being a spy somehow. So that's the type of a thing. They kept that enemy. You know how some countries rule by that. They have this imaginary enemy, and they make their ideology around it so they can have some idiot support group that they can manipulate, and that's how the regime has been doing it. Now, I'm 100% sure Netanyahu is not going to stop. If U.S. decides to withdraw, Netanyahu will still go after the IRGC until they're gone, because, you know, Israel is very close to Iran, and this IRGC, if they're in power, they're not going to stop attacking Israel. So that will go on, and Israel being the only ally U.S. has. If Israel gets weakened, then U.S. has no allies over there. So that's also that's also another thing that as an American, we need some allies in the Middle East. We can just it's not that U.S. is protecting these countries too. I believe that they're paying for support of America in these Middle Eastern countries. But don't forget, that's a biggest strategy, war strategy, that you want to defend your country as far as possible to your homeland. Because the more powerful we are, the more bases we have around the world. That's just a basic thing that any country in the right mind will do so. So it's not that we're there to serve these countries. We're there because we want to make sure we're in power and we know shit before it hits to the home.
So Bibi, Kelby, I have a question. Can the Godfather tell Bibi to pump the brakes and stop and live and accept with whatever regime? Can he convince him to do it? Number one. Right, can he do that?
Anyone who wants to answer? I don't think so. I don't think people will be stopped though. Like, and then look at the world. Like, what kind of world we're heading to? We have a bunch of dictators who are very pro-war. Like we have Putin, and then we have Netanyahu, right? Like he's not a negotiation guy. He's like eliminate them. And then now Uncle Trump is kind of joining the club too with maximum pressure. So and then North Korea from the other side. So maybe that's the style of politics from now on. So I don't think they will stop until they do.
The irony in this, the really interesting irony is Bibi and the Godfather both have political dynamics within their own countries. That's what's nuts about this. They both have their own type of internal political problems that will come to bear very soon. And I don't know, Kelby, if you're really looking at both of them do.
Yeah, I know they both do, but I think the worst is that they get nothing out of this war and then go back to their countries, you know. That would be the worst.
What I'm trying to say is I don't know if Bibi can even push the war longer as well. He's running it to his own... In his own circle, it's becoming problematic. In the Israeli parliament right now, there's issues there spinning up. Just like Trump's going to have issues down the road, potentially, you know, if the Dems win the House, they're going to probably yank and say, let's go get this guy once more. 100%. Start articles of impeachment, axe this, get him out, stop the whole thing mid-flight, whatever it's in. I mean, it's all, and then Bibi's got that corruption stuff that's just been cooking in the back that he's buried for years, like months and years ago, that will probably spin back up somehow.
Well, I'd like to hear more opinions because what I've heard so far in this room makes me pretty sad. I've just heard a lot of problems and no great solutions, honestly.
Well, what is your quote unquote definition of a solution that you're looking for?
Well, I started the room saying I would really like to bribe the Iranian military to overthrow the IRGC, and I'd like the Iranian
I must have missed that then. Okay, wow, interesting.
That's what, well, hold on. I'm not saying that's realistic, but that's what I want to see happen. Does that answer your question, Saul?
I'll walk the horse on the water on that with me. How would you play this bribe? Play
okay.
How do you
first of all, my understanding is there are negotiations going on right now with generals, where essentially the generals, they've targeted generals that don't like the IRGC, generals who are being offered the chance to get air support from the U.S. and get support from the U.S. for them to persuade the Iranian military to rebel against the IRGC and kill the IRGC. Now, that's not far-fetched in the scheme of Middle East politics. In fact, many Middle Eastern countries have had the military overthrow the government. It's not even unusual for the military to overthrow the government. The only question on the table is, are U.S. diplomats skillful enough to persuade the Iranian military to overthrow the government?
Well, so the Venezuela drug deal was like that. If you go back and look at this, right, the general came to the U.S., did a $50 million grab and said, I'll start giving you intel 5 years ago. And that's how the Venezuela play started. But that was another way around. They reached out here, right? So in this scenario, I don't really know. But Dana, the question what I have is, if you stack the military against IRGC, which IRGC has their own group of military as well, right? They have it's a weird fucking situation in that country, the way they operate.
Hold on, let me. Before you were in the room, I made the analogy of the Wehrmacht versus the SS, right? The SS were the true believers, and the Wehrmacht were just nationalists going along with it. So there's ample evidence that it would have been possible to bribe the Wehrmacht to overthrow the SS. And in fact, elements of the Wehrmacht actually tried to overthrow the SS, but they failed. So the analogy is... We know that some members of the Iranian military are in negotiations with the CIA to overthrow the government. What we don't know is how high up they are, how much support they have, how motivated they are. But the bottom line is the U.S. has plenty of money to pay to the Iranian military to overthrow. So it's not out of the question, right, Saul?
I think that Trump was trying to do that, but he might have killed the person along the way that he wanted to do it with. I don't know if there's a powerful military figure left to do a drug deal with. That's what I would question. I think that was plan A in some degree, or plan B. We're on C and D now, whatever that is.
I'm not sure that probably you're right, but I'm not sure it's off the table, because what's happened over the past 3 weeks is a lot of the powerful people in the Republican Guard are dead. A lot of the people in the IRGC are dead. So the point is, the Iranian military would find it much easier to overthrow the IRGC today than they would a month ago. It doesn't mean it's easy, but it's easier.
The question is, I think, right, they might have, who's going to do it, number one? Right, is that person or persons equipped to do it? And I think they might have looked at that top 50, whoever they wiped out. Maybe there might have been a stronger candidate there. Like, we got to find a qualified candidate, right? Who's going to be that? I think that's the struggle right now.
You're correct, but I'd be eager to hear from everyone else in the room, especially if they want to criticize my plan.
If you want an intelligent answer on how to solve the conflict, this may not be traditional, but I will be succinct. I suggest we go to Samsung and Apple, the largest cell phone manufacturers on the planet, pump out 20 million cell phones with Clubhouse. And we drop them off throughout the country strategically. I'll be succinct. And, either it's going to solve the war or it's going to cause World War III. I'm not sure.
I like that idea.
They all have it though. So here's the thing. Reza Pahlavi claims that he does have immortal guard members, that there are around 50,000 people. And immortal guards, they were the ones back in 1979 with the sole purpose of, it was a military base, that their sole purpose was to protect Shah. And he's been mentioning that for a while, even before.
Well, he's been saying that on a beach, drinking a drink on a yacht on a beach somewhere, saying that, right? I don't know if I believe that too.
It's everybody. Every politician is doing that. We can't blame them, wouldn't you? Trust me, like every one of us would do the same if we had their power. So that can't be, used against them. But he's mentioning that their sole purpose is to help with toppling the regime when time is right. And from what I see, that he's getting promoted by all these media and sitting down with, Sancom and Lindsey Graham and all these Republicans, I think they reached to the idea of supporting him for transition period, and I think that would be a good plan.
I don't know. That's not going to happen. I think they're testing the waters on that. But there's no way that's going to work. I don't know what card he's playing on the table, what bluff he has, but that would be a suicide mission.
What do you think about having Blackwater do the job?
So that's interesting, right? I actually was thinking about that, bringing private contractors, right? Let's bring them in, elite ones, right? And do some stealth operations. I was actually wondering, I was contemplating on that, but how complex would that be? Yeah, something like that. I was actually thinking about that today, like how would that play out?
I think the one problem with Blackwater is very few Blackwater operatives speak Farsi. And so I think it'd be very hard for Blackwater to operate because they don't speak Farsi, unfortunately.
See, the thing is, right, look at it this way. The most sophisticated intelligence is not even CIA on ground there. It's really Mossad that has way more better intelligence gathering techniques there. They probably have, with that last run, they lost a lot of people when they were doing the whole rug pulling and looking at everyone who's working as an operative, right? But who's remaining? Like, who do they have left? I would leverage that and see what those guys can pull out, not this way around.
Well, they used to hire Afghani people because a lot of them, so this is how the last year plan went out. The Mossad was hiring Afghani people because they're illegal in Iran, right? And most of them work for shitty money. And they don't get health care and whatnot, and they are everywhere. Like, everybody has at least a housekeeper who's Afghani or contractor or something like that. And then these guys were penetrated. They were even cheap dollar. They got bought, and they hit IRGC within the home too for the first round. So that's how it was. But when the Iranian regime found out, they deported everybody, and they jailed a lot of them. So that plan is out of the window too.
Dana, I have a question. Let's say stealth covertly, they wanted to bring in arms. What areas would they do this? Like, look, geographically, I know there's a couple of areas I looked at. But what routes would they take to do this?
Jack Black realized his sons spent thousands of dollars.
Mostly in the border cities like Kurdistan, Balochistan, and Iran, and cities like that. Because within the central of Iran, like Iran is one.
And how much arm of to create a rebel force or arm, how much would that, what kind of quantity are we talking even trying to do this plan of overthrowing, like whatever this looks like, what kind of capacity would it take to do this?
I believe 100K plus, 100, 200, something like that. It's something between 100 to 150 would do. Probably. That's my guess, of course, But I don't have the logic, but my guess is like 150 probably would do.
So, Calvi, it's highly possible. This is what the Godfather's master at, right? Distractions. Put something else in front of someone and then distract. They're probably saying, we're doing a deal. Maybe they're arming people in the behind the scenes. It's highly possible under the table that's happening. And that's why I asked that question.
Yeah, it is. So, to be honest, that we know that there are a lot of Mossad agents and CIA agents in Iran in the ground and working with some people called the Shah guards. So that's the people that Sky was referring to as. They are Iranian who are Pahlavi's, supporters, and they claim to be their guard. So they also willing to do fighting with guns in the streets as well. So
if you had to model out the simulation of, let's say, they infiltrated, right, armed, where in what city would they start this, and how would this tactically work? Like how would you spread around? I mean, obviously do they have enough capacity, and where would they locate the capacity, and how would they initiate that? I'm just curious. I'm not a military expert here, but I'm just curious. How would that work?
Yeah, I'm not too. So, but geographically, if I think of it, it should be from I would say it's from south and west probably. That's more likely.
And so, what major cities?
It's the south of Iran. We have Bandar Abbas, Bushehr, and Khuzestan. And in the west, we have Kurdistan and Ilau. Those are the cities the provinces and cities that, most likely it can start from.
So, what X percentage of the armed population against whatever force there, if you looked at would be battling who, in what type of, I'm just trying to model that out, how much forces would you send in versus how much response would be awaiting?
When I went to Melbourne and I saw what they're doing, their symbols, their chants.
That's the Turkey one. The problem is that what kind of forces you're talking about? Are you talking about heavy guns and tanks and stuff like that?
I don't know if they're even capable right now. I don't know if they have a program.
People that are watching around them,
Sorry,
what they're doing.
your voice gone.
People out of their mind.
How would they even do this? How would they walk into it?
Unfortunately, the world is run by a.
So your voice is breaking, so I can't hear you.
By a group of pedophiles, Epstein class. It's just.
I think you've gone to a matrix.
It's insane at the moment.
No, I was saying X number of people plus artillery or what kind of support behind the scene plus air cover. I mean, what would they need capacity to handle a type of response that's going to be waiting? What does that look like?
To be honest, what I can assume or imagine that would work is around between 100 to 200K armed troops plus air support, which is with most likely with drones, not with fighter jet, because they need to pinpoint the stop points and stuff like that. And if they have the air support, they have those troops on the ground. I think they can make it. But on the other hand, the regime and IRGC, well, they can't, they don't have the air, so they can't use their helicopters and drones and stuff like that. Troops, they might have as I said, somewhere between 100 to 200K maybe. But those troops are all over Iran, and Iran is a big country, so they are not centralized in one place.
I saw a photo today of a mountain that's being used to store, manufacture, and launch rockets.
Yes.
Similar to the bullshit that I saw come out of Afghanistan with Tora Bora, which was bin Laden's mountain fortress, which is like a 007 type of bullshit. It just doesn't exist. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't exist in Iran, but when you have one way in and one way out to, ship your payloads, what kind of fucking strategy is that? I mean, you can just F-15s soar above and drones monitor that opening in the mountain, but one strike on it is enough to cause enough damage to make the whole facility, useless. So, I mean, to me, putting troops on the ground just creates a new dopamine, a new media sensation. But the way the Israelis do it is through intelligence and strategic, aerial bombardment. They've been harassing the Hezbollah, et cetera, with that method for a while. To deploy troops is stupid, but it seems to me like they're preventing, if they have to prevent for 3 years or 5 years their ability to build a nuclear weapon, by doing aerial bombardments, it doesn't seem to me like that strategy is ever going to lose its luster. It seems like an ever-going part of the industry.
I think by just taking over the Strait of Hormuz and those 2 islands around it, IRGC will fall. That's the only way they can make money right now. And that's been a plan for a while offered to presidents of the U.S. I think that itself is enough. And then if you look at the dynamic of Tehran is a city that last year they had a plan to transfer the capital city to Semnan because it doesn't respond anymore. It can't serve the people of Tehran since it's 12 million people. The pollution and the water damage in Tehran was a very serious issue for a while. So with that war being on top of it, it's not a very strong city to stay under the war for so long. So I don't think it's going to be such a hard thing to do to properly resume in a few weeks.
The problem with that, Sky, is going back to what Calvi said, we will take a hit, and I don't think U.S. wants to see dead bodies of U.S. military members on the ground. We're going to have that kind of effect. We're talking like hundreds of people die.
America has already lost 20 people and suffered 200 casualties.
I understand that, but that's the difference between we're talking 10 times more of that.
I understand, but
I don't think the stomach exists in the U.S. for that to continue. That's the problem.
Yeah, there's a lot of things about that too, the lefties and all that. But here's the thing: if you look, like Japan is trying to send some ships to with company ships that coming through the Strait of Hormuz. Some other countries also announced that they're going to do the same, and they will follow through. This is not going to be a long run just the U.S. anymore or Israel anymore. I'm 100% sure of that because these countries are getting hit with the prices too, and the effect is much more than U.S. They're not as successful as U.S. to compensate in other departments, so they have to come through anyway. And I don't believe that U.S. is going to get hit in those islands because IRGC is they're very weak. Don't look at their bombing around the area. That's just like when you're on your last strands, you do that shit.
Yeah.
So I can't see it.
I don't think anyone else is joining because they can just go to the Iranians and say, give us oil like the Pakistanis just got a little bit going through. I don't think no other country has a reason to join for no reason. Like there's no one that's going to get involved here. Unless the U.S. pressures them, which I don't even think it makes any sense. So I think what you're talking about, minimal, we're making assumptions on how much minimal presence they have, but they can still strike drones. Tens of thousands of them available. They can still kill people.
It's a regime that has a lot more depth that it has been presumed. It's an ideological regime. It's totalitarian, not just a dictatorship. There's a dictator and few others who are running the country. They have supporters, and they're 47 years old plus 1,400 years of ideology and religion behind it. So we have to look at it that way. Look at Hamas in strip of Gaza. Gaza, nothing left, but Hamas still, it's not resolved. Look at Hezbollah and Lebanon and on all that. So it's of that nature. They don't just easily dissipate because they were terrorists to begin with, and the terrorists became rulers. And the rules that the terrorists engage is that, first of all, everything goes. It can kill people in the metro station or send bombs to your neighboring countries. It doesn't matter. And also, terrorists doesn't even mind, like, for them is death. For others is life. So they just look at things totally differently. And so we have to know who our enemy is and then how to fight them. I think it's, Israel knows. I don't think Trump still gets it. There are level 1 or 2 maybe of the regime rulers that have been, neutralized, but there are a lot more because it has a lot more depth. So until we get rid of majority of them, they still going to run because they have learned to be kind of functioning horizontally as a network rather than, not that they don't have the vertical system. In a way, I'm saying it has to be, they have to take care of those, but they haven't. I mean, I look at posters and pictures of the wanted. There's still at least, I'd say, 30 of them, well known in all different structures of the country, from military sources, etc., intelligence and all that. And remember, Russia is taking advantage of this. Ukraine is not the main thing now, and they are getting all the intelligence from Russia too. And so you are looking at a KGB style system, plus they have people supporters. And so when we're talking about sending forces or contractors, etc., those things would work if it's a dictatorship, but something like this, you need a lot more people than just bunch of contractors, because they have regular people on the ground too. Right now, the past few days, they're hiring kids from 14 years and up to defend or whatever. So that's what we're dealing with. And on the other hand, I don't want to be talking for a long time. On the other hand, on this end, on our end, Trump, like the last comments is giving and messages that he wants to end this fast. Well, I hope so, but these people are there, they have the time, and if Gaza ended fast, Lebanon ended fast, then Iran thing would end fast too. But we have started from the top, but we have not finished. He's trying to negotiate with people who are they were born this way, to be anti-West, anti-America, etc. So those are the wrong people to negotiate.
David, you brought up an excellent point about the whole. I mean, this would convert into, like, look at the Israelis trying to hit Hamas. I mean, you're talking, behemoth hitting someone with sticks and pebbles, right? And that's comparison. It's the same thing. We'd be in the reverse Israel-Hamas situation if we'd landed there underestimating them. That's an excellent point that you just brought up, and I think that's highly possible. Don't underestimate them. And this is like a freaking KGB-style network spread across horizontally. The thing I wanted to ask you, David, is why is he asking to do a deal all of a sudden now? Like, really think about, why would you just bring it up magically? If you wanted to take it now, why would you not take it? Just go and take it over right now. Why delay it even further? Why all of a sudden start asking, now let's do a fast deal? There's no fast deal anywhere. And then going back to this whole thing of starting it, if you wanted to take out the quote-unquote missiles and the nuclear thing, you could have stealthily done that. You could have brought in stealth operators to go and rig the thing and blow them up, right? Why are you doing all this headache?
Well, I'd say number one is he needs some time. First of all, is the markets. You had to assure the markets. Things was kind of getting out of hand, and oil market, stock market, etc. Not that they're happy with it, but at least you give some positive information, and that might just delay the big panic. also, it appears that, up to 10,000 forces are heading that way. And it needs time, there's strategy, how many, if they're going to take over some islands, which ones, how are they going to do it? And apparently it was not in the plan, so these things take a little bit more planning. I believe, and from the information that I received from people, because I'm not a military expert at all, I have no knowledge, is that the U.S. didn't go in with all its force. I don't mean the, soldiers or whatever, or tanks. I'm talking about even the from the air. So, because we have the capacity to, just like Israel has the dome to defend, we have the capacity to create some sort of a dome there to allow these, at least the missiles to go through. And we don't have such planes and such structure that we have in military in the air 24 hours. I know Iran is a huge country, but I think they underestimated it, and they thought like it's just gonna, get rid of Khamenei and a few others, and it's just gonna fall apart. And like I said, they misunderstood, miscalculated, because like I said, it's not a dictatorship that you have a dictator and his family and a few guys and you just get rid of them, it's over. It's not even, it's not the style of Venezuela. This is much deeper than that. And I gave you even Saddam, like, look, we bombed the hell out of him, shock and awe, but still they were there. So we had to, I'm not saying that's the solution for Iran, but that's what we did. We took tanks, soldiers, street by street, city by city. We went to Baghdad eventually after Basra, days and days, surrounded Baghdad, and it was a lot of work, a lot of military force and tanks and all that, and at the end still Saddam and his forces were fighting, and eventually they found them in a hole, so they fought to the end. So these guys are even worse, and they have more people. Saddam was more of a skilled dictator, he had his own ideology, but nothing like these guys. Or Gaddafi, he went all the way. So these are examples. Or even let's take the Taliban. At the end, they just gave it back to them. So these are the type of people we're dealing with. And we had the experience. I think it was not, the intelligence was not right. We went kind of, okay, we're going to just finish this with get in, get out. That was not the case. Not in Middle East, not in Iraq.
100%. I think he is. The people around Trump surrounding him they misled him to some degree. But at the end of the day, we don't really know what the hell is going on in his head. But I would have to say I agree with what you're just talking about. Like, I think that makes so much more sense. It really, and I just don't know, like, what the U.S. will get out of this.
Well, property tax rates our families are staring down.
Well, I don't have the solution. I'd say what I started with. And, Israel is doing a good job. And I think they've done most of that, getting rid of elements that the people who make the decisions. I guess just yesterday, another general who was in charge of the Navy or whatever, they got rid of him, and that's important, whoever did that, because he was in charge of Hormuz Strait and all that. So we have to get rid of enough of these to create this lack of decision making, this fear that they cannot control as much as they are. They're still in control, and they're doing a good job for what they are, their capability. They are counting on one thing: to drag this enough for the political forces in U.S. to pressure and the world to pressure Trump to back out. And
that much I agree with you. And I think if you look at it like this, so you're just saying is they need to surgically kill the roaches. Like, that's what you're talking about. Surgically go there and find and kill people. Enough pressure to make the thing collapse on its own.
And if you need contractors, if you need whatever, do it. And those from Afghanistan, they don't know that. They don't. That takes a lot more. You need professionals doing these things, whatever it takes. But whether it's from the satellites or underground, etc., we have to get rid of as many of these. That's not all the solution, but definitely that's one thing that I'd say we need to do. And then how to then substitute, etc. If we want to go the way that Trump does, it's like negotiate until you get to a point that, first of all, they feel weak. A lot of their buddies are gone. A lot are gone, but they all expect that they're going to be martyrs and whatever one day anyway.
David,
so when they have their exit, where are they going to go? To Russia? To China?
Well, David, if you think sending in contractors in is a good idea, what about on the opposing side, which is Russia sending Wagner in to do their patrolling? So it becomes another Ukrainian stalemate, forever type 20-year war, and nobody wins. There's no quick regime change.
100%. I'm not talking about going to a war. I'm talking about to get rid of people. That's a whole.
Oh yeah, he's saying you can't get the rebels to kill you. You got to bring in professionals to go in there and eliminate them. That's what you're talking about.
System that's been implemented in Florida, and if not,
underground, whatever it takes. I don't know. That's or the way they rebuild it from the tops, etc.
That's only going to get you so. That's only going to get you so far. I don't think that's
every day on this app. Nobody comes to my room to listen to me read a book. They want their dopamine and they want it now.
But in that kind of country,
begging for the mic. It's the same thing in the classroom.
To do that, they did the biometric tag. If you're watching the podcast about how they're operating right now, and they've been tagging these guys. First it was cell phone. For the first round, that's how they tried to spot them, and now they're doing the biometric tagging. They're using facial recognition. They're using the medical record, and it's been very planned out. It's just that us as people who were living in a fast food type of mentality right now. At the moment, I need to see everything right now. These guys are planned it, and it's not a yesterday kind of a thing, and Trump is not playing poker.
These guys are doing the biometric tagging, and even though I have all that, I can still hide in a basement stuff. They're not nuts. They have techniques and tools to countermeasure that too. There's
No, it's like these guys, listen, Iran is big, but people know places, it's not, you can't build the tunnel and for people to not know that, and apparently they were so great doing that, right? But still, Israel could, we didn't know for 47 years, nobody knew under the, house of a supreme leader, it was 14-kilometer tunnel, what was it? Nobody knew about that, in the middle of a city that is so, at least people are, and there were multiple entrance points, from school to hospital to it. They operate in such a level that they think that they got it, but at the same time, don't forget, these guys been in, Supreme Leader's son, he's been getting treatment, and himself too, in UK. I have a cousin there who's a doctor in the same hospital. She used to tell me 20 years ago that she sees them coming there, and when they come, it's a very heavily military presence. We didn't take her seriously. We thought she just wants to bluff. But now that we see the news, it's so bizarre. So, they've been getting medical treatments around the world, and that's how they can get tagged. They also use, satellite images to locate them. Israeli Mossad Intel says that they've been studying the Tehran streets for over 20 years. They know it better than a local person who lives there. So they can't hide, and nowhere else they can go. So
I'm assuming right now at this point that those operators are all pretty much in safe houses because they're flushing the streets right now. I'm pretty sure.
They're not. So watch this. In the northern part of Iran is a place that everybody takes, on weekends, they go there, right? And some little city villa in northern part of Iran is getting hit, and people don't know why. So it turns out these IRGC guys are going to their friend's house in northern part, they're going to their mother-in-law's house, and still they're getting hit over there. So these are the things that doesn't come up as much in, media here, because they see it as the low value type of a news, but for the people who live in there and Iranian challenge the exclusive.
I would just say one thing: they can't strike a missile unit to attack someone digitally in a highly dense civilian population. The U.S. is not going to take a risk to have another 175 whatever they kill on bad intel. They can't afford to do that now. The Israelis will do whatever the hell they want. They don't care. But the U.S. is not going to do that.
A lot of them have also gone to the eastern province of Khorasan, which is further out. But, if they go to their mother-in-law and they don't communicate, that's it. They don't care. But wherever they are, if they communicate and eventually they get intercepted, that's the idea. And then you know their whereabouts. Obviously, it takes time. And on the other hand, they now definitely have the intelligence of China and Russia too. So we are, in a way, as far as intelligence is concerned, it's like hackers,
Well, now we're talking like we're having like a guerrilla, like a under the table warfare going on, right? So I get what you're talking about, but that also takes time. It's not going to happen overnight.
Exactly. That's what it is. But, we know that it's been U.S. and Israel, they have been successful. I mean, they got rid of so many. But here's the bottom line. I still don't know what the exit strategy was. I presume, based on what Trump is showing, is to get to a point that they come to a table and accept, the conditions of surrender, basically, what is asking all those 15 points and whatever. Well, they're not in that position yet. So how do you make them surrender? It takes more to get rid of more of them, whatever. Or it's the regime change, and that's a whole different ballgame. And then in that case, you need to get people involved and whatever it takes. And, the Iranian people who are against the regime, and that's a whole different story. I don't even know what this is.
So real quick, no one's surrendering. I see that. And any other scenario than that, we're talking a long delay. And all the opposition side just have to hunker down and just buy time. And so this is really a timing piece problem too. That's why he wants a fast deal, right? But the thing is, there's no one is surrendering here. And I think if they were smart enough to keep the can down the street as long as they can, because that would just make this whole thing even worse. And that might buy them. I mean, on the other side, they're also going to get something.
I don't give a fuck who you are. They'll figure it out later. All right, so Alan, they're not only fighting the Gazans, they're also fighting in the Gazan conflict. They're fighting Hezbollah. They're also fighting the fucking Houthis. They're also fighting the fucking Iranian. They're fighting all the fucking Muslims in the entire fucking region that want to kill every fucking Jew. So, yeah, they're definitely the underdog, even if they're fighting the Gazans, because they're not just fighting the 2 million or whatever Gazans. They're fighting the fucking West Bank. They're fighting fucking Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, all these fucking terrorist fucking cells all over the entire region that want to fucking kill them and are constantly launching. So, yes, they're the underdog.
That is all true, and it's all irrelevant. We're talking about because
you can't take them in a vacuum. You can't take the Palestinians in a vacuum and be like, there's only 2 million Palestinians in Gaza that are in this conflict, but we're not factoring in all the ones in the West Bank and Jordan and Lebanon and fucking all over the other fucking places.
Where was the
Yemenis, fucking Houthis, and the Iranians that are launching fucking rockets.
Where was the majority of Israel's attacks? Where were they directed?
Gaza and southern Lebanon.
There you go. And how many people are in Gaza?
What do you mean? What do you mean the 15, 16-year-old kids run around with Klitschko's fucking shooting? The poor little baby's getting shot.
How many people are in Gaza?
One of the most densely populated fucking areas on Earth. Yeah. It's an open-air prison that has a fucking, European fucking car dealership and like 26 pizzerias that are along the fucking border.
Look, Rich.
It's such a horrific place.
Look, Rich, you don't have to agree with my logic.
No, you're just mad. You're just mad that you found out that the fucking Armenians were hiding in fucking tunnels that the French built them, which is terrible that the French built you.
Why is that a problem?
No, because it makes you guys tunnel rats too. Just like us Jews.
Why would I care or be insulted? I already know that the French saved over 1,000 Armenian.
Yeah, by building tunnels, and then you Armenians headed them.
We're trying to hunt down.
Armenian genocide. Oh,
such Armenian fatigue at this point, Alan.
So you should.
I have as much fatigue as I do with the Iranians at this point, and black fatigue.
Offended by the term tunnel rat, that's your.
No, I said you guys are tunnel rats too. If the Jews are tunnel rats, then the Armenians are tunnel rats, because y'all are hanging out tunnels too. Hiding and cowering in the tunnels.
Say that.
Yeah.
Well, that's your portrayal of it.
No, it is.
Rich, it's you.
It is what?
What'd you say, Rafi?
It's you, Rich, huh?
He finally figured it out.
He said it.
I told you I said it. He'll eventually figure it out.
Cocksucker.
That was a genuine laugh, too, though. What do you think? All he knows is he comes in and hears filthy fucking tunnel rat Jews, and he's like, attack.
But Rich,
he was going to call me an anti-Semite. You anti-Semite Nazi motherfucker.
With my logic, but
no, it's stupid.
Now you have an issue.
Because you're stupid.
I mean, they won't be on the side of the IRGC and all, but there's going to be a really bad taste, especially with all the promises that was given. Oh, go in the street, we're supporting you, blah, blah. And so there's going to be a bad taste, and that's not going to help long term. So they're going to be left on their own and do whatever they need to do. And probably that might not have been a bad, solution to just get rid of what we can and leave it at that. Because everything else is like so complicated. But I think at least to have a better optics and better solution is, again, the least I can say is that there are a lot more of them we can get rid of, and that's where the focus has to be.
Can I just say that has anyone here, considered that what Trump says isn't actually what he means, and he doesn't?
100,000%. That's how he works. That's my thinking.
Well, I mean that he doesn't really care whether or not he wins the war, because there's no such thing as a winner in war. The Tao Te Ching, a Chinese book, says that it's just two funeral processions. So if war is the final, branch of political means, like Chairman Mao says, Trump knew full well going into this that he wasn't going to win a war, but his true goal is to really just do targeted assassination. Go ahead.
What if you create the boogeyman and then you kill the boogeyman and repackage and sell it and then make everyone believe you just did something better or you made something great? I mean, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, like, people think there's some kind of 5D chess. Trump might just be a 2D chess player, and the generals who advised him and his other advisors are of course, they're going to be extremely optimistic. And little do they know, the fog of war. No one can, see through it. So I'm just saying Trump, with his 2 a.m. speech about the Iranian people, rise up and take control of your government. We are with you. You've never had this opportunity before. Well, I mean, that's Trump's.
Locked and loaded.
Yeah, that's Trump's projection. But what I'm saying is the real war is really just getting rid of the intelligence apparatus, which is the leadership and the thinkers of, the body. So anyways.
I mean, they won't be on the side of the IRGC and all, but there's going to be a really bad taste.
So anyways, yeah.
Can you tell me exactly? I missed that last part. What were you saying?
Sorry, we're talking to me? I was just merely saying that, Trump, it's because Trump is in a position where he doesn't have a beef or skin in the game. And he's, he wants to please his Israeli patrons. But at the same time, he doesn't necessarily have the all-in attitude that his Israeli patrons may have. So I'm just saying that, you know, Trump is in a catch-22, and you know, he doesn't even care about an exit. He just wants to please people, and he wants to create an equilibrium, which is what I think he's doing. But the people on this app who are calling, you know, for artillery and a ground invasion, you know, I'm not sure that they have the foresight to know that the outcome and the end game could still just be the same thing, which is a situation you're uncomfortable with still.
Yeah, I don't think I ever bought into that beginning at all. Right? I think this was a limited operation, but I think he put more than he can chew. And I think he's trying to take a situation and take whatever situation he has and turn it into a great outcome that he can sell back. That's it. That's his definition of a win. There's no win here.
Well, the war has been to the benefit of Israel. I think they're going to come out as winners. I mean, the regime that was there and the regime that
what is your ultimate goal, Rafi?
I don't think she could name 12 countries.
Bima didn't say that. That was Alan. Get it right. I mean, she implied it.
And I'm really upset that the attention was taken away from me and went to Rafi. So that's the most horrible thing of this.
Rafi, are you going to let this anti-Semite talk to you like this? I meant Bima, not you, Alan. I know you're laughing because you got a guilty conscience.
I do. I'm racked with guilt.
Oh, she ran away! Free at last! Free at last! Thank God Almighty we're free at last!
Republican Guard is closer to the IRGC than the general military.
Do you find it kind of fishy that there was like a Republican Guard in Iraq and also Iran? Like, it almost feels like the CIA just made shit up.
No, it's not. I mean, the Iranian government is proud to have two separate forces. The equivalent in World War II was Germany had the Wehrmacht and it had the SS, and they served different purposes, and they hated each other. That's kind of what it is in Iran. It's two separate forces with separate command structures.
Yeah, I know. That's what we've been told. But I'm asking, like, maybe we're smarter, and the Cold War apparatus always put two ridiculous things against each other in all parts of the world, right? Like, we got to be smarter than that at this point.
Yeah, but America didn't set any of this shit up. It was set up by the government itself. It's not like America.
It's beyond control. Like, once the Cold War started, right? Once you have a nuclear bomb, like one pointed at you and the other pointed at you, right? The American public's never gonna know the truth. It's just too intense. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's been a long time, you know, like, I'm not stupid, you're not stupid. Like, you think Iran is picking the fight with the biggest lion in the room? It's the Cold War. You know, am I just like crazy? We just can't be told. It's tricky.
Well, Iran is a big country, and this this government. It's not the Caribbean island. You just go and take over, or just get rid of one dictator, and that's it. Stand up. That's not the scenario here. And we had the experience in Afghanistan and Iraq, and with Hamas and Hezbollah, etc. So this was expected. They're going to fight to their death. That's the point. Were we waiting for this?
Is it expected because we're told the narrative that Muslims and Jews are ready to fight to the death over there? I've never met people like that.
Well, didn't you see, like, I don't know, at least 30 of them got killed? And
it's not, none of it is true. It's like, we're...
Khomeini is dead. All those, a lot of the IRGC.
I'm not, like, they are no longer telling us the truth. This is what it is.
Well, do you think you've ever been told the truth? You think that the Ukrainian conflict didn't start 20 years ago, not just a couple years ago?
Worse. No, I mean, I'm talking to adults, right? Like,
You are? You came to Clubhouse to talk to an adult?
It's just a lot of things are bullshit, man. I don't know. It's tough living a long time. That's all I'll say. Because it's hard not to be this way. It's like, how many times are you gonna bullshit me? Man, this sounds like bullshit.
Well, war is what it is. It's really a business, and it's the blunt fact of the situation that our military-industrial complex in Wall Street has to grow their revenue, and so someone has to become the victim. And whoever the biggest punk is on the street, that guy's going to be the victim. He's going to be the patsy.
Do you have any impulse in your mind to kill 1 million people?
No, I didn't create the COVID-19 ZAV. That was Bill Gates, Pfizer, Dr. Fauci.
That's how many Russian soldiers are dead. The young kids, like the kids that play kids that play games with us. We're not being told the cost. That's all. Like, we will have to pay it soon enough. Like, you think those Russian and Ukrainian kids are more important than our kids? That's how they think. That's how they're thinking. They're thinking, why shouldn't we escalate? I lost 1 million kids. Americans they're not understanding. It's life and death.
Yeah, I think they know. Americans know. I mean, we've lost 20 people and 200, casualties. And those people that died, their family members know they're dead.
I just want to have a question. What if we stay there as long term and then China goes after Taiwan in the whole process of it?
I don't know.
Yeah, so
some people say that Taiwan thing, that beef is never going to happen, that shit's been resolved. The Chinese are smarter than that, and their businesses are intertwined. There'd be no reason to do that, and that it's all just see, the thing that upsets me about America, or being an American, that I get the feeling people are laughing behind our back when it's all said and done, because we spent all of our fucking money on them, on their fucking complaints.
No, don't think that. We have the smartest brains in the back rooms. So when we deploy to the Gulf and when we proxy war to Ukraine, it's the smartest people, the Manhattan Project people. It's not us. We're regular. They're there. They just can't talk to us. Like, I can't fully understand. Like those bases over there, when they decide, hey, we have to do something, they can't really tell us. Like when they have to go do that, right? They can't tell us that. Like, Iran's not developing nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons are already developed. It's just a matter of shipping it. That's what the Cold War was. They just shipped the nuke to Cuba. The nuke is available in Iran. You just can't tell us.
Got it.
Pretty wrong, man.
Well,
you're all not stupid, right? You looked a while.
I don't know. Is a stupid person asking the question? Because you came here to speak with adults, and to me, that's pretty stupid.
I don't think that's the case, because these type of scenarios have digital these fingerprints that can be detected, and I don't think that's really the case.
Okay, I was doing some research. Do you know how small a nuclear bomb can actually be?
Yeah, they can put it in a suitcase.
It can be about the size of an RPG. They developed that. It's mobile. Basically, both U.S. and Russia have nukes pointed at each other's cities for decades.
It's not going to Iran. Like, I don't think Iran is that signature. We would have noticed by now. I don't think that if
Look, what is we? We are not the smartest ones in the room. There's people that built the Manhattan Project.
I know, but we could speculate on all kinds of things we don't know about.
I know high school kids in America are stupid. That's not who they're recruiting.
Well, what is your point?
My point is we're in a massive Cold War. Iran is not like that powerful.
All right, so we're in a massive Cold War. Some people are saying we're in World War III. We've been at war since 2001, and we've been at war every 4 years on average. So again, you know, I hate to break the bad news to you, but I don't think you have a point.
Yeah, I know. Well, I don't know. Like, I'm at the point where I think Donald Trump is. The United States government decided that our elections are compromised, and they put in a president.
So your point is that Donald Trump is not a duly elected president, that he was essentially put into power by a group of people who wanted him there because he was going to do for them what they want done.
He was going to do what the Department of Defense wanted done, which was fight Russia.
Okay, and we're doing that. So what's your point?
No point. The American people just can't know. We don't have a democracy anymore. It's war.
Yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you, but like, did you think there was something new?
I wouldn't believe an argument if you said that there's world powers, the Jesuits, the Yushannans, the freaking Freemasons.
Listen, I'm on the United States side. I think we have to win the war. I don't think Russia's a good actor.
So you're ready to go to war with Russia until we can defeat the Kremlin. Is that what you're saying? Are you Snake Plissken?
Yeah, because World War II taught us there's bad people.
Got it. So you're Snake Plissken. What year is it? Can we confirm what year it is, please?
2026, my son.
2026. Snake Plissken is saying he wants to fly into Moscow to take out the KGB.
Hey, that's a crucifix on my window. That's my apartment window, no joke.
VZ, welcome to the stage.
I'm just going to say Snake Plissken was a badass though, dude.
Yeah, but Trump is nothing but a liar.
Do me a favor, call me a Viper. I like that better.
Can I explain to you that Trump is a liar and a piece of shit?
Go ahead, state your opinions.
What happened to no new wars? Why are we in a war right now?
Because there's some punks. There's some punks out there. Some people got to get beat up.
No, I don't believe they do. I believe that we should just stick to America and shit. Yeah.
For now, we can't. They're bad.
And let's go through some Donald Trump quotes. A small loan of $1 million.
Oh,
Japan
God.
knows about surprises.
Small loan of $1 million. I think he got more than that, no?
He's got a couple quotes that
wasn't it said that his dad ultimately gave him like $500 million in the estate?
Yeah, absolutely, he did. And let's not forget he's a draft dodger. He was supposed to go to war.
He was on the bowling team, but he did roll a high 280, which is impressive.
That's an agent. Do you understand what an agent is?
An agent?
How do you go from the apprentice?
An agent or an agent?
Agent, he said.
Agent or agent?
Agent.
He thinks because he was on NBC, he's a CIA asset, which, not the worst theory in the world. But
No. Look, basically, this is my conspiracy. I believe the NSA and CIA discovered that and this is obvious, like, our election system is very compromising. How could it not be? It's like so many counties, right? So they took a precautionary measure, and they said,
well, I have run for office 2 times. I'm running a 3rd time. And I can tell you that it's not only is it compromised at the technological hardware level, it's compromised at the petition level in the very beginning of the election cycle. And lawyers and judges control who your politicians are. We, the people, don't actually get a fair shake and get to vote for our fellow citizens who run because it's all controlled from the very beginning.
So Megatron, if you're trying to fight against the United States, who finances military budgets that can destroy your empire, Russia, right? It's really cheap to start hiring politicians in the United States to vote against it your Ilion, you know,
Trump is a liar.
You see, it's deceptive. Like they seem like they're here to help us.
What
Yeah,
about
but
the gas?
there's nothing new under the sun. So you're just actually telling us the truth, which is, you know, just not a lot of people know that there's nothing new under the sun, and everything that is has already been.
We have to know because we're Americans. Like,
No, you don't have to know. The slaves can't know. That's what makes them a slave. They are intellectually incapable of knowing that they're slaves because it's just too hard to comprehend.
to protect the country, it's just we have to be united. That's the bottom line. Like,
invite Fatima.
Fatima, get that Fatima up here. Kitty, also, if you want to say something. Listen, I think everybody is a little bent out of shape, and they don't realize that there's going to be a resolution, but it's not going to be the resolution you want. It's going to be a resolution, and you're not going to be happy with it. And the truth is, Iran will still be Iran after this conflict has resolved, just in the same way that Afghanistan is still Afghanistan. You know why? Because a war doesn't change a culture. It doesn't matter how many people that America assassinates. The culture in Iran is not going to change. It's just not. You can't change it. They're fully programmed, completely brainwashed. You can't deculture them. Hello?
So you're saying some things will never change?
So here's the thing. In 1950 or 1970, the United States put in the Shah, and then the USSR put in the Ayatollah. This is it. It's simple as that. They want to control at some point.
And we did what we did.
Let's not get it twisted.
And shit.
But it's just, I can't
they gotta go out to the
fully
fucking
figure
streets.
out
And I'm not saying literally
what
go out
is
to the streets.
wrong with
not
these
go out to
men.
the streets in like giant fucking crowds. They're gonna have to do that.
Yeah, I can't figure out what's wrong with that.
But they're not. That's already that problem. What are they? That's the biggest problem.
Trump is a liar. That is number one. He ruined the economy. He ruined our relations with Japan after what he said.
No training, none of that shit. And what are you guys gonna do? And they're like, oh well, we're just waiting for the.
He's a draft dodger. Let's not forget about that. He's a felon.
And I'm like, okay,
we just keep going on and on.
And they're like,
no, none of that is true. I'm not trying to be contrarian, man. I'm trying to tell you that, like,
of guns and millions of rounds of ammunition, and
we don't have elections anymore, kiddo. Like,
so it's all forced. Everything's just planned, and everything's just
because the situation is it's easy to hack our
Shut the fuck up, faggot.
Okay, so just everything's rigged and we're fucked, right? There's nothing we can do.
Think it's easy for me to hack Nebraska, some weird ass county.
They want us to grab our fucking.
Okay, but I get what you're saying. You're saying it's rigged, right?
No, I'm not saying it's rigged. I'm saying a foreign entity, like, yo, if I know some stupid school is having an election, I have to get my people in there. You get what I'm saying, man?
Yeah.
There's just no way. Like, it's too big. We're not that dope, yo. Russians are here.
No, I don't have a job.
Like that Charlie Kirk, I know you guys know that shit don't work, bro.
No, I'm sure.
That's false flag all over the place. It's a weird time.
Yes, exactly.
You're the wrong guy to be advocating for all
What were you saying, Rafi?
What's up with the replays? You guys CIA or what?
He's drunk.
Is this a psyop room?
Nah, I ain't no psyop. What are they gonna do with us? We're stupid.
Well, I have the replays on because I am the R word. I was recently told that I was the R word by a supposed friend of mine during St. Patty's Day. Well, I agree actually now. I'm going with it. I am the R word and I'm embracing it because it resolves a lot of conflict just by openly saying, hey, I'm the R word.
That shit. It resolved a lot of shit for me too.
Can we just get past it? Can you not get angry with me because I am the R word?
Maybe get angry.
Your name is Megatron, son. I didn't even assume anything different.
I think you should get angry.
Well, I just read a really interesting article. This is what it says. Well, I am an R word, so I do read sometimes to try to decrease my R word magnitude. What's interesting is it's, you want to hear it? It's by a CIA agent. Not many people.
See, I knew he was CIA.
You want to hear it or not? Some of it.
Yeah, you have to do your delivery with confidence. Don't ask.
Ooh.
Do I ask? I just talk. Trump is a liar, and that's what I truly believe. I don't want.
Yeah, man. Look, it's we have to believe that there's just no way to do a popularity contest, man. It's corrupt.
Kamala would have been better.
No, man. Listen to what I'm saying. You cannot do a popularity contest. You get it? So it's gonna get hacked. We haven't had we haven't voted for a president, all right?
I'm genuinely angry at what I'm looking at right now with my country. I'm
really angry, son.
I'm enraged when I have to fill up my tank. At least buy me dinner before I get fucked. When I fill up my gas tank and it costs $100 to get 17 gallons. I'm fucking pissed.
Yeah, you complaining about inflation.
Have you heard about walking or a bicycle? I heard those two modes of transportation don't require much. A bus? What about the bus?
It's not an option. I don't live in a city.
Have you thought about trying to do yogic flying?
Not an option.
You don't know about transcendental meditation? You don't have to use a car to do it.
You're right. I'll just teleport. My bad.
Yeah, there you go. It's problem solved. That's why you came to Clubhouse. Some people here think they came here to speak to adults. Actually, they're just speaking to R words.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
Hey, don't do that, man.
R word. I was recently told that I was the R word by a supposed friend of mine.
Yeah, you'll understand that soon, Megatron. You'll understand. Or maybe you already understand.
You talk to an adult long enough, you find out the way that daddy is.
My dad just text messaged me today and sent me an insult.
Hold on one second. What was gas price in 2022 under Biden?
I remember getting gas for like $2 a gallon.
You were not probably on this planet then, but gas price underneath Biden was up to $5.22. So you must
maybe where you were, but not for me.
No,
I'd say at most $3. That was you. You probably live in California.
Yeah, but VZ, you got to look at this in terms of the fact that you're already getting a deal. It's all about the average. It's not about what you're paying now. Look at it from a renter's perspective. If you're paying $1,200,
I want a house.
Well,
why did I work so hard? Why did I serve this country for?
Yeah, hold up. VZ, you a veteran?
I'm still in.
Hello? Well, that's great news. You got a job and you're getting a salary from Uncle Sam. You know, every dollar that they put out is just $1 borrowed now.
VZ to war, just FYI.
Anyways, VZ, if you go to the front line, just remember to stay. You might. If you do, I'm trying to give you some front line advice. If you do, try to stay in the back of the line and let the other people, do the hard work before you got to do your heavy lifting. That's how it works in the legions.
I'll give you the real advice. Do you believe in Christ?
Ooh.
I'm leaving now. It was a good conversation, but I just can't do this anymore.
Uh-oh.
I'm upset.
We broke him. We broke you, VZ. I didn't mean to break you. How are you going to survive in the military with this type of attitude? That's a quitter's attitude.
My day is ruined. I'm just going to go fuck myself. That's what I'm going to do.
It's on replay, so you can come back and listen to yourself self-defeating anytime.
I will.
Check your profile. It'll appear at the top of your profile. Just click it. Fast forward to this part of the recording, and you can say, fuck me. That was me. Fuck.
I'm a loser. Everybody in the replay, I'm a loser.
Trump is a liar.
I'm a loser, baby.
I'm a loser.
Sing it, VC. Sing it.
Soy. Ooh, get the door.
Do people really?
I'm a loser, baby. So why don't you kill me?
Shut up. Listen
Well,
up.
gay fuck shot.
Motherfuckers, yo, you drunk and high. Listen. People listen to the replays, man. That's not good, man. I crash out.
Yeah, I mean, you got this dude, he fucking puts the replays on because he's a fucking CIA agent and he wants fucking everybody to hear him speak. So, yeah, man. I mean, I don't really give a fuck. I mean,
I don't know, man. I crashed out a bunch of Hebrew Israel.
I got hella replays of me crashing out.
That's all they're here for. You want to get crashed out, I'll crash you out.
Soy. Un pietador. We're loser, baby. Yeah, alright. That's all I got.
BZ, you sound like some fucking crackhead Hakuna Matata.
Oh, this is me on my VTR. I'm a
Hakuna Matata.
No, I drink.
Yeah, that's what he sound like.
I drink Steel Reserve. No, look at me. Look at my VTR. Look at my profile picture. This is me.
Hello?
This is me in my profile picture.
No, that's not good, yo. That's like 2 bottles of something.
Yeah, that's me.
You alcoholic?
Yeah.
Nah, deadass.
No, yeah, deadass.
Yo, me too, kiddo.
Yeah. Congratulations, guys.
No.
It's called personal responsibility.
You still doing daily drive?
Hello?
Absolutely.
Nah, you have a quit.
We try to run a family show here, guys. Keep it clean.
Alcohol, drugs. What else is bad? Fucking marijuana. Fuck, shit, ass.
I don't think you're in the service right now if you're smoking weed.
Fuck, motherfucker. Shit face. Ass. Fuck.
Yeah, you sound like you came out
Fucker.
of weed, yo. I got everything.
Hello?
That messes you up.
Motherfucker.
All right, we've got some other speakers on the stage.
Asswipe.
I don't have time for the profanity. Fatima, is there something you'd like to say?
Nigga.
Fatima, hello?
Yes, hello, what's up, Joe? No.
He can come back, but he's got to go sit at the little kids' table for 10-minute timeout to think about the profanity he's been using.
Megatron, don't be so gay.
I'm not being gay. You're projecting your homosexuality onto me. Dr. Fatima, how are you?
Good, son. What up, man?
Shut the fuck up, Eddie. Bro, shut your fucking damn mouth for 1 fucking minute, bro. Thank you.
Why? I got the Holy Spirit.
Oh, look at Fatima. Hi, Fatima.
Fatima, you cute, son? I used to be Muslim, yo.
I am not.
Fatima, she's hot. She is hot.
I'm
Yo,
not.
I'm that cute too, so I'm nearing 40, but I don't know how I stay young.
Damn, you're unk.
I know, but I'm gorgeous. Fatima,
it's over, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Some of you guys are too old to be on Clubhouse.
Huh? Who said that?
All right, we got Goo in the room. Welcome to the room, Goo. Can you answer the question?
Megatron sound like, yo, Megatron.
Megatron, I ain't gonna lie, dude. You're like 50 years old, dude. You're old.
Hello?
Yo, Fatima, shut up real quick. She's trying to find a nice picture for me.
I mean, Fatima, she's a beautiful woman. She's really pretty.
Yeah, but you've never been with a petite spinner? It's like heaven on earth.
I mean, that's what you're into. Go ahead.
Actually, I've never been to a gay clubhouse room.
Wait, what? What the fuck?
You never been in an LGBTQ clubhouse? You didn't know that this was an LGBTQ? This is log cabin Republicans for Donald Trump.
They're always on my case, man.
This is the log cabin Republicans room for Donald Trump. Stephen Bader is going to come here pretty soon, and we got Marshall Rankin coming in. We're going to bring in all the heavy hitter LGBTQ Republicans for you.
Why is he involved?
Hello?
Oh my God, you threw him out, John.
No, he didn't. He left.
All right, I believe you.
I believe you. Don't believe me. Just trust your gut instinct, your intuition. You can grab your thumb. All right, I'm gonna give you guys a special little segment in this room, and this is another room. I'm gonna do a cross stream on an anonymous.
In the homes of the 1.5 million people that they just forced out of their homes and destroyed.
Are they planning to what?
Are they going to replace the homes or pay for new shelters?
That's going to be the problem with Syrian government for allowing a terrorist organization on their land and not controlling them. That's already a Syrian problem.
Oh, okay.
It's not Israel's problem.
So you're blaming.
So they allow the radicals onto their country. Yes.
Okay, so you're blaming innocent, peaceful people who admitted
No,
to
I'm blaming the government and the innocent people elected to represent their countrymen that allow the terrorists to take over their country by not fighting back for it.
They have no responsibility. If you find that there's a terrorist, they have no responsibility to get terrorists. If you want to go in and get a terrorist, go in and get the terrorist.
We did.
And they have no problem. No, and you didn't only get the terrorists, you also got a whole bunch of innocent people. And so I'm asking.
Because they were hiding behind.
Correct. Okay. Well, okay. So now, understandably, so are you going to reject?
The government. So why doesn't the
government do anything? Why doesn't the government do anything? They didn't do it. They said you could come in and do it.
Today I have a terrorist in my neighborhood.
It doesn't matter. They have no responsibility to protect your country. They have no responsibility. Lebanon government has no responsibility. No.
Okay, so then we have no responsibility to care for their countrymen or anything that they have.
No. You do. You have a responsibility to human beings. You have a responsibility to peaceful human beings. Nobody owes you shit.
Oh, I can't.
Nobody owes you shit. No, but what you're going to do is you're going to go and you're going to harm peaceful
individuals. No, what you're going to do is shut your fucking mouth.
To go in and to actually get the terrorists. You don't want to do boots on the ground, right? You want to be pussy and you want to destroy and you want to destroy. Oh, because you destroy innocent, peaceful people's homes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because innocent
people. Thank God that your home isn't destroyed. Because I'll tell you what, I don't have much in this life, but one thing I do have is a home. If somebody came in and destroyed my home, guess what? I'm Hezbollah. Call me fucking Hezbollah because I have just joined Hezbollah. I just joined Hezbollah. If you destroy, I'm a peaceful person. I've never harmed another peaceful person in my life. That's what you say. To justify the atrocities that you support. Oh yeah, okay.
Her mic's breaking up. Are you there, Bima?
I'm just asking if you're going to do the right thing.
Bima, are you
there?
Your
government is going to replace the homes
Bima, your mic's
your government destroyed.
Bima, your mic's messing up.
I'm guessing no.
Rich, if you have a terrorist hiding in your neighborhood,
there's no responsibility. Nobody has any responsibility. If somebody, you have a responsibility to stop the people. You have a responsibility. You have the responsibility. Only you have a responsibility.
You're coming in really low for real.
Rafi, do I have a responsibility? Rafi, do I have a responsibility to defend you? Rafi, do you have a responsibility to defend me?
Yes.
Rafi, do you have a responsibility to protect me?
Yes.
Rafi, do you have a responsibility to protect me? The answer is no. The answer is no. But no, the answer is no. Oh, Rafi has a responsibility to protect me?
Yes.
Question.
Okay.
No, I would fuck you and send her to the dogs right away. Bima.
No, of course you would. Of course you would, because you're an atrocious human being, and you justify harming and displacing.
Bima, can we ask for clarification? Bima, shut the fuck up. Seriously, I'll share your fucking photo.
And human beings. Yeah, okay.
Bima, I have a question. I have a genuine question.
I lost my mind, but you're going to destroy a million plus
people's homes. Do we have to protect you or other people, like real humans?
Responsibility to protect yourself.
Do we have to protect you or other humans, like real people?
You have responsibility to protect yourself.
For you, we're not protected.
If somebody comes in,
or somebody or KK,
somebody's going to harm you, I don't have a responsibility to come in and protect you. Now, surprise, neither does police. United States Police has no responsibility. Yes, according to enforce the law. And so what that? Yes, but the Supreme Courts have proven that they have zero responsibility. They feel that their life is in danger. They have zero responsibility. They use their discretion and they don't have any responsibility to go in and defend you. They do not have to put their life on the line if they don't want to. Their job is to enforce the law. So when they feel that it's important, or when they feel that it's safe enough for them, to go in and to enforce the law, then they could do that. Okay.
She's got her microphone turned her headphones turned off.
Do you understand that?
She's doing the mic thing.
No, I don't. I hear it.
No, you're turning your phone down. You're doing the mic thing.
Oh, okay. That's how I know what you're saying.
Yes, that's exactly what you're doing. Now you're putting the headphone back to your ear.
No, okay, yes, sir.
Yes, that's exactly what
verbal diarrhea.
Yeah, I heard all your numbers.
Bima, if we have to protect you, we're
Okay,
not
so
protecting you.
I'm not
We'll
talking to
protect
you. I'm not
everybody
talking
else.
to you, Rich. No, that's not the point.
Because you're a
The
terrible
point is
human
that
being.
nobody has the responsibility to protect anybody, and that's just the truth. Not even police. According to the Supreme Court, they have no responsibility to protect you.
Gloria,
Okay?
can you imagine
And
marrying
you
this woman?
You can reference Supreme Court law.
Oh, imagine being married to this every day.
When
That's why
there
she's single.
was, who was it? It was
This is why she has a side
they
dude.
broke into somebody's home, and these women were calling the police, calling 911.
She has a nose fever.
I do. They snuck outside on the roof. They were there anyway. They ended up, I don't know if they got murdered or they got killed or something like that. And they sued, family sued the government. They lost. The police have no responsibility to come and defend you. Their job is law enforcement, to enforce the law. They do not have a responsibility to defend you. You have a responsibility to defend yourself. Okay, so if Hezbollah, if somebody's coming that's harming the country, that's your responsibility. Your responsibility, okay, or obligation. Thank you, Rich. It's your obligation.
Yeah, because it's a job. It's an obligation.
Stop the people who are initiating aggression upon you. But while you're in that process, you can't harm peaceful people, because now what you're doing is every peaceful person.
Yeah, but we're not piece of shits.
Hold on, Rich. Every peaceful person that has not harmed you, you're creating a victim.
Yeah, obligation and responsibility are different.
There's a perpetual cycle of victim,
we have a responsibility as men to protect the innocent.
But there's nothing that you're going to say, Rafi, unless you're going to tell me that your government has a plan to replace the homes of the innocent people that you have displaced, of the innocent people.
They already said they're going to rebuild
So
it.
you have no. Well, then guess what?
BB's already said that.
Guess what? Then you haven't. That there is going to be a plan.
Yeah, Netanyahu said that he's going to rebuild Gaza.
No, I'm not talking about rebuilding Gaza. I'm talking about now southern Lebanon, the 1.5 people from the blue line all the way to the
They're going to rebuild southern Lebanon. It's going to be part of Israel.
Well, no, exactly. They just annexed it. Okay, just stole it like they stole.
We annexed the terrorist fucking part of
Empire
Lebanon.
expansion. I'm not surprised, but that's fine. I understand that they want to secure themselves. Okay, this is the issue. If you're going to do that, you have to at least replace and repair the homes and the harms that you've caused to innocent peaceful people.
I want to know your welfare check.
So that's what I want. Honey, I listen. I've done enough. I'm zero. No, I own my own property. I own my own property. The land that I'm on, I bought when I was 19 years old. I bought this land when I was 19 years old from an apple farmer, an apple farmer. Yeah.
I'll explain to you that those soft wall patterns, that's not your property. It's called the property of the state for the crazies.
Right, exactly, because you don't own. You don't own private property, right?
Didn't Rafi sit quietly while you were ranting?
Yeah, I'm not listening to
No. I'm gonna talk. Listen, he's not respectful.
No, he actually was being quiet. I was the one rudely interrupting.
So I'm gonna come in and I'm just gonna do what I'm gonna do, because if he's gonna show respect to me and he's not gonna insult me, yes, exactly. I'm gonna crash out. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. Until you guys can learn to be gentlemen and to actually just respect people and just talk about the topic. You don't have to insult human beings. You can actually talk about the topic. You don't have to cry like little babies.
Bima, you're doing the Norman thing right now.
Defend it because you know that it's shit. I know.
Bima, you're doing the Norman thing right now.
I know. And do you know why? Because I'm tired. I'm tired of you children. You children not knowing how to have a conversation. I love having civil discussions, but you guys don't.
You crash out all the time. Even chillism.
Okay, yeah, that's.
You do.
I'm sure. Okay. Right? Everything that you said tonight, Rich, is a lie. Everything. I don't respond to you. Okay.
Everything I said is truthful and accurate.
Nobody believes you.
And it represents everything that it's true.
You bear false witness. You call yourself a Christian. You call yourself a Christian. Everything.
You're gonna play this game now.
False witness. No, I'm just saying. You think that you're a Christian? You're fake. You're fake. You're fake. You're not a Christian. You have no Jesus, no Christ, no principles in your body. You're gonna just bear false witness against your neighbor. Yes, you did, and you think that it's funny. You think it's a game. You know, because this isn't real life to you. So you think you could come out and bear false witness. Well, you think we're not real people? You don't think that we're real people with real lives?
This is all a construct of my subconscious mind.
This is the delusion that you tell yourself in your mind to justify the things that you do.
Yours just
not
my
real.
neurotic, crazy part of my brain, subconscious.
Okay, you're not real. You're not real. All right, well, if you're not real, I guess Rich isn't real. I mean, it's a delusion. That feels better. So, Rafi, do you want because he said that this isn't real. So if this isn't real, he shouldn't mind. Well, it's not real. All right, so you want to go too? You want to go too?
Sure, send it. Talk to yourself. No, send me. Come on, this is the most power you're gonna ever have in your life, Bima, that little green mob. Remember that. That's the most power you're gonna ever
What's the
have.
matter? What's the matter, Rafi? I don't have to mod you. I don't have to mod abuse you. I can have a no. I don't. No. I don't have to mod abuse you, Rafi, because you're a rude individual. All you do is you insult people, and you don't have the discussion. You know why you don't have a discussion? Because you don't have any good argumentation. You have no good counter arguments because you know that what you're doing is wrong. You know that what you're supporting is wrong, and you know that it doesn't fit well in your soul. You know that it's fucked up. You know that it's fucked up, but you have to figure out a way to justify it, right? And so instead of actually coming up with an argument to justify, because you won't be able to, you just insult me.
The extravagant courtesan's thin face was slimmer waisted in a ballroom wood, a floating robe in royal amplitude, paws and deep folds around a dry foot, shod, the bright flower-like shoe that gems the sod. The swarms that hum about her collarbones, as the lascivious streams caress the stones, conceal from every scornful jest that flies her gloomy beauty and her fathomless eyes, are made of shade and void with flowery sprays. The swarms that hum about her collarbones, as the lascivious streams caress the stones, conceal from every scornful jest that flies her gloomy beauty and her fathomless eyes, are made of shade and void with flowery sprays. Her skull is wreathed artistically and sways, feeble and weak on her frail vertebrae. O charm of nothing, decked in folly, they who laugh and name you a caricature, they see not, they whom flesh and blood allure, the nameless grace of every bleached bare bone that is most dear to me, tall skeleton, who laugh and name you a caricature. Come you to travel with your potent snare,
Insult people because you can't have a civil conversation. You have to insult people. You have to insult and abuse people in discussion when people are talking about topics because you know that the bullshit that you justify isn't right. 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 Because you can't justify. So is Israel gonna pay and
Why would Israel have to pay?
Oh, why? Well, I mean, if I came in and started destroying fucking houses in Israel, would you think that I would be responsible for repairing those damages of innocent human beings? Would I? If I came in and started to, if I came in, don't talk about it as a collective. Don't talk about it as a collective. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to talk about it. What do you mean? We're not having a civil discussion. I don't speak civilly with people who insult people. No, what we're gonna do is we're just going to bulldoze the conversation. We're gonna bulldoze the conversation because this is what you like. There's no pain. There's no pain. There's no pain. There's no pain because you're not a civil human being. You're not a civil human being, and you justify atrocities against peaceful human beings.
Right. What can I ask? What are you saying? Is Israel going to pay for what now?
Is Israel going to pay for all of the homes that they've displaced 1.5 million people in southern Lebanon? Do they plan on repairing, building, or giving any type of shelter to the 1.5 million who are not Hezbollah?
The only country that's ever, I think the only country that I'm aware of, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, that has ever paid for the enemy's housing or rebuilding the enemy's whatever when they are in the middle or after a war is the United States. They're with Iraq or Afghanistan.
If your government allow terrorism on your land to occur, by not stopping it from a certain area where they said, you know what, we're not going to control this area anymore because these people are out of control. We are too weak as a government to fight them. So they basically, the Lebanese government surrendered that area because they didn't want nothing to do with it. They didn't want to go against the terrorist organization.
Bro, can we get a beat on this guy? This guy's rambling.
I'm rambling. I'm speaking fucking facts, you dumb cunt.
I'm gonna lick your brown starfish if you keep rambling.
Sure. So, anyways, by allowing them, by not stopping it, so Israel says, okay, you don't want to take responsibility for these terrorists while they're shooting rockets into my country and my people, doing destruction to my infrastructure. Okay? If you guys are going to do nothing about it, I'm going to be Big Daddy and I'm going to do something about it because I'm not going to stand here because no fucking Hezbollah is paying reparations or any destruction that they're doing in fucking Israel. Okay? Because Israel's not going to Lebanon and saying, oh, those buildings that you guys hit, are you guys going to pay us back? No, nobody ever paid back. When Gaza was shooting rockets into Israel and destroying buildings, did anybody go to Gaza and say, you guys are going to pay for those buildings? No, nobody fucking does it. So why is Israel supposed to be held to a higher fucking standard?
Because it's the right thing to do. It's the right
But
thing
it
to
is
do.
the right thing to do.
If you want to destroy the homes of Hezbollahs, people that are actually committing the atrocities, I mean, like, well, let me ask you, if a terrorist hid in your home, would you justify me just rocket launching a bomb right into your home and taking you and your family out and your home? No, you wouldn't, because you know that it's wrong.
Fucking government allowed this shit to happen, I would get the fuck out and move because that puts my children in danger. If fucking rockets are flying out of my next door neighbor's backyard into fucking America, okay? I know that America's gonna retaliate. So what the fuck I do is that either my government's gonna protect and go arrest that person, or I have to fucking because I know there's gonna be a rocket flying in my neighbor's house that's gonna impact my house.
Why did you hold Israel to the standard of is quote unquote the right thing to do, but nobody else in the region or the area that's also involved
Because he
in the
hates
fight?
Israel, and that's why. She sees negatives after
because I don't look at things as collectives. I look at things as individuals, right? One person, Hezbollah, that is a person, a human being, woke up, decided that they wanted. Hold on. I understand. Well, oh, really? Hezbollah isn't a person?
No, Hezbollah is
Hezbollah isn't one person that's been. Hezbollah isn't just one person. Oh, okay.
That was Nasrallah.
No, I'm joking. I'm sorry. I was
okay. You just said one person is like it's not only is it a terrorist group, but it's also in the government, right? It's a party in the Lebanese government. In the Lebanese government, the president, the prime minister, the speaker of the house, they are allowing for this to happen. The head of the military, they're allowing for a function in their government to basically over the country and wage war against another country, another sovereign state. And they aren't interfering.
And you know the repercussions of allowing that, right? Shai, what happens when you wage a war against another country? Can you get attacked back when you're attacking another country, Shai? Or no, we're going to help to a higher standard. We're going to take those bombs, right? Because Bima hates Jews. Or the state of Israel, because all her life problems are because of Jews. Those Zionists. Let's blame the Zionists because Bima's life sucks. And she's miserable. But anyways, guys, I gotta go to work, make some money.
Yeah, you do. You better go make that money, you moron.
Yeah, I will.
You liar. You're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit, Rafi. You were born a piece of shit. Go make your piece of shit money. That's what you like to do. Go justify. Just go already. Goodbye. You don't have to announce your departure. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Goodbye. Good morning. So Sam, you're saying that if what you're saying is true, why did the Lebanese government announce that they don't support Hezbollah, that they took out any type of, they even took out, what was it? They even had the Iranian embassy leave Lebanon. I mean, like, I don't under what you're saying that that Hezbollah is part of the government.
Yeah, they are part of the how do you call this, a party in the government. And as far as I understand it, that was recently that they, in the past couple of days, there's actually a Lebanese Christian Israeli journalist who I guess moved to Israel like some 20 or 30 years ago seeking asylum. From Lebanon, and he wrote something on Twitter about it, about how the Lebanese government is making a claim that Hezbollah has been weakened because of the weakening of the IRGC, and therefore they have now the ability to kick out the Iranian embassy there, leadership that was there in their offices, and also weaken Hezbollah, or effectively try to oust them.
That's interesting. What is their party platform?
What's whose party platform? Hezbollah's? No, I don't know. I don't know if Hezbollah in itself is an official party, but I know that leadership within Hezbollah is in their Knesset. How do you call it? Knesset? In their government.
I think the government, they don't want Hezbollah to be part of it anymore.
Yeah, I agree. I think they don't want them to be part of it anymore.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it still doesn't justify, unless those individuals, those people who have been displaced, their homes, unless they were participants in supporting terrorist activity. And I mean, like, honestly, it's difficult because I'll tell you what, if I was in the region, I would have been Hezbollah, absolutely, 110%. 110%, no doubt in my mind. If I lived there, no problem. No way that I'm gonna sit by and
Do you know what Hezbollah believe in? So you say I will be Hezbollah. Hezbollah is like the Iranian regime exactly. People in Lebanon hate them, and the reason why they ask them to evacuate is because they're living among them, so they don't want the people to be hit as well. Hezbollah is a terrorist group.
Yeah, she agrees. She's saying that she agrees with them to some extent.
Like, do you agree with the Iranian government as well, Khamenei and stuff?
Bima, I think she's asking you a question.
I'm asking Bima, Habibti.
No, like the IRGC, no.
Then, but I'll tell you something. Hezbollah exactly believes the same thing. And Hezbollah are hitting the other countries around them. They're hitting Kuwait. They're hitting other countries around them. Not only Israel. If you're against Israel, like I'm saying, I'm not a big fan of them as well. But that's my point. They're not, like, they don't have specific goals.
You see, unfortunately, I think that a lot of people in America believe that the politics sort of end and begin at the borders of some of these countries, and they don't realize that that cross many different countries. Right? A lot of these people, the Hezbollah, I don't even know if they believe in states, in nation states, if they believe like in borders.
Hezbollah hate America, of course. They hate America. Like, they think America is the enemy. It's exactly the same mentality as the Khamenei. And they are hitting other countries around them. And even the Lebanese government are done with them. Like, the Lebanese government is good, but they are decent militias.
I don't think they're eating everybody. They love their Arab neighbors. They only hate American bases.
I would say I agree with you.
Saudi Arabia are allowing the U.S. to have a base in there.
Okay, I'm with you, Abdul, but they're not hitting only the bases. They hit the airports. They hit the
base in UAE. Why?
I live in GCC. I'm telling you, they're not only hitting the bases. They hit the airport. They hit the oil. They hit a lot of places. That they hit houses in Kuwait. They hit a house.
The government shouldn't allow the US base to be positioned.
My government went out and said that they are not allowing it anyways. So they did say that.
Currently, in Kuwait, the bases used to attack Iran and Hezbollah. And if they should be attacked back, the Americans should be bombed, and missiles should be.
Okay, no problem. Let's go with what you're saying. Let's go.
Beam, are you there?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't really mean that about Hezbollah. You were just joking, right? To make a point.
No, I don't know.
You were joking. Retract it now, please.
Oh, whether I support Hezbollah?
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to. I'll tell you why. Because...
Yeah. No, she did. I'm her lawyer. No, she didn't support it. Go ahead, E. I'm sorry for interrupting.
I'll tell you what. If I was an innocent person in southern Lebanon, just living on my little farm, not harming any other person, not bothering anybody, the only thing
No, we don't support terrorist groups, Bima. Thank you for your statement.
Bima, if you live in South Lebanon, you will be terrorized by Hezbollah, by the way. You're not going to love them. Unless you believe in what they believe, which is war and terrorism and exactly as Khamenei way of thinking. That's it. That's Hezbollah. Don't let them lie to you. I live in the region. I know exactly what I'm talking about. But about Abdullah, you say... they're hitting the bases. Okay, I will agree with you if they are only hitting they're not hitting the bases. Don't you see the news?
No, but
they're hitting the electricity, they're hitting the oil, they're hitting the airports. They actually, there is a little girl who is 11 years old who died.
American soldiers don't stay in their bases. They go and live in the hotels because they know the Iranian gonna attack them.
Habibi, that is etiquette when it comes to wars. You can't just hit anyone.
The agency of finding them, attacking them anywhere they look at. That's what they deserve, basically.
Yeah, I think that Bima believes that Hezbollah's only existence is there to resist Israel on behalf of Lebanon.
Bima think that Hezbollah is like a party where they sing and dance or something. They have guns, they kill people, they have missiles.
Yeah, I understand that. But what I understood though is that Hezbollah originally was created to get U.S. and other occupying nations outside to get them out of the region.
And they are created by Iran, by the way.
Okay, so if that's the case, I mean, when did Israel take over that area up to Litani River? It was before Hezbollah was created. So even Israel, the first go around, I think it was in 1982, because it was for 18 years to 2000. So 1982, that's 18 years. So from 1982, I mean, like, and they won, and they got them out in 2000. They made Israel. They were losing. Israelis realized, listen, we have to get out of here. Too many people are dying. Let's go. And then they back their land. They were able to take back that region, and they've been since 2000, right? So, I mean,
Bima, Israel is trying to invade Palestine 70 years. What good job they did. They can't take Lebanon, by the way. That one. Number two, when you're talking about Hezbollah, imagine you're a Christian who lives in South Lebanon, which there are a lot, and you're being bombed just because there is an Iranian regime there, which is not an Iranian regime, but they are paid by Iran to fight, to fucking kill the country. Because if you're doing the missiles, you're putting other people in danger. Plus you're hitting everyone around you. They're hitting Lebanon, Iraq or something like that as well.
If that's true, if you hate Israel, I hate government. I hate government.
Okay, if you hate the Israeli government, I'm with you. I hate them, but that doesn't mean go kill them and kill all your neighbors with them. You get what I mean?
So according to what I'm reading here, because I was actually curious, I've been looking it up for the past few days, but according to this, Israel quote-unquote occupied southern Lebanon because of the PLO, right? They were using the PLO was using that part of southern Lebanon as a staging ground, and then Hezbollah was developed to join them, and they've been fighting each other at that point basically ever since. And Israel tried to help to build the Maronite Christian militias, but apparently they didn't work out because of the Lebanese Civil War. Or something like that.
Do you know? Can I tell you an information? I'm sure nobody knows. In Kuwait, we caught what do you call Khaliyah? It's like 10 people who are benefited by Hezbollah in order to hit targets into where there is civilians. So when you say Hezbollah, I agree with them. You have to think 1 million times because they are killing people who are in their neighbors, and definitely they're gonna hang them. But that's the point. They 25 people.
And the Kuwaiti allowed the American to have bases, hotels there.
This have nothing to do with bases. We're talking about Hezbollah now.
Look.
They want to listen, Habibi. They want to kill famous figures in Kuwait. Nothing to do with the American. Don't mix it. I live here. I'm telling. Actually, check it in the news because we put that in the news as well. Well, don't make me get angry in the morning. Good morning. Let me drink my coffee.
Oh shit! You finna get angry?
Wallah al-azim. Habibi, if I get angry, I'll come to you.
Habibti, come on.
Hey, I put some links in the chat. Bima should read up because Bima is an ignorant young person who doesn't realize she's saying that she wants to join the mafia. She's so ignorant. She doesn't realize when you join a terrorist organization, guess what you got to do? You got to go out and kill innocent people. And she's that stupid. She comes on here and says she wants to join Hezbollah. That's how ignorant she is. And that's how stupid she is. Read up, Bima. You're going to need to know what it takes to be a terrorist. You're going to have to go kill innocent people, you stupid fucking idiot.
I mean, it's true.
Like, I love to ask a question if you don't mind. Like, who is the most profitable right now out of this war? Have anybody already questioned?
China.
No, the elites. Like, if you're actually going to be
there's always going to be fucking elites. Why don't you go blow yourself up if you get tired of the elites? God damn it. There's always going to be somebody who's an elite person.
There's no way on earth that you're actually getting rid of the elites because they are the shareholders of literally almost 70% of everything in the world. So they are actually controlling almost half of the planet if you're actually going through all of that.
The 100% of the planet, because every society that exists throughout all time has been controlled by another person.
Okay, going through that, do you know already who is the owner of BlackRock, right?
Did you say black cock?
Oh,
there we go. Everything's gonna go back to this.
Did you know OnlyFans creator died? Did you know the OnlyFans creator died? Do you know what killed him? Do you know what killed the guy? It was a turbo cancer from the vaccine. You gotta whisper it though.
Don't you fuck with me, wow.
They say 3 million Americans died as a result of taking the Zav. Link is in the chat.
I took the vaccine. When am I going to die?
That all the elites is actually controlling almost all of the world and you just don't see it. That's really sad.
I do have a question though. So go ahead. Hezbollah. Okay, if Hezbollah is southern, Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Okay, if they're as like crazy and bad as being communicated, why were so many Christians living there like peacefully?
They are Lebanese. This is their land. They have to live there. It's their land. It's their right to live there. Nobody can get them out of there. It doesn't matter what's your religion. Your loyalty is for the land at the end of the day. And Hezbollah can't get them out. They are Lebanese. It's not up to them. And plus, Christian mostly they live in peace anyways. Even Sunnah there, they live in peace. The issue is with Hezbollah, which is a part of Iran regime. You have to understand, they are Shia, but not any Shia. They are the Shia, the extreme Shia from Iran.
If it was
Actually, also, what is not actually said out loud in many ways, Abdul, I would like to address Bima. What is also not said out loud is that that the Hezbollah have been doing dawah on people, and they've been converting a lot of the Christians to Islam, and actually a lot of Christians have left Lebanon. Like if you look at the percentages of Muslims versus Christians in Lebanon from like 1948 until now, you see like the Muslim population is growing.
Only because Muslims have more kids. That's it. Not because they are.
Not only because of this.
Doesn't the Muslim population, like, aren't they constantly growing all around the world?
Yes, a lot of it is because of births, like you said, but also through conversions, and also because Christians are moving. Christians are moving because of the terrorism.
Yeah, the terrorism that Bima wants to join. Never forget that on this day, March 27, 2026, Bima declared her allegiance to Hezbollah. She's a traitor and a terrorist.
Just stop. You're such a loser. What are you doing? You're bald. You're sitting in your fucking chair on TikTok with your fat gut. Your phones, lying on people.
It's been a long winter. I'm gonna get the summer bod shape started soon. Take it easy on the stomach now.
I'm so surprised.
I do yoga.
Of any type of fucking things to say about other women's bodies when you sit there with your fucking nasty gut, dude. Do you know you were on stream the other day and you picked your nose and then you wiped it on your shirt and it was on your shirt, dude. Like it was the black shirt. Go back and look, dude.
Yeah, the shirt. You got me there. You got me there. I'm not gonna lie. It was a long 3 days. You know, these rooms were hot. I was working overtime over here filming it all. Give me a break. I'm working here filming 24 hours a day. I couldn't take a break. I just took a nice hot shower. I'm all clean again. Look at the new live. Look at the new live. I know. That shirt was dirty. It had boogers on it. It had more than boogers on it. Did you see the white stains?
He picked it with his left finger. Where? He picked it with his left finger, and then he put it and just wiped it right
Don't say that guy.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
Well, you could watch me in my new clean shirt. But yeah, I'm not denying it. That shirt got a lot of wear over 3 days. But Matt Cool put together the biggest banger rooms at Clubhouse. I think I'm going to win an Academy Award or something.
There's two ladies on stage. No more brother talk. And for the record, John Kitover, I hope you're streaming. No, I don't pledge my allegiance to Hezbollah. However, I will say that I would create my own resistance, and I would just and I would do. Because I'm not going to harm other innocent people, but I will defend innocent people and their homes, the 1.5 million people in southern Lebanon who have been displaced, peaceful human beings. Over 100 children have been murdered. Up to 1,000 people have been slaughtered. Okay, their homes destroyed. The only things that they have in their older life, they have their homes, their farms completely taken and stolen from them. Completely gone. Okay? Gone. And yes, that would be war for me, and I would stand with the southern Lebanese people, the innocent, peaceful people that are not a part of any type of harming of other innocent people.
Got it.
And
only Kurds people inside Lebanon, only Kurds is having Hezbollah there, where Hezbollah is making their life dangerous. Because if you're hitting missiles, you need to know that you're going to be hit back.
Exactly.
So this is the thing. Now this is a question because I heard, this is what I heard. I heard Ben Gurion. Oh, well, I didn't actually hear him. But I read that he had an idea, a vision for Israel back not during 1982, the first time Israel tried to expand into Lebanon up to the Litani River, but years before that, not in the 70s, not in the 60s, not in the 50s. You might say by the 40s, maybe 1940, maybe the armistice. No, before that, and not in the 30s, not in the 1918. Ben-Gurion had the vision. We will have up to the Litani River.
Let them try, Bima. Let them try.
It's not a report. It's their quote.
No, it's the source, not the report. The source that you read.
You could, sure, I could, but you can also do it, and I'm sure that you'll find it. Just do Ben Gurion quotes about Litani River 1918.
I believe you, but do you think Israel can take all of that? They can't even take Palestine for 1,000 years now, what, 70, 60 years?
Well, did you hear that their government, that the Israeli government just announced that they will be moving their borders, the Israeli border, and they are going to be annexing up to the Litani River? They just pushed all of those residents over, up north, past the Litani River. They bombed all 5 bridges, making it impossible to come in. And they said nobody could come back here, and unless we say so. They have boots on the ground, and the government just announced it. These are official government authorities that said, yeah, we're taking it. We're going to expand. So I mean, they lost it. They
always want to expand. They always want to expand. Everybody know, but they can't. That's the question. And can they?
Okay, so I'm reading it. It says that in 1918, between 1918 and 1920, and this is the context, the Ben Gurion mentioned something about the Litani River, but it had to do with the water resources. And this was before the borders, or the ideas of the borders of like modern Israel were established. And today it really doesn't matter because Israel has like the most water production in this part of the Middle East, right? And they do it through a desalinization and through various other means of water production. So we have the technology now. We don't need the water resources from the Litani River.
Well, I mean, the government already announced it. Your government.
When did they announce that?
They announced it on the 24th. They said that.
Can you send me that link? Because I didn't read that.
You could just Google it.
Please send it to me so I can, because I want to see what source you're reading it from.
It was from Reuters.
Oh, okay. So will you please, if you don't mind, do me a favor and put a link in the chat?
You want me to go find it for you? But you're going to have to do the same thing. Why do you want me to do the work for you? I can't hear the source.
This isn't the let me Google that for you show.
Nicely. I'll do it for you because you asked nicely.
Oh my gosh! Wow, what a gracious moderator.
Hey, you just get a napkin.
Well, I want to say that
about your nose and keeping the borders clean.
Well, anyways, Matt Beaver, you guys have put on some very intense rooms over the past 4 days, and it's hard to pull away as somebody, who's been enjoying it and recording it all and the chaos. And I'm just wondering, like, what's the magic? How do you get, how are you doing all of this? What's the magic recipe?
They use tissues.
Can you send me a clip of people calling you out? I'll pay.
Wait, do you want the clip of me picking my nose and wiping the booger on my shirt, or do you want the past 10 minutes?
I can imagine it. Don't need to show it.
And I want you to overrate the commentary over the clip so that she's narrating it with when she's calling you.
And next time, like on this clip, can you like eat the booger? Like, what, can you do some fucked up shit?
See, what I actually do not like is that we spend all of our time as Americans debating and arguing international affairs, and Bima is willing to die on a hill and become a Hezbollah agent terrorist to give somebody back their farm that they lost in a military operation. So what I'm trying to say is, I find it ridiculous that in America, if you don't pay your property taxes, they will take your house from you. But Bima's not willing to stand with her voters here in America and make America her priority. Instead, she's on here hypnotizing people about bullshit stuff overseas. It's got nothing to do with we Americans. I understand we all have an opinion and we like geostrategic political affairs. But the fact of the matter is, America is beyond broke. We're in debt tenfold over, and we're still doing international regime change and military policing overseas with no budgetary constraints whatsoever. So I'm just saying, as an American, vote as if your fucking life matters and vote for America. Vote for yourself. Stop voting for this international fucking drama show. I'm sick of it.
So, John, you gotta make up your mind. Sorry, Sam, one second. Sorry. John, you gotta make up your mind. Either it doesn't matter, and America shouldn't be involved, or we shouldn't be sitting here discussing it, or it does matter because we just, what is it? What did our treasury just announce? That we were insolvent, or basically, like, at least mathematically, we're insolvent. I mean, come on. Are we supposed to care about it or not? Right? I don't know.
I mean, I don't know, to be fair, but if I could, to illustrate.
I will put that link here for the Hezbollah in Kuwait.
You don't believe that Bima doesn't actually believe that governments should sort of control states, there shouldn't be like particular borders. But when it comes to like resistance and the people resisting against what she believes are established governments,
well, you can watch me in my new clean shirt.
So this is why she focuses on.
I'm not denying it. That shirt got a lot of wear for overseas, but Matt Cool put together the biggest bang of rooms of Clubhouse. I think I'm gonna win an Academy Award or something.
Or any of the other Muslim countries.
I understand. Well, I don't think. I'm not sure. Is your.
Have you checked the link in the chat, guys?
Maybe you shouldn't quit your day job. I'm not occupied by a government that's a Muslim government. I'm occupied by I believe the Israelis. That's what I believe. I see Israelis capturing our legislators, bringing them over in junkets en masse to campaign to them to pass legislation and lobby our own legislators. Okay, 50 states and one Israel. It happened. First time in history, okay? And then, anti-BDS laws. Queen, half of you got it. Half of you have implemented these anti-BDS laws in your states. For the rest of you that haven't, implement them, do it, because anti-Semitism, right? This isn't grassroots. This isn't American-made. This is lobbying. This is ruling elites deciding what to do, putting bullshit, crap in states. Protecting, like what? Like freedom of association. Like, what are you talking about? You're going to affect the people in another country and the type of contracts that we have and what we can and can't say, because we already have anti-discrimination laws. If you're worried about discrimination, use our anti-discrimination laws to protect you, right? Why are you going? You think that your country deserves a special protection in your country? I'm sorry.
whatever, but they don't have to be Israeli.
John Kitover. These little neighbors help me win the race. Our campaign.
Maybe not sign this. Maybe I'll retract that.
John Kitover.
Government asking anti-discrimination laws in America for the state of Israel.
I just explained it. I just went through the whole thing.
Yeah, but like America doesn't have like
not in Israel, in America. They're dictating what Americans can and can't do, and what type of funding American companies can get according to who they want to freely associate with or not. And if it just happens,
like supporting terrorists or terrorist groups by the American government, like
no, by not doing business with the Jewry. By if you protest, yes, the Jewry, JEWRY. It's a word. I learned it from reading the World Zionist Organization. Protocol things. Okay, they refer to
protocols of the Elders of Zion.
No, not the Elders of Zion or the Lovers of Zion, the World Zionist Organization. You know, that one organization that has been around since, I don't know, early 1900s, it used to meet every year, then every 2 years, now meets every 4 years.
What is your point, Bima? What is your point?
Resolutions and thousands of members that they put over all different countries, over 40 different countries. They have thousands and thousands of acting agents, and then they control some of the biggest Zionist organizations. I forget the two that are the most prominent, but then they deploy them into the United States and the other 40 countries to then push Zionism, and they give it all its right. World Zionist Organization. I encourage everybody to go look it up.
Sleeper cells? It sounds like you're saying the Zionists are sleeper cells.
I mean, like, go look it up. They're extremely organized. They're very involved in their politics.
Is that a sin? Isn't that just intelligence, Bima? Are you just criticizing the fact that they're well organized? What's your point? Hello?
Well, I'll tell you what. Yeah, no problem. So, in the United States, we have Republican and Democratic committees, right, in each of our local municipal jurisdictions.
Don't forget the libertarians.
Well, libertarians, they might be here or there, but they're not usually a party to the left and the right.
Ron Paul was a presidential candidate.
Yes, but I'm talking about in your city committee,
I'm running for mayor of Chicago as a libertarian. I'm just saying libertarians are real and they're on the ballot.
Yeah. I'm not saying that the Libertarian Party doesn't exist. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that every jurisdiction in the United States you have, because it's necessary, it's written into the structure of how we govern ourselves. Even when it comes down to elections, you notice that you don't have a Libertarian Party. Every election, when you have your elections inspector, you have to have 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats. Nothing to do with any type of Libertarians. 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans. You have a Republican commissioner and a Democrat commissioner for elections in every jurisdiction in the country. Okay, you're talking about villages, hamlets, towns, cities, counties, all the state, okay, all the way up. That's what I mean by the 2 parties. So you have Democrats and you have Republicans. Now, what I'm saying is by not doing business with the Jewry, organized, that they have their own organized hierarchy of deployment that come out that do the same thing that the Democrats and the Republicans do. They get people to vote. They order. I mean, like it's crazy. Just go and look it up, research it. It's the most powerful, I mean, like they're just. There's no other organization that's as powerful as the Jewry. When they come together, they get shit done. AIPAC, it's powerful, but you know what? That's just a farce. It's really the connections. It's the power of the connections deep inside. That's why they voted AIPAC the most powerful PAC, not financially. It's through connections. It's through the power and the influence. Everything beginning to register and voting and organizing people to vote.
Yeah, but Bima, you're making it sound as if there's something sinister here as opposed to just doing business and living life and wanting security and safety and health and prosperity. You're projecting perhaps your own delusion onto an organization dedicated to the security and preservation of a group. What the fuck do you think groups do? What do you think nonprofits and corporations do? They invest because they're self-interested. You're just describing reality, but you have no fucking point.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody like you would come to that conclusion because you're just delusional and you have boogers in your nose.
Well, listen, you got me there. You caught me picking my nose, but I still got at least a point when I put my finger up in the nostril to get the booger out. You still got no fucking point. I can pick my nose and have more of a point than what you just said. You just described reality. Wow. You hear that, everybody? Whoa.
The point is it's supposed to explain the influence of the World Zionist Organization and Zionists in American politics and how it affects Americans and how it's not democratic grassroots legislation that's being passed. It's external ruling elite lobbying that comes over, and that's what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm talking about by the occupation, by being occupied. Okay, so
America's getting occupied by Jews,
by a very powerful force.
You know, Bima, I hate to break the bad news to you, but this country's $40 trillion in debt and $100 trillion in unfunded debt. Even if you're right, it still doesn't fix shit. Therefore, you still got no fucking point.
Oh, no, I don't have a point, except our country literally...
Is that Dr. Megatron?
We went to...
Is that the motherfucking Megatron, my hero? My Catholic savior? I became Catholic because of you, Megatron. I was confirmed in the Catholic Church this past Friday. Thank you. You saved my soul. You made me Catholic again, Megatron. I do, and that guy, he's always playing with his hair, and he's got hair plugs. He's got a lot of self-confidence issues. He's a little Napoleon Bonaparte. He's going to take back Cuba, and, you know, they say Kash Patel is going to become the leader of Iran. It's going to be an amazing 2026.
What title does Marco Rubio hold? And what did he say?
Secretary of State said that you could be a Hezbollah terrorist, and I filed a FISA report with the FBI against you, Dr. Bima.
That's what he said. That's exactly what he said. And he said that the reason that we were it was because Israel was going to, we got pulled into it, okay? That's what happened. Israel was going to attack, and then it was going to fall back on us, so we had to defend ourselves. So we got pulled into it. This is the first time that we got pulled into it in June of 2025 with the 12 Big War. Just more bullshit, right? Okay? There was no imminent threat. The imminent threat thing is a complete bullshit, complete farce. We had Joe Kent, the director of the counter-terrorist director of the counter-terrorist something, right? He even admitted, he's like, he resigned. He said, this is bullshit. This is not true. Yeah, sure. Proxies. Terrorists are saying, yeah, absolutely. Do we agree that they're just saying, yeah, sure, we can even agree to that. But I think somebody who's the director of counterintelligence or counter-terrorist, right, with utmost intelligence, I think he would know more than anybody what the threat is. And what did he say? Okay, well, he's going to resign.
Yeah, but Bima, he's not the motherfucking commander-in-chief. He's just another fucking guy. He's not the commander-in-chief. He's not the commander-in-chief. He's a fucking guy who resigned and wrote a letter and got social media clout from it. He's not an elected leader. He's not the president. He's a fucking guy with a lot of good hair. He's got great hair. You got to give him good. He got great fucking hair, doesn't he?
Good morning.
Thank you, my
friend. Thank you.
Get a friend بعينك يا حمار.
يا حمار.
No.
The 12-day war was more so in southern Lebanon, right, where, and also with the Houthis and with Hamas, because the IDC has been funding all of these groups, and the reason why who is not a Zionist and doesn't agree with the country, the government of Israel, supports taking down the IRGC to some extent, right? Why she says that Hezbollah is a terror group, and she probably would have a similar feeling about the Houthis and probably about Hamas also. If she, I don't want to speak for you, you can clarify if you would please. But the IRGC has been basically terrorizing the entire area. This is why Lebanon, the Lebanese government, is doing what it's doing, kicking out the Iranians, trying to kick out Hezbollah if they can. They can get a hold of it, and this is why also many of the surrounding Arab countries are also, while quietly, so seemingly to help America and Israel contain some of Iran's rockets and war.
But what my contention is we were lied to. We were perceivably lied to. Do you know, the president, there was just a meeting, I think it was held yesterday. I have to figure out what it was, but it was like some directed this intelligence meeting, non-information, that they were basically given, like, there is no plan here. Let me bring it up real quick.
Well, as far as being lied to, anybody who probably served in the military will tell you that the average individual on the street of America doesn't really deserve any information about going to war, because the people at the top have the intelligence, and while some people at the top may feel like they were lied to, the president of the United States and his cabinet have the most. They have access to basically all of the intelligence in the world. So even if somebody made such a claim, they would be able to use whatever information they get from other sources to validate that claim if they want to, or they can just go to war if they choose. The American people may not like that, and they can go against it, right? They can fight and protest and do whatever they can. But effectively, when it comes to matters of national security, you as a person on the internet don't necessarily need all the information or intelligence that is needed to make decisions to go to war. Right? It's like you are not sitting in a command center in a war room or anything like this. Like, you were just on the internet with whatever sort of information that you can read from the news. You aren't making any decisions about who has to live and who has to die. And that is unfortunately what people have to do when they are either defending their country or defending their resources or making certain financial decisions for their population.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you. But the president still has a responsibility to the people to at least tell other people who in the cabinet or whatever else what's going on. There has to be some sort of accountability, right? Because if the president just woke up today and said, okay, we're gonna go and bomb Israel, I think we were all like, yeah, no, I said Israel. I said Israel. No, I said Israel for a reason, right? Because you would want to know, and you wouldn't be saying, well, you're just a person on the internet, you don't deserve. No, there's a responsibility. Like, sure, yeah, maybe there is some intelligence that he has. It's something's going on, and something's going to happen, and it's in Israel. Like, oh, just trust him and close our eyes. No. There's layers to this. There is a responsibility. There is a duty. We're not asking for all the information, but we need to make sure that the criteria is met, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't need all of the details, but I do want to know if the details that you have met the criteria that is necessary for what would be.
What criteria are you talking about? In war, there is no criteria.
Who determines the criteria?
The imminent threat. There's
different doctrines. There's the Carolyn doctrine. There's the Bush doctrine. There was things that were expanded by Bush to there's a criteria of what would be considered an imminent threat versus a preemptive
Bima, how long does it take a socialist to become a fascist? How long does it take a communist to become a fascist?
I don't know. I'm going to refer that to John Kitover. He should be able to answer that.
Listen, you're dancing around communism and fascism, and you don't even know it. You've already admitted you're willing to join a terrorist organization dedicated to murder, and it's basically the mafia. I mean, you actually would fit in with a mafia organization well. You would be a great female captain of some, hierarchy. The point is, this room has no point. Even the title itself is ranking our presidents, and you got Buchanan at 45. He's at least in the top 10.
John, I don't even know what to say to you anymore.
Well, you're not wrong. I do have a gut going, but it's been a long winter, and I've eaten a lot of chicken shawarma. The Palestinians have moved in, and I've been eating all the delicious chicken, and I got a gut from the Palestinians, and they're great cooks. You ever had garlic, dip? Oh, my God. These Palestinians, they are cuisine. They're the best. They know how to cook.
Did you eat it with garlic and what do you call this one? The vegetable that you شو اسمها مخلل شنو مخلل ذكرني.
Arabic salad.
With garlic and pickles.
Listen, the greatest thing about we're talking about garlic sauce and shawarma over here. We're not trying to talk about the decimation and obliteration of the IRGC. We've moved past that topic. There will be no IRGC by Sunday. Trust me. Pete Hegseth is willing to go all the way. I can't believe they've done even what they've done. They're either geniuses or they're madmen. It's hard to tell.
A little bit of both. Do you think Trump is a big Khanith or not?
Joker, Agil.
I think he is totally big Khanith.
Oh, really? Joker, push.
Joker, يا شرموطة.
من وين قاعد يقول شرموطة هذا؟ You like شرموطة with garlic or do you like شرموطة with where?
Delambaran, Khelitang Shoda. I just want all the Iranians here to know that America is coming to liberate your nation and that we will free you from the treachery of the IRGC and their cruel assassins that are murdering you in the streets. America is willing to go all the way. Are you willing to meet us to help claim your sovereign land as your own again, free from these Islamic terrorists?
We already chanted if you want it.
Well, you guys got to start reading Rumi, Jalal al-Din.
Minding your own business. I'm sorry, America isn't going to do anything about that except continue to participate and fund the people who have pushed you out of your homes, destroyed your homes, killed your children, and
yeah, that's the terrorist organization known as Hezbollah, which you want to join.
No. We're talking about Israel.
Oh, gotta clarify. It's called subject object. You gotta make sure you're specific here. I got it confused with Hezbollah for a second.
If you were listening, you would have known.
You're really flattening the situation, though, right? You're flattening it because your position is like you believe that Israel is doing something which is like colonizing some land in southern Lebanon, and the reason why Hezbollah started was because they wanted to fight them. No, the reason why Israel actually entered southern Lebanon, at least based off of what I read, was because the PLO was originally there, and then Iran helped to build Hezbollah in order to help the PLO fight the Israelis, and the PLO collapsed and they moved, I guess, into the West Bank, or became the West Bank, and then
by not doing business with the Jews. So they are the protest. Yes, the Jews. Hezbollah didn't come until after Israel occupied southern Lebanon to begin with.
Yeah, but they did it because of the PLO in southern Lebanon. They already had terrorist groups in southern Lebanon. Israel didn't just enter southern Lebanon, right? It's the same thing with the Golan Heights. Israel didn't just quote-unquote occupy the Golan Heights. Israel took over control over the southern Golan Heights because of the attacks on
God.
This was unexpected.
But what does that have to do with the peaceful people who are just living peacefully on their farms? The Christian priest who was just killed, by the way, or the Catholic priest. He said they told him, you know, you have to get out because there's danger here. And he said, no, this is where I've lived my whole life. This is where I've built my life. This is where I built this. This is mine. I'm going to live and I'm going to die. And unfortunately, he's now dead.
That's the choice that he made, and that's the choice that the government made, right? So the people...
The government did it. Yeah, the Israeli government did to kill an innocent person, right? He killed a priest. Killed a Catholic priest. You're going to justify that. Justify it. Go ahead.
I'm justifying it. You know that rockets and bombs are coming from your place and going into another place, and there's going to be retaliation. Government tells you to move and you don't move, then that's your own fault, right? It's the same as in Israel. There are people in northern Israel who
why the fuck is my son?
Hezbollah, right? And the government said, okay, people, you have to evacuate. And those people that chose not to evacuate and they died, that's their responsibility. They have the opportunity to leave. The government of Israel has evacuated a lot of people from the north of Israel. They said, okay, we will put you up in temporary housing or find you a place to go, but you have to get out of here because this is effectively a war zone. Lebanon did the exact same fucking thing. They said, okay, people, this is a war zone. Get the fuck out. Go somewhere else and you can go back when it's over. But they chose not to go. Because why? Their personal pride, right? Individual pride. People are allowed to have their individual pride. That's fine. But
Bima doesn't believe in personal responsibility, intelligence, or common sense. She just cares about the average farmer who's getting pushed around and abused. Right, Bima?
I care about innocent, peaceful people who are minding their own business. Yeah.
And sometimes in order to stay that way and stay alive, you have to run when you see bullets coming, right? You don't just stand there and say, well, I'm
justify
the bullets are going to go around me.
Right, no, I understand that. I understand that, but that does not justify the atrocities that the other people are creating. If you want to get Hezbollah, go ahead. Go in and get Hezbollah, but do it in a way that isn't going to be indiscriminate and creating...
I check! My man, I check!
Creating a new victim.
Commander, 5-star General, the Southern Sudanese Liberation Army.
You had...
How long will we have to listen to these horrible, terrible people, I check, until they finally come around and realize how stupid they are? They're low IQ. Bima admitted that she would join Hezbollah and kill people. She's a terrorist. She said it.
Person's head in front of you, or no, we'll just say
you're shameless.
An innocent person that you've just grabbed, okay, and you're holding them in front of you, and you're taking a gun and you're pointing it at me. Okay, you're pointing the gun at me. Now, I have a gun too, but I'm going to use my gun in self-defense. If I shoot through instead of shooting you, okay,
we're going to have to call Optimus Prime to handle this one.
It's not justified. I'm not going to shoot through an innocent person. I'm creating another victim. I'm getting you, but I'm creating another victim. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And that's why we don't do it. And that's why we don't do it on a micro level, because we understand that that's not right.
No, this is slightly retarded because one is called a moral quandary, and people who are in the military or whatever, people who are philosophers and people who talk about morality, they talk about these things all the time. Why? Because they actually happen in real life. They actually happen in real life, and they happen more often than we like to think. That innocent people are victimized in the process
of other people's conflicts, and that is it's just part of the
Check
reality
can't
of life.
pull away. He keeps coming back.
You an escape.
I'm in the room he wants to be in.
From one place to another, otherwise you will be damaged, and you choose not to go, then you put yourself in danger. You are taking that responsibility upon yourself.
No. What's happening is, that's part of it. Sure, you're taking responsibility.
No, what's happening is Bima's world is happening right now.
You'll take your turn. But that still does not justify the harm that the other person is creating. You cannot harm and create another victim while claiming self-defense. That does not math. It will not ever math. Unfortunately, we have people still to this day that want to use the primitive mind of the quote-unquote moral quandary to use this term of collateral damage. No, sorry. If you want to get the offender, go in and get the offender and stop the offender. If you're going to harm an innocent person, you're now creating another victim. And that victim and that victim's family now has full authority to then harm you. Okay? And so now, because they're going to defend themselves. And so now they're shooting at you, you're shooting at the people behind them, right? But because now the new people are shooting at you and the people behind them are shooting at you, now you're going to have more people shoot. Do you understand how that doesn't work?
So is that your justification of Hezbollah and Hamas creating also their own terrorists, right? Like you're saying that now they're justified, or these innocent people are justified, quote unquote, in their families. Now you're saying that these Israelis are also justified in being blood redeemers for their families because of what Hezbollah and Hamas are doing.
Isn't that what Israel's doing?
No, that's actually just not talking about.
Bima, I'm not going to talk about Israel because I don't care about this subject, but I'll tell you something about Hezbollah. Hezbollah is like the Iranian regime. They use their people as shield. So they don't have to be between houses hitting other countries. They can be like, as you say, in farms or something far away from people.
You should be taking notes, Bima, so you know how to be Hezbollah. You're going to have to sacrifice your loved ones for your cause, Bima.
Argument for defunding AIDS medication. People don't understand how Islamic terrorism actually works. She thinks it's just resistance groups like, Black American resistance against slavery and segregation or something like this. This is not the same thing.
No, I don't. You can replace any variable. It doesn't matter. The point is that if you're going to claim self-defense, you can't create new victims. Period. Full stop.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, and that's a lot.
Especially when you offer people the way out, right? If you offer people a way out, and you aren't just like shooting through the person that's killing them, and like people on both sides are telling you to like move out of the way, and you just say, no, I'm not going to move out of the way. I'm going to stand right here and be my peaceful self. You are going to be in the middle of the conflict. You are then using that as you are making a choice. That is your choice. You can't claim to be a victim when you are told how to not be a victim.
Of course you can, because explain to me what onus I have to do anything for you. I don't. Why do I have to move out of my home as a peaceful person, not harming any other peaceful people? If you're the one who's going to be the offender, if you're the one who's going to initiate the aggression on Hezbollah, right, or you're going to defend yourself, I have no obligation to you.
This is like Bart Simpson and Homer Simpson, with Bart Simpson saying, "Get out of my way. I'm throwing out air punches. Get out of my way." And Lisa's like, "If you walk in my direction throwing air punches and you hit me, I'm not at fault. You're at fault." Bima, Shai just talked about philosophy. Okay, Super Green Bean fascist moderator.
I do like you, and I do.
Well, I didn't mind you. At least you muted yourself.
I want you to know that I do like you, and I do respect some of your opinions, but that is really like the dumbest argument I've ever heard an adult make. You have responsibility to yourself and your family and all these other people to move out of the way of danger so that you are not being a victim and not being killed. Like, that is, you don't have a responsibility to them to not kill you. You have a responsibility to yourself and your own life and how to protect your life. And that's how you do it. They say get out of the way or you will die. So you get out of the way so you don't die. It's like at a stop sign or a red light. You look at a crosswalk. You look both ways before crossing the street so you don't get hit by a car.
Right, and what I'm saying is, right, if that's the case, if you're not intelligent enough to create a situation where you're only harming the person who's threatening you, you feel that you're going to harm, you're not creative enough, you're not thoughtful enough to figure it out on your own, where you have to endanger other peaceful people, okay? The point is why? I mean,
can I say something? I want to just add something that, like, the people who are living in the area and they don't want to stand against their freedom and their safety, they have to suffer, unfortunately. Like, I am Iranian. When IRGC gets power, I should maybe earlier stand against them. Not be like this. Now, US and Israel wants to attack us to just let us be free. So, which means that I am also somehow encountered in this situation. And I had to do something which I didn't really like.
It's not really your fault when it comes against them.
Unfortunately, people living in area with Hezbollah, if they are really clever, they should not let them live there in the beginning.
This whole it's guns against people, guys. You need to understand, it's guns against people. If you don't have a gun,
this is a gun against people, but I'm just explaining you.
Tax went up again this year. Through the property tax rates, our families are. Alright, so sorry to shut it down. I just want to film that. Kind of show you all the videos I have. Trying to get over there from Chicago. Most of these videos are all from statistics against their hood. And some of the videos to be able to straight to the shut down.
technique, like this is a technique, war technique, because they can just like them Hezbollah themselves, they can just let the area be free and they can
tax went up again this year. Through the property tax rates, our families are staring down. Not anymore. On day one, we were cutting property taxes like this.
It's a fucking terrorist group, and whoever agree with them is considered like, I can't even say that. So
I am not
those numbers mark the time.
Just telling you that.
Chicago, tonight we write it.
Who are living in
The mayor of Riverton is beginning to take shape, and tonight a new name is on the ballot. Local veteran and small business owners.
So they have to stand against it. Otherwise, they have to suffer. Now you see, we Iranian, we should stand against this Islamic regime earlier. Maybe we could do better, but we didn't do it. That's why we are suffering now. So we is an Arab, and she speaks Arabic, and she understands like the Arab that, you know, Hezbollah is a terrorist group that uses the shields against their enemies.
Son of Chicago, the crime wave ends
as part of their like body count.
Chicago, settle onto your mat. Breathe in the city.
Poor here.
Flags and stories keep coming.
He and his people are being using the shields, and they're taking personal responsibility, and they're willing to deal with that cost in order to be freed from this Islamic terrorism. And yet we have Bima here who's sitting in America somewhere talking on the internet outside of warfare, who's telling them, well, you know, they're really victimized by the other people who are trying to save them, not the people who are trying to, I don't know what she believes Hezbollah and IRGC are actually trying to do.
Well, I mean, I don't think it matters where I'm sitting. Either my argument is valid or it's not valid, right? You don't have to like circumstantial ad hom me, right? We could take the case of the priest.
Through the property tax rates, our families are staring down. Not anymore. On day one, we were cutting property tax rates.
Because as an innocent, peaceful person, he decided to stay in his home. Okay? And so ultimately, what you're trying to claim is that this man has an obligation to surrender his church, his home, his body, just because Israel has a grievance with Hezbollah. Okay, that doesn't exist. That's bullshit. That's trash. Okay, your right to self-defense doesn't automatically become another innocent person's duty to self-sacrifice. It's trash, and it's what people do to justify the atrocities like so. You want to go and get Hezbollah? Go get Hezbollah. Yes, I do.
A person can be against Hezbollah and against Iran, good government, and against Israel at the same time. There is no problem with that. We're against all of them. We're against war. We want world peace. We want this to be done at the end of the day. We're against it all, but war is fucked up.
Right, and I am saying that in the 21st century, in 2026, with the technology that we have, with Trump's discombobulator, God bless him, that's a real quote, you can't make this stuff up, okay, with the technology that we have, which what I'm told, the reason that we have such an intense relationship with Israel is because of all of their intelligence and the science and the stuff that they give us okay. Well, show me that you can defend yourself without creating other innocent victims. I support that fully. But when you're going to create other victims, listen, if you wanted to tell this priest, you can tell this priest, in just 1 second, or just 5 seconds. Let me just finish this thought. Let me finish this 5 seconds. If Israel wanted to go to this priest and say, hey, look, we need you to go out of your home for the next week. We're going to do this and this and this. Okay? With this area is going to be, we don't want you to get hurt. If anything is damaged, we will fix it. But we want you to be safe. I'm sure he would have said, no problem. But that's not what was sold to him. What's sold to him with the other people is get the fuck out. Your homes, your life, you are going to sacrifice for our self-defense. And everything that you've worked for, everything that you've built your entire life, everything that you own is now going to be for the sake and sacrifice of this other structure, this other government, the Israelis, okay? Bullshit.
Bullshit. Mayor and Riverton is beginning to take...
Just a second. I'll just answer to her and then you come in and say something, okay?
Danger of always arguing.
I just want to say that.
Yeah, I know.
How come? Wait. I want to say that.
Danger.
And tonight, a new name is on the ballot. Local veteran and small business owner John Kitover.
Just a second. I just want to ask you, how do you, why you are not thinking about the people in Israel when they are attacked and they are innocent and they are dying because of the Hezbollah? What do you have for that?
I 110% have always supported self-defense. I 110 support self-defense, 110% support self-defense to give you the tools necessary that you need to go in to stop the aggressor. I support that. If my tax budget, I support it. But I am not going to support the displacement, the homes, having other people sacrificed.
You cannot cure a cancer without taking chemotherapy. When you're taking chemotherapy, some of good cells are dying. You have no other option.
And sometimes chemotherapy kills you. Sometimes chemotherapy isn't good and it will kill you. I know because it's almost happened to my mother. Chemotherapy almost killed her from a terminal cancer. It almost got to her first. If we didn't stop the chemo, the chemo would have killed her, okay, before her terminal cancer would have. Okay, so this is my point. Right, well, I just wanted to make, I just thought it was an opportunity to shit on chemotherapy.
Tonight we write.
Tuna, wait, start over, because I was
tonight we write a new chapter.
That happens a lot.
The problem with always angrily arguing in the hypothetical is that you set up these unrealistic frames around everything as there's one good, one bad, and you see the world through a blinkered view. If you actually looked at the complexities that involved in real life as opposed to arguing in the hypothetical, make it hypothetical, but it doesn't make any sense to do so because you're basically wasting your time.
The hypothetical isn't supposed to be the hypothetical. The hypothetical is supposed to be there for us to create an idea to say, hey, look, this is an alternative, adjacent, possible, and if we adopt this, the goal is ultimately coexistence and peaceful coexistence with each other, right? But if you're saying that innocent people are morally obligated to sacrifice their rights, their property, so somebody else can carry out an attack on somebody else, that's just bullshit.
I'm going to drop you on the straw man because I didn't say anything of the sort. I was talking about when we disappear and navel gaze into oblivion and start coming up with these hypothetical situations that are framed. We frame the whole world into good and bad, like you've just demonstrated. You've demonstrated and then slipped in a fallacy. I never said anything about, putting people, in as cannon fodder and martyrs. I've never said anything of the sort. I was talking about how when you reason with hypotheticals, you're basically able to make any point, and the points that you're making have no weight to them because they have no material basis in reality. They're just pontification. We have to get out of these hypothetical, pseudo philosophical idealist directions like they have any weight, because all it's essentially doing is it's stamping your feet and saying, I want my way. We'll find the victim, we'll identify the victim.
All right, point of order, moderator, put me in the queue. This is John.
Oh, fuck off, shit lover.
Go ahead, booger boy.
So I guess what I'd like to bring up is that we have two choices in life. Okay, Tuna Boy.
You're an insane person that no one will ever vote for unless they are off their meds. You literally.
Well, that's what I'm counting on, Tuna. There's a lot of people off their meds these days. So what I'm trying to say is we've got two choices. Point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order. If I can't speak and I'm being interrupted, I'm requesting you shoot this man and put him in the goo. Put the children at the children's table.
Listen, you know where you've been feeding your child molester. You missed the boat to get onto Epstein Island.
Hello, stop projecting, sir. Stop projecting.
Thrown out of the military, and you're a mad person.
Stop projecting, sir. Point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order. All right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn my volume down. I'm just going to keep speaking as if I can't hear you because the volume is down and I can't hear a word you're saying. So what I'm trying to say is, ladies and gentlemen, we have two choices. Two choices. We can either game the system, and that means be as strong as possible and try to win through brute strength by overcoming nature itself. Or you have a second choice. You have a socialist choice, which is not the fascist choice. But it's my opinion that people who claim that strength is fascism or Zionism is something other than nationalism, you have to realize that we have a failure to communicate. We have a language problem. We have a communication problem. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. This is Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover. I am complete.
I would
faggot into a discourse where we were having a conversation. Literally, you came inside. You would only lick other men's assholes so you can get a free meal.
Okay, let's pull it back. We could pull it back. Okay, so I'm gonna respond to Tuna real quick. So Tuna, I don't know what you mean by hypothetical. I'm not giving any hypotheticals. I'm trying to draw a a causal chain of analysis to show that you cannot, I mean, like, private property, consent, initiation of aggression, self-defense, I'm all down for it. You cannot create innocent, you can't create victims and claim self-defense. That's my ultimate point. If Israel wanted to say, hey, look, move out for the week while we do deal with this, any damages we'll pay for, no problem. I would be down for that. I would understand that, but that's not what they said. They said you have to sacrifice your innocent status. You're no longer innocent just by proxy of where you're located. So you have to now sacrifice your home, your connection to the land, your career, your food, your food security, your financial. You have to sacrifice everything because I need to defend myself and my people next door. Okay, and you're not going to be able to come back. And by the way, not only are you not going to be able to come back, we're also taking this land now. We're taking over because we have to defend ourselves. That does not work.
That's insanity. We, again, as you said, we live in 2026. People are not serfs who are living off the land anymore unless they choose to. And if they do, they can go to a place. Even if they make that choice, they can go to a place nearby, generally, and then find a supermarket where they can have food security and other work temporarily. Like, it's crazy to make this giant leap. Nobody was making such a claim.
That was just stand up. I understand what you're saying, but that was what I saw when it was Steve Sweeney, when he was going around and interviewing people. These were people that, yes, they had farms. You're talking about, I mean, like, I don't know what you think southern Lebanon looks like, but from the Blue Line to the Litani River, 40 to 60 villages, decimated, okay? Yeah, a lot of people were farmers. A lot of people, it just was. Okay.
Just a few years ago.
Okay. So what's your point? Your point is that there are no farmers there.
No, I didn't say that there are no farmers there. I said that people do not live as subsistence farmers, right? A subsistence farmer is a person who works the land for the purpose of having all of their food that they will probably ever have for a particular amount of time. These people have the ability to go transplant themselves temporarily to Beirut or whatever the case may be. The government, as far as I understood, was also going to help them or assist them. This was part of the process of them telling them to move so that they would be in a safer place, right? That's the reality on the ground. This isn't like the hypothetical situation of 2,000 years ago, you have to leave and you can't work on any other land or do whatever the case may be. There are protocols, governmental protocols in place in many places. And we can also see that the state of Lebanon is somewhat working with the state of Israel in this against Hezbollah. It's actually pretty interesting that you don't actually talk about that. You talk about land rights and things like that, but you aren't talking about the fact that the Lebanese government is somewhat up with Israel as captive in this capacity against Hezbollah.
The reason is because I understand as a citizen in a state that my state doesn't represent me. My government doesn't represent me. Only I can represent myself. I don't have the ability or the power to dictate to the ruling elite what they're supposed to be doing or what they can and can't do. I can't do that. That's not in my power. The only power that I have is to be a peaceful human being and not harm another innocent peaceful human being. I have no moral obligation besides making sure that I'm not harming you or my neighbor. That's the only obligation that I have as a human being on this planet, okay? But that's your responsibility as well. That's your obligation to not harm another peaceful person, okay? We understand that states are rogue. I don't support a lot of things. I don't support, I won't say 100% of nothing because there's a lot of good that happens to be, but there's a lot of bad that I don't support, okay? And that doesn't have any it's just a deflection. It's an excuse. It's a way to justify harming and sacrificing innocent, peaceful people in their homes and property. It doesn't matter what the liberties. The Israeli government, the defense minister said himself. He said, "Listen, this is what we're doing. We're going to be taking. We're going to be occupying it up to the Litani River, and you know what? We're going to be expanding our borders, and like I said, the talks of annexation, we're taking over. It's not new. It's not new. This is something that they've wanted to do. They've tried to do. They held it for 18 years before.
There is no other solution. You give me a solution for that. Let's say some of the people there, they want to hit me, they want to kill me, and I'm acting against them. Okay, so do you have any other solution? Give it.
Okay, well, I would say all they've done is they said, okay, everybody go on to, you leave here, but now you're just, these people are just on the other side, they're still there. What makes you think that they're not going to still do the same exact thing? You're not, all you're doing is
so you're dancing around your actual point. I want to say something that, like Bima, most of the war happened between the Israel and the neighbors. It's a story. I'm not telling all of them, but most of them started when they attacked Israel first.
Right, but when you say they, that's a problem because the people who attacked Israel, sure, no problem, take them out. But what I'm saying is the innocent, if they've committed no wrongful acts against Israel.
I gave you the example of but you couldn't accept it, which almost 90% of the people who are having cancer are cured by the chemotherapy. There are some casualties, but it happened.
We heard it, but is this high school? Are you guys honestly going to argue over who threw the first punch? Is it high school? Is this high school? Hello?
What we're arguing is how we can justify self-defense while creating new victims, right? And I don't think in the 21st century it's still.
So I'm going to correct myself that this statement that you just made recently, like this thing that you went on for like 3 minutes, was the actual dumbest statement that I've ever heard an adult make. And then what you said before was the second dumbest statement that I've ever heard an adult make. Like these people are offered a way out. They are given responsibilities and told what to do by their governments. And yes, as a citizen, you have to do certain things that your government tells you to do. As part of the package of being a citizen of a state, being a part of a community, being a part of like a nation, that is part of your responsibility.
No, they're sovereign citizens in southern Lebanon, Shai. You didn't know they're part of the sovereign citizen movement down there.
I did not know this. I was not aware.
Yeah, they don't have to have driver's licenses, they don't have to have license plates, they don't have to pay city stickers, they don't got to pay parking meters, they ain't got to pay property taxes, they ain't got to pay nothing. They're sovereign. That's what Bima's talking about. Bima's actually part of the sovereign, citizen movement. She's trying to get in on the Hezbollah grift, though. Don't you see it, Bima? You're just a low IQ, brainwashed grifter trying to get in on these terrorists' grift.
It's impossible. Like this,
you told me that I had a dumb idea, but I'm just selling that.
No, not you, bro. I was saying Bima's idea was dumb, not yours.
Sorry, I'm just telling that in the beginning, we are living somewhere in an area. We have to try hard to just keep these people out of our life from the beginning. So we have to be aware where we are living. Like you in US, I'm giving an example of US, UK. If you see that these people are coming into your country and they're bringing mess, you have to stand it now. If you want to do it in 10 years after, maybe there are some issues comes up.
So what you're saying is keep the Ilhan Omars out and the people that cause political dissent and possibly military or social unrest dissent.
why do people believe that like these particular terror groups have any like right or any more credibility than any other group of people? Like, and what are we really supporting here? What is like what? I don't even understand if people understand what right and wrong are anymore in the world.
We know you're genocide. We don't give a fuck about you.
Yes, thank you.
I mean,
that's you and your genocide. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Cigarette, just get out of
Thank you. Thank you. Shukran. Shukran, Habibti. Inshallah. Inshallah. Habibti. Habibti.
Everywhere I see, I kill you. You know that shit?
Just numbers out here. That's the number stamped on my dog tag when I served overseas. Put an office and I'm Kitover. I served overseas and I'm Spain. They're just numbers. Every year I work. This is it. That's the number stamped.
So that's a problem, and I don't condone that. I don't condone everybody in the world.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. So you're no longer rational.
You are moderator.
Literally, like an hour ago,
Hold on. One second.
I'm telling you that you are the moderator and the terrorist.
Asha, could I finish? I'm sorry. Are you okay, Asha?
I'm not okay.
She's not okay.
People to talk. They have people, they fucking said that.
That's why we don't care. They just learned the word genocide. Don't care, Asha.
I'm the first for them.
Are you transsexual, Asha?
Anytime I want to fucking ass, shit, I am.
Are you a sharmuta?
No, you are Khanis.
Are you Bima, just leave this guy.
Oh yeah, why do you speak like this?
What did I say?
You want Sharmuta Biljibin?
And nobody help you ask.
You want I'm Korea as well. She's very intelligent.
Aisha, we can't hear you. You're so far away from the phone.
خلاص كنت أمك يا
Yeah, Umati, what the fuck you are? Why do you fucking like to kill people? Just because of it? What the fuck? Why do you do that?
Bima, you see this lady Asha came inside. She's exactly have the same thinking as Hezbollah, and she's here just to ruin our group. You see, she's wearing.
You know why? I can tell you why. Asha, hold on. Can I speak for you? Hold on 1 second.
Okay, can you tell us why? Tell us why.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Because what I am claiming by creating new victims, that's what happens. Asha gets an exhaustion and a fatigue of having innocent people killed for this. If it was so that Israel decided to go in and kill the people that were only harming them, Asha would say, get out. Get out. Asha would say, okay, I see my people. Asha would be able to say, hold on. Asha would be able to say, they're the aggressors. Go ahead, get them. Get them. Okay, no problem. I allow you to come get them. I don't want them. Come get them. But what you do is because the aggressors are by Asha, you blow up Asha, blow up Asha's family, and you said, oh, sorry. Proxy, you're in the area. You're in the proximal area. So do you know what? I'm sorry. It's what it is. You shouldn't be bullshit. You cannot create more victims while claiming self-defense. You've now Asha.
Oh my God, Bima. Let me give you another hypothetical. 4 terrorists get to a security fence and go to a daycare in northern Israel and kill 30 children. Let's just do the hypotheticals all day long.
Then the cycle will continue perpetually forever.
I mean, like October 7th? Is that what you mean, Bima? Like October 7th?
Yes, I do mean October 7th.
When all of those Israelis were killed and they were just minding their business on
Go ahead, Shai. Describe it to her.
holiday, double holiday, right?
business, and all of a sudden they are bombarded and killed and slaughtered. Is that what it is? Is that okay? And now
nobody says not okay. Of course it's not okay.
Because they were victims, so they victimize other people. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. That's your argument. No, honey. No. I'll clarify my.
That's what you were saying. They created victims.
No. They didn't create victims. No. You're not understanding. You're not understanding. Let's say here. I'll break it down.
Now they're being victimized.
Okay, that doesn't work that way. You can't just claim that. Well, because you can't just say that everybody created everything and then no, there are specific people who commit crimes. There are specific people who actually, they have names. They live in specific places, and they have specific heads that go down at night on a specific pillow. Those people are the criminals that deserve to stand trial by gun, by whatever necessary, if they've committed a crime and atrocity against you. Okay, you have every right and authority to defend yourself. Self-defense, no problem. But the moment that you go beyond the criminal who made the crime in the decision in the brain that he laid down on that pillow to harm the neighbor of the child who has committed no crime, who is an innocent bystander because of the criminal next door, you are now the criminal, and you shall now have to face the wrath of the mother of the child that you have to. And it's going to continue, and this cycle will never end until you defend you defend yourself, you defend your family, and then you only harm the people who have harmed you. But as soon as you decide to continue to commit yourself to making sure that you're creating new victims, you're always creating another entire generation that is going to want to defend and avenge themselves and their innocent family members. And now you're creating just generations and generations of slaughter, and it's going to go back.
Bima, you're repeating yourself. We understand the cycle of violence. Please stop repeating yourself.
Bima does not believe in states, and she doesn't believe in the court systems. So, if you don't believe in states and court systems and structures like this, then how do you even?
She's a sovereign citizen. Don't forget my big gut. I got a huge gut, Bima.
Yeah, you see, this is the thing also with sovereign citizenry, right? These people don't take into account that everything is eventually vigilante justice in the end, right? If there's no structures of humanity to quarrel, to keep this thing under control, everything will just be vigilante justice, and there will be no end. That's what sovereign citizenry is. That's the beginning of humanity, just sovereign citizens before people started building clans and tribes, and then states and nations, or nations and then states.
Your deflection was well, but it's still a deflection. You're going to circumstantial ad hom. I didn't say anything about sovereign citizenry. I am not a sovereign citizen. I'm not promoting sovereign citizenry right now. I'm talking about you as a state, you as an individual. However you want to put it, if you want to believe in a state and society, it doesn't matter. If you're creating a new victim while claiming self-defense, you're creating another generation that now will have the ability to defend themselves, and now they can come and.
Point of order, moderator. Please be succinct. Don't repeat yourself. This is repetitive, redundant. Be succinct. We've already heard it. We know the cycle of violence. We get it. That's not a solution. It's not a point. It's repetition.
Can I explain why I believe that I agree with John and the position that I believe in the idea of sovereign citizenry? Because over the course of the past year, or maybe two on this app, and we've had various discussions about that you agree that there should not be states, that people should pay to be part of certain communities or pay certain subscriptions or things like that, and also pay for their own private security, private police protection, and also have some sort of moderators that are also privately owned, right? Instead of an impartial justice systems that are there to protect the collective of people. And that is very much within the line of sovereign citizens, people who don't have to have IDs, they don't have to have any sort of structure controlling the society around them.
Well, I mean, like, I don't care what you think about what you think. I mean, like, your ideas and your assumptions. I can only tell you what your assumptions aren't true. Okay, they're just not. I'm not a sovereign citizen. Okay, and in this conversation, I'm not condoning sovereign citizenry. I'm not condoning any type of way of life. I'm specifically talking about the morality of what we're calling a war, or what we're calling avenging each other through self-defense, or however.
Blood vengeance is what you call it.
Well, that's what you call it because you're not.
That's what you stated before. A type of blood revenge, right?
You're creating it by harming a victim.
You got two choices.
While you're trying to defend
yourself. Point of order, moderator. Point of order. If I can't speak and I'm being interrupted, I'm requesting you shoot this man. What am I going to do? Put the children at the children's table. Hello, stop projecting, sir. Stop projecting. Stop projecting, sir. Point of order, moderator. You got two and that we will free you from the treachery of the IRGC and the cruel assassins that are murdering you in the streets. America is willing to go all the way. Are you willing to meet us to help claim your sovereign land as your own again, free from these Islamic terrorists? That America is coming to liberate your nation and that we will free you from the treachery of the IRGC and the cruel assassins that are murdering you in the streets. America is willing to go all the way. Are you willing to meet us to help claim your sovereign land as your own again?
Somebody's democratic driving me nuts because it's like it feels like
pledge my allegiance to Hezbollah. However,
we understand Hezbollah is a terrorist organization.
And I really also dislike hearing screeching Iranian women. To me, it's such a turnoff. It makes me want to think, you know what? I'm not with that woman. I'm not with her. She's going to come on a social audio app and scream. You know, to me, that's a big turnoff. I wouldn't go sacrifice myself for a loudmouth cunt on a fucking social audio app screaming for the death of these, you know, Islamic IRGC. That's just me.
That we create.
What do you think?
We will support your safety and whatever you want to go, and they have to agree to it because they're under no obligation to sacrifice themselves or their homes or their families for your self-defense. You have a grievance with somebody else. You have to take that up with Hezbollah. As innocent people, they're not part of that. Now, they have self-interest and they don't want to die and they don't want their homes destroyed. It's affordable for them to move out of their home while Hezbollah this is the way that it's going to be, military boots on the ground, and now there's no guarantee that anybody could even go back. You leave because we say so. You leave because we say so. No, I'm telling you, ask me what you asked me. I'm giving you a step-by-step straight answer. What do you mean?
Hypothetical, because you actually don't know when the government of Lebanon told them to move, to leave that area, like what they offered them, right? You just said, well, I believe that Israel should do the same. You know what happens when, what's going to happen to the wreckage and the carnage that Hamas caused of Israel? The houses that were burned down are blown up, and from the IRGC, you know who's going to pay for that? The Israeli government, right? With Israeli tax dollars. Because why? They aren't going to go and send a bill to the Iranian people. They aren't going to send a bill to the Lebanese government from Hezbollah or to the Palestinians. No, the Israeli government with Israeli tax dollars are going to pay for that, right? And I think that is probably true of Iran. Like once the war is over and the regime is gone, the Iranian government is going, and the people are going to rebuild. They're going to rebuild their country because they are proud people of their own country and their own people, and they love each other and they care for each other, and all they want is to be free from a regime that is trying to kill them and holding them under their thumb. And the same thing will happen in Lebanon. The same thing will happen in Lebanon. Apparently, once the Lebanese government gets rid of Hezbollah, who's holding them hostage, they will do the same thing.
All that I heard was that there was a shift, and because Israel has to pay for the damage that Hamas causes, it looks like the Lebanese government is going to have to, or the Lebanese, the peaceful people that weren't involved in anything, they're just shit out of luck. Like, what are you talking about completely different things? I mean, like, it sounded good if you're not paying attention and you don't have a logical mind, but we're talking about innocent people, homes being destroyed, who's paying for that?
Was a small lockbox of gold coins. He took them to a local pawn shop where he sold them for over $25,000 for the melt value of the coins. Number 3, in 2021, a woman from Oregon was helping her grandparents downsize their longtime home. While organizing the garage, she found what appeared to be multiple wooden crates in the wood shed. After some investigation, it turned out to be some unopened bottles of some rare wine, Chateau Lafite Rothschild from the 1940s. She took them to a local collector who paid her grandma $60,000. Wines from that era are extremely rare due to wartime shortages, and she had no idea where she acquired them. Number 2, in 2017, a contractor from New Jersey was hired to renovate an old diner. While removing ceiling panels, he found what appeared to be a canvas wrapped in newspapers. After some investigation, it turned out to be an original painting by Jackson Pollock. An art dealer later purchased it for over $2 million. Pollock works are rarely found outside of private collections, which makes this one very expensive. Number 1, in 2019, a man from Arizona was cleaning out a recently purchased property. Clearing out a large storage room, he found what appeared to be a big wooden trunk. After some investigation inside, it turned out to be filled with historical firearms and military documents dating back to the late 1800s. The museum paid him over $100,000 for the collection. Some of the weapons were stamped with markings from the Arizona Territorial Militia, a group that disbanded before statehood and left very few surviving records.
It's important to keep your There's a glitch on YouTube. Creators are using this sound to go viral. Don't believe me? I'm gonna show you proof.
The Israeli government that was telling the Lebanese that you have to leave.
Guys, Captain Holt has no pants on. What? He has no pants on is what? At 11:55 a.m., Captain Holt walked past us holding a hot bowl of soup. At 12:03 p.m., I heard him yell, out. At 12:07, he called Gina into his office. She entered holding nothing. 1 minute later, she left holding a big bag. Captain Holt's pants were in that bag. His knees are in the breeze.
Evidence is circumstantial.
I just need you to sign something on my desk real quick. You're gonna free Yo-Yo Ma in the precinct and he's getting that autograph.
Yo-Yo Ma is on 20th right now.
I'm sure you're gonna want this. I got the drink. Hey, raised another bowl of soup and skill gears earlier, but you have to come over here to get it. Look at us, just 3 people with pants on having a normal conversation.
At least from the guys, they are assisting the aggressor in this capacity.
I don't know if assisting or not. Everything that I've read that the Lebanese government has said since March 1st has been in correlation to aligned with against Iran, against Hezbollah. Come and get them. We don't want anything to do with this. We don't want to fight. We'll work with you. That's everything that I've been hearing from the Lebanese government.
I'm telling you, if the Lebanese government were so serious, they should just let the Iranian people not enter to their country when they see they are doing this bad stuff.
So let's put it this way: the Lebanese government are passive actors in a way, right? Because they don't want to be seen as aggressors. Why? Because the Hezbollah has their foot on their neck, and if they are seen as going against the other Muslim countries or other Arab countries, I should say, some of those people will send their terrorist groups to attack them, and
they went through their own issues over the course of like decades, right? Internal strife and wars. They don't want like some sort of Shia group or whatever the case may be to attack them internally and take them down. But it seems as if, at least from March 1st, right, when America got involved and Israel got involved in attacking the IRGC directly, that they are on the side of the people that you consider to be the aggressors, right? So it seems like a very complicated body of politics here that a lot of people really...
Just numbers. Here are the years I wore the uniform. Just numbers. Here are the years I wore the uniform for our country. Here's the talking loyalty. $89 more property tax. 40 tax. Up 15%.
Others drowning in debt. $48 million.
On Kitover. I served our country. Won an office, and I'm keeping my promise.
You're making my
those numbers mark the times our city. Chicago, tonight we write a new chapter. Chicago, tonight we write a new chapter.
Peace from Mayor of Riverton is beginning to take shape.
Through the property tax rates our families were staring at. Chicago, tonight we write a new chapter. As your
you're just going to displace 0.5 million people.
Through the property tax rates our families were staring down. Not anymore. On day one, we are cutting property.
What's happening
just numbers. Now? The years I won.
5 billion. I understand you need to get Hezbollah. I understand that. No problem. Secure your borders. Secure your people. You're at war with Iran. I get that. Nobody doesn't get that. What I don't get is what is happening to the 1.5 million people. That's a fifth of the population. That's 10% of the entire country of Lebanon, right? What is happening to those people? And that's whose responsibilities, especially if they don't even want Hezbollah. If they're not
Bima.
Hi, Emo. How you doing?
Thank you. I don't think they give a damn about those people. The Israelis, they only care about their own people because in their ideology they think they're more valuable than other people. So I don't think they give a fuck about them, to be honest.
Is that your opinion that that's their ideology? Because I'd say it's the exact fucking opposite of what you said. So who's right?
Look at what happened last year, right? When Jolani took control over Syria, right? This guy, I think it was in not ISIS, what is it called? Whatever terrorist group he was a part of. He and his bandits went down to southern Lebanon, and they were attacking the Druze people. Not southern Lebanon, southern Syria, and they were attacking the Druze people. They were cutting the beards off of the sheikhs, and people said the same thing. Oh, Israel's trying to colonize southern Syria. Why? Because Israel sent out a convoy to southern Syria to talk to the people and the Druze there to see what assistance they can provide for them. But oh no, they're trying to colonize the land of the Druze and all of this in southern Syria. Like anything that Israel does, they don't care about their own people. They only care about themselves. They don't care about helping anybody else. But apparently, Israel's actually helping people. And people are saying, oh, they don't care about them. They're just trying to kill them all.
Shai, why do you use this tone of voice when you try to make your argument? I don't understand. We can have a normal conversation if you like, but the way you speak is not the way I want to have a conversation.
What are you, tone policing? What is this, the tone police? He's the tone police. The tone police is here, you guys. We got to leave the party. The tone police is here.
Boy.
I know you don't give a damn, Shai. I know.
You know, when you say that Jews, and as Bima used the word Jewry earlier, when you claim that they don't care about their neighbors, schmucko, they're concerned about their security, and their neighbors are being bad neighbors. You ever live in a neighborhood where your neighbor was a dick and he kept fucking with you, and finally you had to take some legal action, some lawfare or some military action to secure your person, to make sure you're not hit by indiscriminate fire over a border wall. So the point is security, strength, intelligence, love the law. Love the law and stop violating the law, and there will be no repercussions. Hello?
Are you Armenian? Is Emo Armenian?
No, I'm Moroccan. I am Moroccan.
Oh, Moroccan?
Yeah. John, do you know what the word goy means? Ever heard about it?
You know what the word kosher means, you stupid
Okay, is this the way it goes? Is this how you speak with each other, guys?
Yeah, John's a clown.
No, unfortunately, he's just a joke. And also, I don't know if you...
That's not true. I am retarded.
Jewry, excuse me. Jewry is a word that is... that refers to Jewish people. I've learned that. It's not
a pejorative.
Thank you, Tuna. Tuna helps me. It's not a slur. It's a formal noun to describe people that share Jewish culture. And I learned that recently.
Yeah, except you used it in a negative context towards Jewish people, and you called them the Jewry. You can't do no business with the Jewry. The Jewry gotta go take their business elsewhere.
She was trying not to say the elders of the house of Zion.
Exactly. Another Jewish trope. Bigotry, racism. You're a hypocrite, Bima.
The elders of the what of Zion, Sam?
Head, you fucking child molesting bold fuck.
Stop projecting on me, Tuna. That's sickening. You're a sick human being.
You're the one that molests children, you fucking...
Oh my God, stop projecting that on me. You're a sick bastard.
Well, why did you get thrown out of the military then?
Had nothing to do with what you just said. I didn't get thrown out, schmucko. What, do you want to know my history and biography? Are you interested in joining my campaign? Oh, you're just here to sling slingshots, ad hominems at me.
If your campaign is for locking up mental people, I am happy to give you a bed.
You want to bed me? Dude, you guys all just heard it. This guy's calling me a pedo and he wants to bed me now. We heard it all, Tuna boy.
To detail a Jewish plot for global domination, largely plagiarized from several earlier sources. It was first published in Imperial Russia in 1903, translated into multiple languages and disseminated, I'm not educated, internationally in the early part of the 20th century. It played a key part in popularizing the belief in an international Jewish conspiracy. So the Protocols of the Elders of Zion is an anti-Semitic.
There you go. It's blood libel propaganda to stir up the people to go commit anti-Semitic attacks. You're just spreading it.
By the British newspaper, The Times, in 1921, and by the German newspaper, Frankfurter Zeitung, in 1924. And this is interesting. I have never heard of this before.
You didn't hear about the fake news, Bima? You didn't know the Elders of the Protocols of Zion is a fake news, anti-Semitic bullshit to get people to hate Jews, and you're spreading the misinformation and the blood libel now? Don't you know the fucking law? Well, thank God the Israelis got a military and a police force to defend themselves against people like you that spread hate, misinformation. You're a hypocrite. Hello?
Aspire for grandeur, but the reality is that you broke. The VA doesn't even want to talk to you. You're a ridiculous clown that has to draw attention.
The VA doesn't want to talk to me.
You are literally a waste of skin.
This is literally like your opinion. How would you possibly know that the VA doesn't want to talk to me, a distinguished veteran? You're so bollocks calling people pedophiles. Why does a pedophile always call other people pedophiles? It's called projection, Tuna. You sick fuck, you. Kick this fucking tuna to the ocean. We don't want him here on this boat, you sick mongrel. You British twat. You sick fuck, Tuna boy.
Yeah, no, so we need some asylums to lock up these child molesting faggots. They are a danger to society.
Here we go with the projection again.
No, we're just describing you, John.
No, Tuna Boy. We're recording your projection, Tuna Boy, for the world to see.
I've actually published your home addresses, but you don't use your home address, do you?
My home address, you can come over and have a cup of tea anytime you want, Tuna Boy.
I think the decibels with which you're yelling, I actually think that it's damaging my ear because like my inner ear vibrates when your voice reaches. It's like it actually.
Are you talking to me or are you talking to Tuna Boy? I'm just imitating Tuna Boy here.
Could you just take it down? Like you can still, but just.
I apologize. I was merely responding to Tuna Boy here.
Just can you maybe speak in a manly voice? Can you put your man voice on and have like the depth?
Are you saying Tuna Boy doesn't sound like a man?
I need bass. The screeching, it's like it's hurting my ear.
Imagine you were having a conversation with your father who disowned you. Imagine.
My father who disowned me? How would you know my father disowned me, Tuna Boy? How do you know so many intimate details of my life? Are you my YouTube super stalker fan? Are you subscribed to all my YouTube channels?
You're not that hard because you try to advertise yourself to the world. Okay, so
Thank you very little, Tuna Boy. I see you won't be voting for me in the Academy Awards.
pretend that you're talking to one of your family that is ashamed of you, and then just code switch back out of this faggot clown game that you.
Code switch out of the F word. Moderator, you're not going to let him use this profanity, are you?
No, it's a free speech room, so I can call you a faggot dick rider all I want, because you are basically, you're a cancer on humanity. People like you,
do you think I should go see my osteopath about my C-word situation?
Honestly, if you had cancer, I would be cheering for the cancer.
That's the greatest compliment I've ever gotten in my online activities. Thank you, Tuna Boy.
Well, yeah, because the people unfortunately who live near you, like your family, they just don't.
There is no discussion anymore. It's like just you guys are accusing each other.
I'm not accusing him of anything, Paul. This man has no culture, no class. He's just a piece of English trash. Don't you hear what he's saying? It's vulgarity and profanity. He's a sick man. This is pathetic.
I can accept that my English is not that good. I can't really express what I'm feeling, but I'm here to learn, but not to just listen to fight between you guys. Listen, we want to learn something.
Okay, Paul. I'm going to go on mute for 10 minutes out of respect for what you just said, but Tuna Boy is a piece of trash, and he's projecting all his bullshit onto me. John, fuck you, Tuna. Go fuck yourself. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Honorable discharge.
I got an honorable discharge. Now go fuck off.
So, Poor, I think that we're speaking to the audience more so than anybody else, because I don't think that
Cardi B is live!
cares about certain details or ideas about the situation. I think that she's just sort of like set on her position. So there's no like.
I think that we are not there. We are not in the among the people of Lebanon. I'm not for sure what they're really thinking, but when I'm talking about, for example, my country.
All right, y'all. I'll talk to you later. These bitches is fighting.
Just
Bye.
3 months ago, I'm living there for 40 years. I know my people. I know how they feel about our government, our society, our whatever. So when I'm telling that there is no other possibility for the people to do something against these guys, and for example, if US and Israel attack us and they are casual of the innocent civilians, and I'm not for sure what they really have to pay the price to get our freedom. Otherwise, we have to suffer for a longer period than what we are expecting. Let's say that Hezbollah is staying there in Lebanon for a longer period. What would be the result? The result is that if you go to Lebanon, you will see the city is divided to two parts. The part that the Muslim and Hezbollah are who have nothing really bad situation. I'm not so sure what to the other part of the city of Lebanon, which I have been there 10 years ago. I'm not sure now what does it look like. But when you go to the Christian side, you will see modern shops and everything, which means that there is something wrong between the people who are living among the Hezbollah. I guarantee you that some people are living among the Hezbollah. They are supporting them. They are feeding. They are getting money from Hezbollah. That's why they have to suffer again.
Well, what I'd like to know is, besides.
It still doesn't. In New York City, we had an issue with the mafia, the Italian mafia.
Still got an issue with the mafia.
And we wouldn't justify taking out entire apartment buildings because we knew that
Oh my God, big difference, Bima. Your hypothetical and your paraphrases and analogies, these are weak.
I have seen that twice you brought up the things to the really small level. When we are speaking among the countries, it's different from the level of taking hostages, having some, mafia among the people. It's a little bit different. Please don't bring these excuses like, listen, the issue is with the mentality and the country.
I'm not so sure what they're really thinking. But when I'm talking about, for example, my country.
All right, y'all. I'll talk to you later. These bitches is fighting. Bye.
I'm living there for 40 years. I know my people.
It doesn't matter if it's small or large. The implications are still the same. People like to. I believe that people like to use the scale to justify the atrocities that they commit, and I think that that's a big problem. And the reason for that is because it's easy, but that doesn't make you a hero.
Cardi B.
You also because you're progressing other peaceful people, and that's the biggest problem.
Let me tell you something.
So I think
these mafia people, when they are acting in the city and they are killing innocent people, what would be the answer there?
The answer would be to go and get the people that are killing innocent people. It would be to do whatever you have to do.
Without casualties, it's not possible.
You can't say that. No, it's people say that.
Go to the reality.
It's an excuse. It's an excuse.
Between the people who are innocent and who are civilians and they are not acting against you, it's not possible. Even in my country, when now US and Israel came in, when they hit one apartment, the other apartment would be foul, and we have to accept that casualties. Otherwise, we have to live with the terrorist people.
Yeah, no, it's not, and that's why.
Bima, we gotta go to sleep. It's 4 a.m. It's almost 4:20. So smoke it if you got it. But what I'd like to know, Bima, is. These conversations and these debates are endless, but the instruction and teachers on how to achieve peace, joy, and harmony, I have yet to hear you give a lecture or a teaching on how we can achieve world peace. So therefore, you're just hyper polarized, political like everybody else, but you're not teaching meditation. You're not teaching true peace. That's what none of these people do in this region. All they do is social identity politics and ruthless warfare and terrorism. It's pathetic. It's barbarism. It's 1650 for these people. It's 1450. They're fucking madmen. Madmen, Bima.
Dude, you're really damaging my eardrums. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, they actually have proven that it sounds at particular decibels will harm your ear. Like, you're irreparable. Please, if you could just lower the screeching. It's horrible.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I was just picking my nose and wiping a booger on my shirt. I couldn't hear you.
Thank you. Just talk in your normal voice. That's good.
Yeah, no, cocaine is not for everyone, is it?
I don't like cocaine. I don't even know the way it smells.
I actually have an earache right now. My right ear actually is aching. Wait, I want you to process.
Hello?
You have actually harmed
my
ear.
Here comes another complaint.
Dude, I'm not even kidding. Like right now, I might have to leave. I don't want to move you.
Oh no.
But it's really
Boy, vey. Well, 12 hours on here, that'll do that to your eardrums. Oh, somebody was here too long. The eardrums couldn't keep up with it. Well, I guess Tuna Boy's got all the answers, everybody. If you need any life advice or you're concerned about geopolitical strategy, just ask Tuna Boy. Tuna Boy here knows the answers to everything. Please proceed and educate us all, Dr. Tuna.
Your proof that AIDS is not strong enough.
I am proof that the virus that Dr. Fauci created is not strong enough? What are you saying, Dr. Tuna?
I know that you try to emulate the Joker from Batman to try to make yourself seem grandiose, but at the end of the day, you're just a broke, middle-aged, single gay man. You're thrown out of the street. No one really cares about you. Most people that meet you realize why you're alone.
Dr. Tuna, that is a very accurate assessment, but you left one thing out. I'm here recording you on Clubhouse across 20 different YouTube channels. Now, if that makes me pathetic, then I think it's funny that you're roasting me, calling me basically an autoimmune deficiency syndrome. Well, I would just say that be careful casting stones in glass houses, Dr. Tuna. We know everything we need to know about you and your lifestyle and your lack of morality and virtue and the terrible, awful things that you've done, because we listen very closely here on Clubhouse and we know all your dirty little secrets, and they are so dirty, aren't they, Dr. Tuna?
So, you use the word we, but it's you're just on your own. You record this stuff, and no one's listening. No one gives a fuck about you.
Well, someone's a little triggered, and someone's projecting the fact that no one loves them. Meanwhile, we've got dozens of women that can't wait to meet the next mayor of Chicago, a YouTube star with over 100,000 Clubhouse recordings of people wasting all their time. What's not to love? It's a beautiful show. We could get to Hollywood on this show, but Google hates bald white men. I'm pretty sure of it. They're very bigoted towards heterosexual white men, not the gay homosexual white man that you describe me as, Dr. Tuna.
Google have a mandate to protect children against people who are a danger to them. That's why... Yeah,
is that what your local police authorities told you when they tried to pick you up for talking to a minor, Dr. Tuna?
I mean, you can make up anything that you want, but we actually know who you are, John. Flamboyantly trying.
We? What organization are you a part of, Dr. Tuna?
Well, you know what? The big difference between me and you?
Do tell, Dr. Tuna. What is the big difference? I've never thought about it. What is the big difference between us?
The fact that your insanity has you recording stuff in your tiny little one bedroom, thinking that the whole world needs to hear your... No one cares, John. You know, you crashed out.
Well, Dr. Tuna, I hate to break the projection to you, but I've got millions of views and thousands of followers and friends, even you, because without my critics, my art would be of no value. And that's why I'm recording you right now, to create a little clip to say that without the critic, there couldn't be an artist, and without an artist, there wouldn't be a critic. Now, would there, Dr. Tuna?
So you're saying that your insanity is art? That's your point?
Absolutely, it's art. You just don't like me art because you got bad taste.
Well, that's subjective. If you're saying that you are...
It's not subjective, it's objective. I've got 100,000 videos. Those are objects, not just subjects. You know, you're just a terrible art critic. You ever think about that? It's not me that is the problem. It's the fact that you're a terrible art critic because you got no taste. You're just a terrible, terrible, awful human being, Dr. Tuna.
Is that what you said at your court-martial when you got thrown out of the military?
Hit my court-martial and got thrown out of the military? What are you talking about, Dr. Tuna? Are you projecting again? Did you get thrown out for being LGBTQ?
What we're witnessing here
is John Kitover roasting Tuna Boy in London or Wickshire, wherever the fuck this fucking... Where did you drag this tuna out of the ocean from? Hello? I've seen you in those Japanese videos, Tuna. In the fish market with those huge blades as they slice away at those massive tuna fishes.
Medication has not helped you at all.
What was that, Dr. Tuna? I couldn't hear you about your medication. Hello? Let's see, you've called me a pedophile. You've called me some other things. But let's be honest, Dr. Tuna, I'm very happy over here. I'm full of joy. And that is probably more than what you could say for your weak and pathetic little life. Roasting just poor little mayoral candidate John Kitover late at night. It's almost 5 in the morning. And you're here roasting me while I'm sitting here roasting you. I guess we got that in common though, don't we? Hello?
You need to stop self-medicating. It's not helping you. You need to actually get some professional help and maybe lead some sort of life that isn't just like living in your underwear, screaming at people on the internet, thinking that the whole world is watching. No one gives a fuck about you. That's why your family abandoned you. That's why you don't have any real friends, and that's why you have to come and glean attention from total strangers.
Is this a projection, or are you accurately diagnosing me, Dr. Tuna?
Well, the fact that you're up at 5 o'clock in the morning with this mad rant, thinking...
Mad rant? I'm sitting here talking to a guy in fucking London, bollocks. You're on my YouTube channel, mate. I'm creating product. I'm working here. More than I could say for you complaining about a guy in his underpants live on YouTube. That's pathetic. At least I'm creating a product here that I can monetize and thousands of people can watch. You're just a complainer. Accept a little personal responsibility in your life, I'm sure things will turn around, mate. Cheerio. Chop, chop.
See you. Go on then, fuck off.
Fuck off? Did you just say fuck off? You can go fuck off, Tuna Boy.
Oh yeah, you're going to monetize loads on YouTube out of that.
We just monetized it and clipped it. You're now forever in my YouTube channel for all time. Every penny I make, I'll think of you, Tuna Boy, the man who came to make fun of me, mayoral candidate John Kitover. You're pathetic. I'm so glad we eternally separated ourselves from you and your kind, your disgusting pedo king. His fat little fingers. Don't worry, he'll be gone soon enough. King of England's gonna die soon, that fat little fingered pedo. Ha! And you're sitting here making fun of me. I know everything about you, Tuna Boy. I heard all your dirty little secrets on this app. You're a naughty little rascal. Talking bullshit about me. Talking bullshit about me, mate. I know all your bullshit. That's why you don't like me, because I know all your dirty little secrets. You're in my recordings. I remember you now, Tuna Boy. I remember everything you said and why you're so upset with me. Because I recorded you.
Your father disowned you.
My father did. How can my father disown me, mate? I'm a free man. I'm 43 years old. Fathers don't disown their fucking children when they're grown men, you fucking twat. You fucking wanker. You fucking wanker. You're projecting your father's relationship with yourself onto me, mate. You're a fucking tosser. A fucking tosser, mate. You fucking wanker.
Yeah, and that's where the aggression comes out. Because you're going to have to look in the mirror at some point. Instead of
aggression? I'm sitting here barbecue roasting you. Pass me the fucking coleslaw, wanker.
John, nobody likes you. And you know that deep. And that's why you put on a more and more gregarious and, vibrant personality and, try to make this this flamboyant display even more ridiculous. At the end of the day, no one likes you.
That's projection again, mate. I'm not an evergreen projection totem pole for you to project onto me, Dr. Tuna. I've got lots of people that like me. I've got lots of girls that love me, lots of men that love me, friends. You're projecting your life onto me, John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate. Be sure to vote 22327. Go to chicagomayorvote.com right now. Don't listen to Tuna Boy. He's just a pessimist. He's a critic and a hypocrite. Mate, you're a wanker and a tosser. Fuck off!
Entire life on Clubhouse, in this drugged up state, thinking that you're doing work. You're not. You're just unlikable and lonely.
Oh, unlikable and lonely. It sounds again like you're projecting onto me, mate. Stop projecting onto me. Stop projecting, mate. Go to the bathroom. Turn the light on in your little bathroom. Look in the mirror in the bathroom, Dr. Tuna, and repeat back everything you just said to me, but to yourself, and then you'll realize, oh, fuck, man, he's right. I'm sitting there projecting onto him all my own personal bullshit, all my own personal problems. I'm accusing John Kitover of doing all the things that's wrong with me. What's wrong with me? I'm on Clubhouse late at night making fun of John Kitover, but it's actually just a projection of my own life. Oh, Lord Jesus. Why am I on Clubhouse projecting onto John Kitover? Oh, it's so pathetic, Tuna Boy. You're so pathetic. Fucking wanker. Fucking tosser. I'm so glad we eternally separated from you fucking English twats. Thank God we had Thomas Jefferson to know that people like you, are not worthy of our respect here in America. And that's why Thomas Jefferson eternally separated us through our Declaration of Independence from fucktards like you. Now go fuck off, Tuna Boy.
It's not why you are just hitting each other, why you are doing this to each other. Instead of just having good conversation, you accuse each other for nothing.
Oh, no, he's definitely on the register.
No.
He was thrown in.
You come up with good things to speak about, not like just accusing each other for nothing. I'm not saying that John is right or you're wrong. You're right.
Thank you, Paul. That's very gentlemanly of you and very grown up of you. Unlike Dr. Tuna here, he's just a negative Nilly, a wanker and a tosser. Fuck these British English twats. Go fuck yourself. You're not going to help do shit in Iran, are you? Because you're a bunch of pussy cards. Oh, you're going to sit at home with your little fucking king and count your fucking ex-checkerer in fucking London. You're a pussy. You're never going to go to Tehran and do nothing. You're useless, Tuna Boy. You're weak. You're pathetic. You're a wanker. You're a tosser. Now fuck off, Tuna Boy. Fuck off.
John, please, let us speak to each other, not like just accusing each other for nothing. I'm telling you, okay, let's say that you're right or you're wrong. It doesn't matter. That like we are here to just speak with each other. These rooms are for speaking, not to fighting with each other with nothing. Okay, we have some like opposite opinion, but it doesn't mean that we are enemy. We are different people from different region with different thinking. We have to admit that. That's the first thing that when we are coming to this clubhouse or whatever, and we are sitting in a space that we want to know each other. We want to learn from each other. We don't want to fight with each other. I know there are sometimes something you think is insulting. Maybe Tuna say something, maybe I say something, but if we fight with each other, we cannot.
Oh, I'm gonna let it go. Let's get a new topic going. Let's talk about something new. I don't need to talk about Tuna Boy anymore. I've roasted that fish. I've digested that sushi. I'm ready to shit out Tuna Boy out of my rectum, out of my anus, because he's nothing but shit now. You're nothing but a turd passing out of my anus and a fart. The air is just air passing over the turd. That is Tuna Boy for you. Thank you very much, Tuna Boy.
Well, at least I don't fucking molest children.
Projection alert! Projection alert!
He said that.
Projection alert! Someone's projecting on me again. Somebody's got some legal problems, Tuna Boy. You and Prince Andrew got something in common. You and Prince Andrew must be cut from the same cloth. You're pedophile, Prince. Prince Andrew the pedophile. Epstein's lapdog, his little pedo. You and Tuna Boy are cut from the same cloth. Oh, I've got a cute little British accent now. I can come online and slander people because I'm a fucking twat, a wanker. Oh, little Tuna Boy with his golden little soccer ball made of little diamonds. What a waste of time. Why am I even talking to you, Tuna Boy?
Guys, don't offend each other.
Khalas, you hear that, Tuna Boy? Khalas.
Yeah, Habibi, khalas.
Afwan Habibdi. Tuna Boy here is a special one. We're going to cook him up real good. We're going to serve him sashimi style. He's worthy of a good roast, a good barbecue, mate. We're going to roast up me some Tuna Boy. Cook him real good. This is your roast, Tuna Boy. It's your roast.
No, it's your revelation. You got thrown out of the military.
Got thrown out of it? Motherfucker, I'm 43 years old. This shit happened 20 years ago, mate. You're so pathetic. I'm a YouTube star running for mayor of Chicago, mate, and you're getting cooked. I'm cooking your tuna, boy.
Well, you failed at your last political campaign, you'll fail at this.
It wasn't a failure, you fucking loser. We changed a lot of shit. We caused major problems. We've achieved our goals. Our goal was joy. Our objective was joy. The experience was joy. Something obviously, Tuna Boy, you know nothing about joy. You have none. You're simply a critic. Nothing but a little pathetic little critic. Sometimes in life you are the bug. Other times you are the windshield. In this situation, Tuna Boy is just the bug, splatting across my window, spraying his bullshit. But, you know, I'm so happy I'm an American, and oftentimes I forget when I speak to these English chaps that they think they are far superior to us, when it was us who picked up the musket and said, "We are going to kill you unless you leave our shores and never come back. We are eternally separated from you low IQ, brain rotted out, pedophile, inbred English cocks. Farewell and good riddance, forever and eternally yours, Thomas Jefferson."
You're on the register. You're a danger to
Another projection alert. Clearly this man Tuna Boy has legal problems because he himself is the pedophile that he accuses me of being. He is projecting his own lawlessness onto me, an innocent victim and politician. A mere projection.
Your whole campaign is done on Sora. So now that Sora's been blocked, does that mean that you're going to fucking shut up, or are you just going to shout at strangers on the internet, you fucking weirdo?
Stop projecting onto me, young Tuna Boy, you disgusting pedophile projector. Go to Prince Andrew and go suck at his teat, because you will need the money, I'm sure, to talk to your exchequer, and as well as your pontiffs and bailiffs. I'm so glad we eternally separated from you. I was thinking about visiting your country on vacation, but then I thought again and I said, you know what? They've already been invaded by the enemy. Why would I go to my family's former farmland outside of England in Lancashire? But anyways, Tuna Boy has spoiled the entire experience because he's a horrible art critic. And no, Sora is just temporarily shutting down, but we've already created enough videos to get us through the campaign, so your concern is not needed, Tuna Boy.
I really hope that the drugs that you're on end up bursting your liver to save your neighbors from...
So you've wished cancer upon me, a pop liver. When will your criticisms ever end? For surely you're the worst critic art has ever experienced. Tuna Boy is no artist, he is a projectionist. And thank God we eternally separated from these people. If you are an American, you have heard this conversation, you will recognize that Tuna Boy is a projection, and everything he has said against me is merely his inner monologue, reflecting his own disgusting behavior and his own personal defecation. Fuck off, Tuna Boy! We are eternally separated. Go back to your king and your pedophile Prince Andrew, you disgusting English twat.
Separated, like your father who disowned you.
My father is of no concern to you. He did the best job he could. But unfortunately, Tuna Boy, I'm sorry that you and your father have no relationship whatsoever to speak of. Please stop your projections upon me, innocent candidate Kitover. I am disgusted by you, Tuna Boy. I actually forgot you even existed until I saw you on the stage. I had never thought of you in many years. But yes, I did record you saying terrible things, awful things about your daughter. Oh, horrible things about the transgender ideology and the LGBTQ. Oh, how is your child, Tuna Boy?
So, I get it. You're trying to find any rise, because that's what...
I hit the nail on the head with that one. I recalled it. I recalled the things you talked about your child. I feel so bad for you. I remembered now. I should show some sympathy for you, Tuna Boy.
More sympathy than your father did when he got kicked out of the military and he decided you've had every opportunity and you've wasted every single one of them in your little room thinking that you're going to run for office. You're going nowhere near office. You're not a performer.
Again, Tuna Boy, the topic is not whether or not I win the mayoralship of Chicago. I have a lot of joy in the goal, and the joy and the experience is joy, but your child will never be able to come back from the transgender operative surgery that your ex-wife did upon your child. What will you do to save your soul? You allowed this to happen to your child. How could you?
So you're saying that you're in support of transgenderizing children?
I'm saying your ex-wife transgenderized your own child. How does it feel to know that your own child has been transgenderized?
No, you're trying to get a rise because I've really dug the knife in.
No, you haven't dug your knife in. We're already eternally separated. I'm just merely concerned about your transgender child, Tuna Boy. What will your transgender child do? Oh, your ex-wife, what a shame. Sticking that little knife in your back like that, Tuna Boy, must have hurt. Did I touch a nerve? Did I touch a nerve? Did I trigger something? Did I gaslight something inside of you, Tuna Boy? Tuna Boy! What have you done to your child, Tuna Boy? Oh, I can't believe what they did to your child. Oh, I feel for you, Tuna Boy. I feel for you. Did you just call me the F word? I'm going to have to report you to the ACLU. Hello?
See, that's your whole thing, isn't it?
Clip it! Send it to the press! Send it to Harvey Levenstein at TMZ! Who is this guy talking to Tuna Boy?
You're lonely?
Stop projecting your own loneliness onto me. Stop projecting. You can stop at any time, Tuna Boy. Wait, Tuna, does this mean you'll be voting for me on February 23rd, 2027 at ChicagoMayorVote.com? Is that what you're telling me, Tuna Boy?
Family, and that's your fault.
My family?
It's all of the choices that you've made.
I can't tell. Not every family member is always going to be supportive of your artistic endeavors, but we try our best. And sometimes you hit the mark. Other times you don't, but at least we tried. And in the experience, there was joy. In the goal, there was joy. Something that you know nothing about. Because if I had a child, and I raised my child with virtue, morality, and integrity, Certainly my child wouldn't become a victim of this transgender ideology, which your ex-wife has submitted your child to, and cut off and walloped off the wanker on your child, making your child wankerless. But you, sir, have lots of wanker. You're definitely bollocks, and you have tons of wankerage. I'm sure you can lend a little bit back to your wanker child.
And when you're off Clubhouse, it will be reminded to you.
And when I'm off Clubhouse, is that a threat? Is that a fucking threat? Because I'm going to report your account right now. I'm reporting you for harassment and abuse. I won't tolerate it anymore, Tuna Boy. Your days of calling John Kitover all these awful, horrible, libelous, scandalous, terrible things, I'm reporting you. I'm sick of you. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going on mute, and I am complete. Good night, Tuna Boy, you fucking wanker. Now fuck off.
For good reason.
Okay, this has been a Matt Cool production starring Tuna Boy in London. He tried to roast us. He got pretty close. That was pretty good. I gotta give him some credit. But I think my English accent is so mocking, so insultuous, that in the end, if there was a rating system, we would have won. It was fun. Tuna Boys left us. Tuna Boys left. Kitover for mayor. Tulsa. Tulsa. I won't tolerate it anymore, Tuna Boy. Your days of calling John Kitover all these awful, horrible, libelous, scandalous, terrible things, I'm reporting you. I'm sick of you. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going on mute, and I am complete. Good night, Tuna Boy, you fucking wanker. Now fuck off. Oh, this is going to be funny. All right, I hope you enjoyed. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com or JohnKitoverChicago.com or ChicagoMayoral.com, or you can go to ChicagoMayorVote.com.